looks like down here, and it's all thanks to our amazing sponsors.
These boys are superhuman.
The top 10 are insane.
Pointing out the camera, thumbs up.
That's cool footage, eh? You don't get that very often.
The crazy bit is that the corners are whooped. The flats are whooped. I don't know. There's just whoops everywhere in this track. It is amazing. Oh, a little bit wobbly.
How good is this?
Such a bad last this race, the poor bugger.
These bad boys are basically unlimited.
Look at the size of the suspension travel. We're talking about some of these trucks have 30 inches of rear suspension travel.
Weighs quite heavy. You know, once you've done it once, you know, you kind of hope to do it again, and once you've done it twice in a row, you kind of expect to do it 3 times in a row. So he would have come here this weekend expecting nothing less than victory. If you are not at the Don River Dash, what are you not doing with your life correctly?
Oh, ladies and gentlemen, we are here on Sunday with none other than Joshua Curran.
How are we this morning, Dan?
Pretty good, mate. Pretty good.
Is there a little bit of an effect going on my voice at the moment?
There's a lot going on your voice at the moment, mate. We might do a quick change over here to 3. That's a very unique sound you have going on there, Joshua.
Yeah, that's a bit better. There we go. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Yes. Okay, well, now that we've got that out of the way, ladies and gentlemen, Don River Dash 2025, the 7th year running, and we are here and about to get underway.
Yeah, absolutely.
Literally underway. We are underway. Again, big shout out to Custom Lithium, Whitsunday Regional Council, RGM, Mercedes-Benz, Bowen Rail Company, RFC, WAGS. We've got Abbott Point, Grandview, Pat McDonald Earth Moving, Raceline, McRae Property, and Tropic Petroleum. We'll keep cranking through some of these sponsors. A big shout out to them because, Josh, without them, this race literally stops. And I tell you what, this is one of the best races in Australia. If you're a desert racing fan and you're not in Bowen, you are missing out. Now, listen, the live feed, one of the greatest things I've ever seen. It's absolutely awesome. I'm sure you're enjoying it sitting in your, having a coffee, sitting down at Caloundra or at Sunny Coast or at Perth.
Yeah, just even cheering on your team from Western Australia.
South Australia. There's people all over the place, down at Hyden, wherever they may be watching in. And again, we give you guys a big shout out, but there's no place like being in the river, watching it live. You got your iPad up, watching the live stream as well. And you had a beer last night at the Grand View Hotel. There's just so many things going on here as we get these race cars off the line. Now, again, if you're just joining us for the first time for your Don, this is a ceremonial start. This happens in Bowen, and I'm going to use the word in Bowen at the showgrounds where we had the Friday night scrutineering and we also had the Saturday, and you can see them. So this is our first car off the line, the Pajero, the Class 7, the production four-wheel drive, heading down towards the river. So as soon as they get down, they'll get under the timing marker and they will be away for race proper. It is a timed race. We are on corrected time. And, we've had a bit of a shuffle, Josh. We've got some cars in, we've got some cars out, and things are all happening here today. Now, what I really want to see is the 34 of Kai Camilleri. Did they get it sorted last night? Has there been any word on that, Josh?
No.
No, they didn't get sorted.
Short and sweet. No word on that anymore. We'll keep an eye out as they line up there.
Fourth place outright, yes. But unfortunately rolled after the finish line. You saw that dramatic action. So, they were very keen to get that sorted and running. And that's something that we're going to check out. And again, we've got this reverse grid. See the Class 8 cars off the line now. And then they're going to run through. Again, these spectacular drone footage as they come down towards... Nope, that's a 300... Is that a Land? That's a Prado. That is not a Pajero?
Damn Prado owners.
Yes.
Always getting in the way.
But that is a Pajero right there as he's going to turn and drop down into the river.
So what a great enjoyment there for Josh Pyle in the 762 machine, getting to essentially have the Don River all to himself. But I see how rough that course is already starting to get there as he drops into the river. A couple of big acceleration bumps.
The Remus crew too, which is just such a great situation there, working with the veterans for Australian Army. And, those guys, it's fantastic to have them in. Big shout out to them. It's a great way to get them involved back in sport, building cars, working. What a great program. And if you ever want to, have a look at that information, you can jump on board there with the Remus mob on the internet and get involved.
Yeah, it's a great way for these returned servicemen to get back involved and get a bit of excitement in their life. I imagine it would be one of those weird things where, you've lived the highs and the lows and now sort of normal life, as we see the 828 of Tanya Gibson on the start line as well, the big school bus there off the start line. There's some of our crossover competitors do winch challenge as well as off-road racing there.
And Josh, so some really cool things there is that they're doing like the cliffhanger and, I don't know if they're doing it this year. It's only a couple of weeks away, that cliffhanger event, but there's guys getting ready and they're racing this, and we've seen Josh Marks before be a very competitive, racer in Bowen, as well as go and do the WTC series and all those things. As again, the Pajero, mate, making good time out in front of the spectator mound already. We've got some racing happening, which is always brilliant. Again, big shout out to Burdican Motorcycles, Nortrans, NQHF, North Queensland Hard Facing, DJ Brazil Earth Movings and Trucks, Mickey Thompson Tyres, Refrigerated Technologies. Where is Steve? Steve should be up in the box with us this weekend, but anyway, he's obviously hiding down there. But again, big shout out to those guys. Electra Drive Maintenance, Land Accountants, Neil Stone Concrete. And the reason that we give these guys a shout out again is that we really need spectators, sponsors, and everyone involved, all the officials. Big shout out to you guys as you put in the effort here this weekend. We appreciate it. We're just the goons in the commentary tower, right? And all us spectators getting to watch along at home. You're watching what we're watching, and it's an absolute pleasure to be here. A couple of the new Razorback off the line now. That's that Class 10. It's the 1060.
1060, so that's Ben Power off the start line as well.
Yeah, absolutely brilliant.
And the 1028 or 1026. 1026, so that is Brett Barker. So for those at home as well, if you weren't listening along yesterday, we do a reverse grid start. So they get seeded for day one, but now for day two, they're actually in their slowest to fastest positioning from our race day yesterday.
Yeah, corrected time. That's right, Josh.
That's the word I was looking for.
Couple of good cars. And we actually, out of interest, we see a couple of trucks, like, say, the THQ one is a little bit out of position. Same with I don't know if this is the Davimac one or the other one, but the independent old school, Jet Racing, reasonably new car, very, very fast, as you can see there. Wow, as it gets through the whoops. But it was broken down. I believe we saw pictures of it on the side of the track, so they would have been seated in that position. Now, listen, that's actually probably a good position for them, right, Josh? Because now they've got some clean air. They've got, and I hate this word, let's use limited, not slow, limited classes in front of them. I think they're going to make a fair push. Now, is this a bad sign, pulling off to the side track? Looks like they're already
pulling off to the side of the track there.
Now, here's another thing to talk about, Josh, is that almost everyone finds the limit of their vehicle here in the Don River, don't they? We talked to Clayton Chapman. He said he has raced all over Australia at every racetrack, all the nationals. He never had temperature trouble in his Razorback until he came to the Don River. Billy Geddes told us the same story. Smoothie has had no gearbox trouble, all that thing going on. Bring his one lap into the Don River, it's tested his vehicle. So very interesting to see this.
Yeah, so this is the 1113 of Chris Van Lint that we see on the live stream here. Looks like they are looking at looks like getting a belt out, so maybe throwing a belt early on, maybe picked up either no alternator charge or a power steering issue there as well. So good to see they've got a spare and on the way to be able to repair that.
Absolutely. Now, a few more of our fantastic sponsors, Bowen Tire and Mechanical, Dirty Life, BHL, which is Brolic Heavy Diesel, Lip Pro, Repco, Versatile Diesel Services, Drilled In, Core Safe, BQC Quarries, BIH, Aussie Power Sports, Muscle Studio. As again, some of our side-by-side competitors get off the line. That looks like the 627, Josh.
Yeah, so the 627, that is Justin Ryder.
Ryder, very fast team that has done a number of racing, so keep a good eye out for them.
And closely followed there by the 626, so that is Michael McLean off the start line as well.
Yeah, very good. Michael McLean, again, another one of our fast side-by-side races. You can see these Can-Ams and Polarises now, and there's a number of races out there. We were looking at one of the new Yamahas this morning. It looks like a great thing. So there's a lot of cool cars out there, and this side-by-side class, or UTV class, as the Americans like to call them, definitely one of the classes that you've got to keep an eye on. Look at the way they take those big hits. It's pretty darn impressive that not so long ago these were a truly limited class, and now they're running right at the pointy end. Actually winning races outright, Josh.
There has been a few also across the year as well, proving reliable and fast across multiple tracks, so doing well in championships as well. We see them quite often on the podium for the overall championship for our race series.
Now, Josh, just still running through some of these fantastic... Oh, just as I'm looking at sponsors, Brendan Camilleri pops up on my screen. Hey, mate, we fixed Kai's car last night. They're back out and racing.
Let's go.
Big shout out to the Red Nut team getting that sorted. We talked them up too, which I'm proud of. We said these are the kind of guys that never quit. They just get it sorted. So great news there that they'll be out and racing. But again, all the information I'm looking at is on the Don River Dash website, and there's also the Facebook page, the live links. Please, as a enthusiast, make sure you share them to your Facebook. Let's get this live link out there just so people see what we're doing up here at Bowen. We want more competitors, more races. I'm sure all the event organisers are going, woo. But we want it because, man, it's just such a, I hate this word, but it's such a vibe up here, isn't it? I know.
Throw it out.
That's not cool, but the I'm telling you.
Gen Z term?
Yeah, listen, if I was on YouTube, and I am on YouTube.
Nah, how good's this live feed, bro? It slaps.
Oh, Lord have mercy. Anyway, THQ are on the charge now. They're having a good race. But again, QRI, Lifestyle, Seed, Wealth Australia, RTM Engineering, Jab, Moto Coaching and Suspension, Ergon Network, SES, and Real Mates Talk, all as part of our sponsorship. Now, this is a nice little car here, the single-seat Jimco.
So, Jason Key, the 1013.
Now, come out of a Class 7 Hilux not so long ago and has continually stepped it up, and to get into this little Jimco single-seater, not a bad thing. Now, is that a different truck or that's the same truck? I missed that blue. No, the other one had...
So that's the 808. Or
yes.
Was it 1113? Hard. I know.
Yep. Let's just say yep. Here, great shot of the double lines right in front of us. You can see the multiple lines, multiple options. On the recovery tractor there, as well as the little crew.
But how good is this? Early Sunday morning here, Bowen, the custom lithium Don River Dash. Drones flying in the air, beautiful sun shining, a little bit of a breeze, and so that was a great overhead shot that we see, 3-4 cars all on multiple racing lines. It's a very unique, I know we harp on about it, but it is a very unique racetrack as the 608 off the start line as well, so that is Jack Henderson.
Yep, and the 626 is through the river now. That's the one making all the noise for us, having a good run there.
So that is Michael McLean. That unique Polaris sound.
Yeah. Centrifugal clutch. Yeah, it is an interesting noise that they make.
Naturally aspirated versus the turbo motor in the Can-Ams.
Now, the Gundy boys were off the line there too. I know that they were just getting ready to take the green. That's the old Mendiola. The old 68, I think, is the number on that. Remember, Naps had that for a while, and then they've...
Is it 63?
Well, it might be 63 now.
I mean, a 3 and an 8. Very similar.
I'm with you. But yeah, the True Line Racing cars, they've got 3 cars.
Tom Darlington.
Yeah. Steve O'Donnell normally runs the Beam car, doesn't he? And then obviously Naps in the big new Illumi Craft. Rush truck off the line. Great turned out vehicle. Chris Weston, we actually talked to him yesterday. The man behind Rush Trucks.
Handing the keys of the vehicle over to Cooper.
Right, so it was Chris driving
yesterday, yes.
And Cooper having a sting today. What a deal.
Yeah.
Hey, Dad, you suck, mate.
As we see the 1032 on screen as well, so that's Michael Marson.
Ah, yes. Now, Josh, I saw the photos of this truck, but I didn't see it race yesterday. Did you see it on the track?
No, I did not.
468. So I did see photos of it at the showground. Beautifully turned out vehicle.
498?
Might be 98, absolutely.
Yep. So that's Chris Vowles.
Right.
Yeah, it was at the showground, and I did see it yesterday.
Yep. So hopefully they've sorted whatever was going on there, and they're off the line and running. And then the other one is obviously the 427 of Hillbilly Racing. Got none other than Newman out there. The boys. Do you reckon they got the pool table this year?
I don't know, but they have a good time wherever they go.
They absolutely.
And anyone that's around them has a good time as well.
I've had many a good time. They are the lads. So if you ever want to party like you've never partied before, go and see the Hillbilly Racing boys. And they've got the gear to match. That truck is a very nicely turned out truck, 2JZ. Keen having a good run down through there, Josh. And again, I like that little single-seater Jimco.
Class 10, great class.
Great class.
Yep. A lot of fun, a lot of driver ability, very similar in performance, all the cars.
Now, was that the 32 or what used to be the one? It's not the 30. No, that's clearly not a 32. That's a 60-something.
Yes.
But that's that Saint.
So that's 50?
Yep. Let's run with it. Sam?
Yeah, if
But
they're
that's the
racing
carbon racer.
Yes,
Absolutely.
Yes.
Yeah, because it always tricks me between that and the 32 of it's now calendar.
And then also there was the 1111.
Well, Joey Bulmer's car came in at the same time, didn't it?
About 4 or 5 of those races all came into the country
All
at the
very
same
similar,
time.
all black.
So this is Angel.
Absolutely. Interesting because this is a 5-link trailing arm style rear. So a little bit different, and you can see probably doesn't quite have the travel of the big buggies, but probably known for doing corners, right?
Handles a little bit better.
Yeah, so interesting. And much more like a Polaris of yesteryear, whereas now they're all doing the trailing arm style, much more like a Jimco or an Illumicraft, that style of thing. But again, that 5-link, with the straight bars and the control was known for a long time as the one you wanted if you were racing between the trees, right?
Yes.
Here's the True Line boys having a good run again. Again, I really do like that car.
Yeah, it looks really good in the orange.
Absolutely. The boys from Gundy know how to put a bit of motor in their cars too. So, Josh, another Rush truck there, I'm going to assume by the look, like it just has that Rush truck squat body.
Yes.
I like how you say yes.
Yeah, no,
yes.
I'm just agreeing with you. So that is, like you said, the 498. We got a better view of their roof number that time. Jesus, we see Rush trucks on Rush trucks. That's the 444. No, 440. So that is Robert Waring having a good run here. So what a great battle, goes to show how driver-based this is as the 427. That's the Hillbilly boys there. I believe Tyler Human at the behind the steering wheel this weekend. Well, he is the driver listed on our program as well. So got that 2JZ Albans gearbox, plenty of horsepower, so something a little bit different. So rather than a V8
now it's
or
a Mickelfab truck, is it? Or
yes.
It's finished by them, or like a Fusion chassis, or... But I know that they did a lot of the finishing work to that truck.
Yes.
Including the Chapman's built or team built 2J. Again, those guys have done a lot of work getting that 2J up to the point where it needs to be. Again, not having a go, but I think Chappies would agree. Initially, they had a few, let's call them teething issues, but they are well and truly on top of those motors now. Yep, so Human.
Yes.
Nice run down through the river. Again, you can see how it just soaks it up. Those boys have got on top of their suspension package very nicely.
And plenty of motor there as well. You see him get on the gas as it lands back into those whoops and powers away as the 439 machine, Jamie Knight, on the start line as that is the 99. That is Trent Callender ripping along past the front of the spectate area. Beautiful run through there, that car. Looking very settled, very happy.
There's another family that, the DAC boys out of Mackay, the Calendars, they've come a long way. They were racing in what would be called limited class cars not so long ago, stepped up to a Razorback frame, and now they've acquired the X-Mix Marson car. That's a team to watch. We've actually got a few teams, like Westline's another time, the Cummins crew that have essentially come out of nowhere, right? I'm sure they were racing motorbikes and doing all the other stuff, but they came with full force, and it's cool to see these families and teams and business partners racing together because, getting a bit wild there.
Yeah. I love the FPV drone. Yes, absolutely. These guys out racing, having a good time, continuing to step up their program, dip the toe in the water, and then they just get absolutely addicted. And great to see a lot of these cars, remaining inside the off-road racing family as well. As the 104, the Honey Badger. So that is David Lofnam. Geez, you see how cut up that sand is starting to get there already. Look at him looking for different lines, looking for a little bit of smooth. Hey, speaking of smooth, it just flashed onto the camera there. Brent Smoothie. So obviously able to fix those converter transmission issues that they had. And hopefully out putting on a bit of a show today. Said how much he loved it. He was flying that, so getting very involved there, Smoothie, as well. Flying the chopper yesterday for the live feed for the motorbikes as well. Was just super excited on everything that is happening up here at the Custom Lithium Don River Dash. So the 104, the Honey Badger. Coming down through this spectator. Beautiful job that they do every year at the spectator viewing point for us, making sure a couple of jumps, a few little ruts. This looks like the Muir. No, McLean.
I was going to say, the pan there was a little bit tough to understand what was going on, but again, some of these Can-Ams well in the pointy section, because remember, reverse grid here if you've just joined us. So these guys are running for outright positions.
So I think that's 669, Sean Dagan, that just passed in front of the spectator viewing area.
Again, nice run down through Bitchman, ceremonial start, as we keep mentioning. Got my ears open. There's a... Oh, no, that's the truck making noise over there. Sounds like it's got a little bit of an exhaust leak. I'll tell you who doesn't have an exhaust leak. Jamie Knight, the Knighter. He said there's cold beers at the Royal after this. Jamie Knight on a charge. Have a look at that truck. Josh, I don't know if you realise, but I'm pretty sure when you were interviewing Jamie Knight, the guy standing behind him was actually Luke Hall. So Luke Hall might be up here looking after his baby a little bit, having a look around. So I'm sorry if I was incorrect in that. I just sort of happened to notice in the live feed that there was the man, the myth, the legend, the Hall boys. They used to race the Class A, race the truck.
As that's Rowan Williams?
Right, I was trying to pick what car that was as it got past. That's why I went silent. I'm sorry, team.
No, that's right. The white car, Rowan Williams, was one we got a little bit confused, but we got the helicopter shots up now. Now, this is going to be very interesting as Smoothie drops into the river right behind, I believe that was the 40.
Phyllis, yeah,
Yep.
Aaron Phyllis.
So we're going to see the horsepower of that.
So, Smoothie, I'm setting you up here, Josh. You think Smoothie's at the wheel, or is there...
No idea.
Another... We'll know pretty quick.
I think Smoothie at the wheel.
Yep.
I think he'll want the opportunity to drive it. But
Absolutely.
See that horsepower and that four-wheel drive.
Wow, that's unreal, isn't it? To watch that, the Mason just...
1,000 horsepower, 7-litre naturally aspirated V8, sequential gearbox, four-wheel drive. This is when we talk about the tip of the spear of off-road racing.
Mate, this is the great white. This is actually the Megalodon. That's what it is.
Now, I believe this is on board with Clayton Chapman.
Yep.
Yes. Oh, yes.
That's the Mason past us already.
Yeah.
Yeah, he got into the river and he's already passed 2 or 3 cars on the way to a charge. Now the 15 of Clayton Chapman. And now the Brenthal, the last off the line, but that's obviously an out of position.
I'd say they missed
Clayton Chapman was the fastest man yesterday. The other car we're obviously looking for, we didn't see off the line, but he is off the line. It'll be Talbot Cox in the 16. And actually, that's one that in the in-car we're going to be very interested to keep an eye out for. Have a look at this Mason just absolutely powering down. Now, that's the Mendham buggy that just went down in front of the stadium area. So a good run for Dave Mendham. Is it David at the wheel or Alex, the son? Just because there was a period of time where Dave was driving the pink car, Alex was driving that grey 170. But I know that they share driving duties. They do all sorts of stuff. That's so good as a family that you can race that sort of stuff.
So I guess all we can go on is our driver on record of the on our team list here, and David Mendham is down as our driver of record.
Hey, he who does the paying does the saying, right?
Yes.
But a great driver, has been racing for a lot of years, Mendham. Like, heck, I remember that pink Jimco from the first Gundy we ever went to, Josh. Cooper Western. Sounding very good there too. Very healthy package in that. I believe it's LS based, Josh. Does still have the H pattern, which is kind of cool in my opinion. Real men shift gears, right?
In a H pattern. Because I guess technically you're still shifting gears.
Yeah. Thanks, mate.
That's okay.
It's not a good joke if you've got to explain it, mate.
Well, then I guess.
Hey, is that Comiskey? Great to see them out there racing as well. Talked about the change. They went away from the X-Track. Oh, and Steve Kildy's gone the inside line. There you go, ladies and gentlemen.
But looks like
I think Comiskey's going to have that outside run. It's interesting. Because I think it's
a little bit
initially
slower
slower to start
yes.
off with, but then you get the fast line to start
yes.
off with, but then you get the fast line onto. Because that hump about 3/4 down just unsettles even the big trucks on the inside line. So Mason and couldn't pick which race car that was.
Yeah. Maybe Rowan Williams?
It did look potential like a
White
big
Jim
two-seater.
car? Yep.
Oh, and have a listen to this.
So that's the
quite
red nut car. Front end missing off that car. I believe they just cut it off.
Yeah, sitting up nice though, Josh. It actually popped the front end well, and it looks like everything's going well. So Kai Camilleri still in 4th position, as in he finished the race.
Yes.
And the roll happened after the race.
Yes,
so
that's right. After our timing marker, the final jump. So Clayton's still about to complete the ceremonial start, dropping in. Now here's just because you reckon there's a little bit of gamesmanship here,
Absolutely.
giving himself an out. So you'll see under the timing tower now, so the time officially starts now, and you see the increase in the pace, as that's the 48 of McCosker. So that is Daniel Hughes there, the McCosker contracting car, Daniel Hughes. Geez, look at the standing water still out there floating around, but still plenty of...
Floating around the water, you reckon?
Hanging around. But speaking of floating,
Yeah.
that big Mason trophy truck... He's going to have
like
the
a
eyes.
butterfly.
He's going to have the eyes up. Now this looks like Talbot Cox coming past the spectator area slowly. So that's a little bit of a shame.
Yeah, that's heartbreaking.
Yeah, that is not the pace or the RPM we expect out of the 16 as it looks like Clayton already rounding him up. So that is some really sad news.
Is that a flat tyre on the left?
Of Talbot's?
Can't really pick. Because, I mean, if you've lost a belt or oil, or you'd just stop, right?
So a flat tyre, and you think maybe they're looking for somewhere where there's hard enough ground to get out and change it? Because I do understand it would be quite hard to change a tyre in this very soft sand.
Yep, absolutely. Have a look at Smoothie's truck just powering through these water sections. What an unfortunate situation for him, right? He just knows how good this truck is in these conditions. And unfortunately, yesterday's whatever, and we're going to call it a minor issue because the boys got it fixed, so...
Yeah, so Talbot coming back
in.
See, it doesn't look like a flat tyre.
No tyre issue on there.
But definitely not sounding happy.
Seems to be in a higher gear too, Josh. Wonder if it's jammed in a gear. Anyway, let's stop theorising. Hopefully someone lets us know soon. Is he going through the pits or he's going back? We're just looking to the east here, guys, to see whether he has actually pulled up. Yep, so he's looking for some people to look at him. But they're not getting out of the car, and there doesn't seem to be a flurry of activity, so I think that we're going to see, unfortunately, Talbot.
As we see the Mason come up here, I think that now is Rowan Williams.
Yep.
Do
you agree with that, Rowan Williams?
So see that coming up in the water section, the way they got to splash through the water. So this is what they were talking about yesterday. You know, it was almost like running into a bit of a brick wall, some of the guys said, the way it slowed you down. So something they had to manage yesterday. We were talking to some people saying they had misfire issues if they splashed through the water too hard. And then having a chat to Tony Falava, he said with the oil temp issues that they were having, he loved it because they'd splash into the water. It'd splash a bit of water up all over the oil coolers and everything like that and help bring all of his oil temperatures down.
Yep, absolutely.
So funny how one man's pleasure can be another man's pain.
Absolutely. Yeah, it's crazy, isn't it? Now, that's an interesting line that they're up on that high line there. Some great footage here, obviously coming up, you know, that you can see these different lines and the different parts of the racetrack, different opportunities. Again,
currently we're racing west.
Correct.
As I understand.
Yep, absolutely.
Driving out this morning, I had to get my bearings, so I worked out exactly where we were.
And it's interesting too, Josh, because we get to see, again, with this absolutely amazing footage that we've got going on here, is that that there's trees. Yeah, west. Correct. Oh, another one of our... Gee, it's a bit hard to see these buggies coming through, but we did see one stranded there.
I think that's...
And then that looks like the Muir.
Muir guys.
Yeah, Dave Muir.
Yep.
And Courtney in on that one.
Yep, so some of our great local competitors. And as we see now, the switch, the two lines...
Well, even Josh Courtney, one of our fantastic female competitors that we do have, you know, racing here this weekend. Oh, man, that Mason. Let it eat, son. Let it eat.
You see just those different lines. Like you said, the guys are staying out wide, trying to continue, maintain momentum, two-wheel drive in the soft sand, whereas Smoothie just able to cut down a little bit lower and, use that four-wheel drive, use all that big Joe Gibbs performance, 1,000 horsepower, to get that big girl up and on top of the sand. But how good is this? The chopper footage coming direct, live stream direct into your household. Get to see the water splash. We've got drones. We've got FPV drones. We've got choppers. We've got in-car of Clayton Chapman. And that 2JZ. As it looks like we're chasing along.
Trying to pick where the Mason fits into the pack. He's obviously picking him off right now, isn't he?
As
and this is what we were talking about, the Jet Racing car, the 1147. We mentioned that he had issues yesterday. He's on the side of the road. He started right off the line early. That's not a position I would expect that car to be in. But, man, what a weekend for him now. I mean, his hopes of outright positions are dashed, right?
Yes.
But now he's got a great race. Like, he's got clear.
He's going to have a lot of fun on Sunday.
That's going to be a
so that
good
is
Sunday.
Brendan Becker's.
Yeah, one of our essentially, it's a Class 8, but let's call it an Ultra 4 inspired vehicle, that one. Independent front end. It's still got a transfer. That car can still go rock crawling, Josh. Low range transfer. You're not taking a Mason rock crawling. That's what I'm telling you.
It's definitely a multi-purpose tool.
Yes, correct. It is a Swiss Army knife.
Yes.
With a sledgehammer attached.
Yes.
Yes.
It's a very good way of describing it.
Anyway, the moral of the story is that it's a fantastic race car, and I'm sure that they are having their time of their life out clean and clear on the Don. Not a cloud in the sky. Is there? Oh, there's a few little ones that way. But listen, what I'm telling you is it's blue. The breeze is at least acceptable. It's not actually blowing its guts out, which is very nice. And, it's just a perfect day here to go racing. Perfect day to watch these race cars just going at it. Oh, there's the McCosker number. It was 44, wasn't it? 48.
48, mate. So that is Daniel Hughes.
Oh, we're seeing, look, wow. So that back suspension. So that's actually I'm sure it's a Southern Cross, isn't it? So I think it's a Mark 5 or Mark 6. It is one of the latest ones. And they've recently acquired that. I believe those boys have actually come out of a winch scene as well, those guys, and they've come racing.
Yeah, they had a great run yesterday as the FPV comes in behind Clayton Chapman here. I tell you what, this gives you a bit of an idea of the speed that they are carrying there. Like you said, those little FPV drones are known to be absolute rocket ships.
Yep, and that's
flat out, and they are struggling to keep up. Now, I had a bit of a chat to the guys that are operating the FPV drone. I said probably about every 8 to 10 minutes. They're doing a battery change every 5 to 6 minutes. They have 4 or 5 drones, 8 batteries, and they are just rotating through them so that they can keep them up 24/7.
How cool is that?
Tell you what they probably need on board, a bit of custom lithium battery power there.
There you go.
To keep up with their demands. But that's the work that these guys, there's 2 people down there, one flying the drone, one, his whole job is battery changes.
That's insane. Look how rough that is in the Chapman's car as he dived in there under brakes, got around that car, I assume, because there was a car right in front of him. But again, this stuff from Clayton Chapman, the live link, absolutely brilliant. Now, what's that? That's the Solid car, the 1063.
Yep.
Those boys out of Julia Creek.
Yes.
And they build their own frames, their own race cars. They're fast. North Queensland Super Series, they're outright contenders, which is super impressive. Now, that looked like maybe the Williams car coming through the water there, or maybe the King car, now that I think about it. Single-seat Jimco. The Jet car on its way back past the stadium, on its way west, Joshua. So that's absolutely sooting. The Mason Do you think he's done? He's probably at the turnaround. He's actually probably kicking back towards the east now, I reckon. Thinking about where he is on that big open sand track and looking at the motorbike footage that we had yesterday. So a good run there. And again, Smoothie Cattle Co. helicopter up in the air, filming Smoothie's truck running down this river. Big shout out to all the guys that make the live stream possible. It is a huge event. Have a look at this, Josh, because this is another thing that's, I reckon, is just absolutely brilliant about this year's coverage. You can see they actually get up on the banks every now and then. They're up in the trees. They dodge some rocks. You know, if you're just a spectator down here and have seen the previous years, and I'm not knocking previous years, it's been absolutely brilliant what the Don River crew have done. But now we're getting to see the full racetrack in all its glory. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, absolutely. And see the multiple line. It really gives you that higher shot from the helicopter, gives you a good concept or a good perspective of what these guys are going through out there, and the multiple lines and the constant decision making.
Yeah, they're not just running down through a wide open sandy bank. There is real decisions and real consequences out here, I guess is what I'm saying. Now, filming back down towards the spectator area. So big shout out. That's all our spectators rolling in for the morning. Absolutely packed the full length of the spectator area as our Can-Am comes in. So going in for a pit stop.
That's Lachlan Garver.
Yep, they'll be grabbing some fuel quickly.
Or a little bit of an issue there?
Yeah, might be missing just a little bit.
Yep.
But I would think that I'll throw it out there, particularly with the P plate on the back. I reckon that vehicle is set up for short course stuff. So, out of interest, like one of these cars, obviously all our pro buggies and trophy trucks are set up for the likes of Fink, right? Or smashed into that water beside that Pajero there. A little side-by-side with the live footage. But yeah, Josh, sorry, where I was going is if you run a factory tank, you can do all of the Super Series, right? The short course stuff, but you can't do these big, long 3-lappers. So the decision is, do you totally change your vehicle, roll cage, blah, 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 all the mounts and everything else that goes with it, or do you just do a fuel stop and have some fun?
Fuel stop and have some fun.
There you go, Joshua.
Now, speaking of having some fun.
That's why you're never a winner.
Yeah. The 878, Luke Peterson. So we said that is the quite unique.
Peterson's off-road?
3UZ?
3UZ, it is.
That's a 2.7 turbo?
Correct. Four-cylinder turbo?
Yep.
Holy moly. Clayton Chapman has to train his eyes to be able to see where he's going as well every now and then.
As we also see the 647.
No, I think it was the 627, Josh, if you're looking.
You're right. 647 was just through previously, so that's Justin Ryder.
Yeah, Ryder.
The 647 was Garver, who's come in.
Yep, absolutely. So Ryder actually always runs those unique. They used to have Rival ink on the side of the car. They always ran some pretty cool numbers. That's actually how I picked the 627 as Ryder.
When you say cool, as in stylised numbers.
Stylised, yeah.
Yes.
We talk about this 629. See, that's nice and easy to read.
Yeah. Nick
I can see
Pye.
that. Coming in the Can-Am. And this is one of the first of the buggies through. Is that...
that's one of our Class 10 competitors. I think that is the 1026. So that is Brett Baker.
Yeah, and got Black Flag. There's a crew that we haven't heard from in a little while, but Black Flag Motorsports on the side of it. Running Class 5, ran a truck back in the day. So cool to see that crew still out running around.
Doing a great job there. So one of our first Class 10 cars. Now, he has a nice open road as well there. What a beautiful shot here. It's beautiful Sunday morning. Some of the cars we have seen do through this water splash through our FPV. We did see the Class 7 as well, the 762 of Joshua Pyle. As we see, looks like Smoothie, couple of side-by-sides as well.
So again, this is coming right back towards the spectator area now, guys. So it's not going to be too long until we see Smoothie come through at full tilt. And I mean full tilt. That's a man on a mission. Look how fast.
And how good is it going to be? It was something we were a little bit disappointed about yesterday, not getting to hear that big Joe Gibbs 7-litre scream past the spectator area.
Yes, very true. All little loose off the second jump in the 6.1, 6.8. But here the limiter between bumps, Josh, He's not scared.
Maybe 6169.
Let's run with it.
Ryland Burt.
Well, Ryland Burt is not scared of holding it wide. That's what I'm telling you. So a good run there. And again, we've started looking towards the corner where we're pretty keen to get excited about these cars.
We keep an eye. One of the giveaways, obviously, will be keep a bit of an eye up in the sky. We'll see the chopper as well, the Smoothie Cattle Co. chopper.
Again, big shout out to all of these racers and sponsors, and actually RGM Maintenance. They're the guys that put in the big bucks for the live feed, Joshua. So big shout out to the crew there at RGM. They're just mad racers. They ride bikes, they race cars, they're just everything. They just love it, much like all of us down here. So another one of our side-by-sides coming down through the spectator area now. And again, that looks like the Ryder, Justin Ryder car going back the other way. And does that say McLean? McLean in the Polaris?
Yep, Michael McLean, the 626.
Correct. Headed in front of the box there. So nice clean run there. Nicely turned out Polaris too. Bright blue.
Nice easy numbers to read. All the things we really like.
Again, that'll be Williams on screen. And the truck running the other way.
Oh, yeah, the Class 8.
Oh, no.
Luke Peterson.
Unfortunately, that's Human driving back up the centre.
Yep.
This race has been a bit of a horror for them, hasn't it? And it's a shame because they run right up the front. That is a fast, well-sorted truck. And unfortunately, the Don just tests it every year, unfortunately. So, but we say that that's the thing. We look forward to them coming back and having another crack next year.
Yes, I'm sure they will be. They are great competitors.
Paul Brothers Racing, 665.
Closely followed by the 648 as well. So that is Ross Jewell.
I tell you what, Josh, then the yellow bus is sorting.
Yeah, absolutely. So the 828, that is Tanya Gibson.
How cool is that? Wheeling the big patrol down through in front of the spectators. Tanya Gibson. I absolutely love it. The girls out here racing. They ride motorbikes, they race cars, they navvy, they drive. We've got it all happening. So, ladies, if you want to get involved, come on down and race the Don. Testing all the suspension travel on the 608, Joshua.
So that's Jack Henderson.
It was absolutely full droop to full compression in there.
As Darren Angel. We got a bit of a gaggle of cars coming through here. The 160 Darren Angel. The 615, also the 444. So the 615.
Yeah, the 1060's in there too as well, Josh, the new Razorback. So there's 4 cars that you could throw a blanket over in the dust.
And Sant as well. I think that was the 50 of the Razorback.
Yep. And 2 more. Holy moly. There's the Blue Rush truck just came through.
The 440 of Robert Waring. A little bit of boost there as well.
Yeah, that might be that RV boot that just came through. And then the UTV surgery. But there's that many cars that have just come past. That's what, 11 cars?
11. 9 to 11.
0 to 20. Thanks, Joshua. Seriously, guys.
How do we do it?
Does anyone else want to commentate?
Yeah.
No, I'm just kidding.
Mick's asking.
True line?
Yes. 630. 63.
Yep.
So that is Tom Darlington. Just getting a little bit loose there off that jump. That little bump off our finish line jump there where the timing marker set up. Been a little bit tricky. Caught a Can-Am or a Polaris. A Can-Am out yesterday as well as Red Nut Racing. So the 624 through as well. A couple of side-by-sides of race breaking out here. A 622 and the 649. So that is Troy Daly and Nick Copper.
Now this is the Hector truck. Now they rolled this thing over, I think, and they've got it going again. So the 1169, which is awesome. And then Mick Marson. So Oh, this is good. So the 4.98 completing the first full lap.
That's Chris Vowles. Got to be happy with that.
So hopefully they have a much better Sunday than they did Saturday. Although maybe their Saturday was awesome.
Yeah, maybe they had a good... It's the 6.06 of Conroy Devine.
So again, Human just parked across from our spectator area, pulled up as well.
Now we just noticed there from our
Helicopter.
chopper footage. Yes, the bridge was not too far away there, and the chopper come and rip it in. So Smoothie in the house.
And he's got a clear run. Ladies and gentlemen, cast your eyes to the west. Have a look at this. Smoothie is on pace. Have a listen to that Gibbs, Josh.
How good does that sound?
What's that, about 11 billion revs? How do they make them do it? 410 cubes? 8 stack?
Cashola, Danny Curran.
Yes,
that is.
You're right.
That is how they make them do it.
You transfer a big load of money. No, listen, it sounds absolutely unreal. The footage that we're getting
absolutely unreal as well. As the 6169.
Seriously, guys.
Ryland Burt.
Listen, if you love this race, get on the live feed, on the chat, and tell these guys how good this footage is. Honestly, how can you be a hater of this live stream?
Free product.
Free product. You get
shout out to the sponsors that all get involved. Like you said, RGM Maintenance, one of the major sponsors of the live stream.
You're cooked if you do not think this is some of the best off-road racing in the world. In the world. 682 past us now. There you go. Big shout out to our boy Mickey T, Mick Taylor. He's just saying the 63 is actually the ex-Bo Robinson Mendiola. So that's where it come from. Listen, what car hasn't OBR owned, really? Let's start with that. But there you go. Thanks, Mick. Appreciate the information. We love the history of cars. And I tell you what, if there's a guy that knows history of cars, Mickey T is up there with the absolute best.
Well, all the mix are getting involved. Just got a message from Mickey B. He said, not an 8-stack. Twin 95mm throttle bodies.
Really? Very interesting. There you go.
So we are talking about the Joe Gibbs motor that is in Smoothie's truck there. But this is insane, Dan. There is action everywhere.
Did you see there was 9 cars headed to the west, which would be
9 to 11?
No. But they were all headed to the west there. 2 different lines. Look at what we're seeing in front of us, Josh, on the live stream. Unbelievable.
That poor little racer single seat Class 10 there. Got a big foot on its neck. That 2.4. It got no more left to give Mick. Let it have a break as Aaron Phillips comes across. Now that gives you a little bit of an idea of the pace that Smoothie's running at the moment, that big all-wheel drive trophy truck. He dropped into the start line at the same time as Phillips, as the 70
Kevy Knott
of Kevy Knott.
Brilliant. Now, the other guy that we're keeping a good eye on is obviously we want to know where Clayton Chapman's at. I do feel like he gave himself a bit of a dust gap. So Cooper Weston
on a good run as the Smoothie truck hammers back the other way. We've got all-wheel drive Brentals, we've got Mason all-wheel drives, we've got helicopters, we've got V8 Jimcos, we've got naturally aspirated V8s, we've got Red Nut Racing.
Yep, so that's Kai Camilleri trying to get past Williams right at the moment. Josh has literally thrown it's exploded your brain, hasn't it? Where do you get to see this level of racing? I know we're just pumped about it, team, but wow, this is crazy.
Happy Father's Day.
Happy damn Father's Day to you, Joshua. This is the prize that I want. We've got Killer Customs coming past. Oh, McCosker's. So that's the 48 going past as well.
Yep, so that's
Have a look
Daniel
at this
Hughes.
footage of McCosker's car just doing work.
Yep.
Sorry, I should clarify.
Daniel Hughes.
Not McCosker. It's a McCosker sponsor.
Yes.
Hey, you know where I'm going. The 48.
And that is the 15 in the building as well.
Right.
Gee, they're on a good lap.
Yep. Oh, now, unfortunately, Dave Laughlin in the Honey Badger pulled up there. The 170 of David Mendham. Again, hopefully we can get some context of whether Dave or Alex is racing, but I'm assuming Dave is. He's the racer of note.
How good is it to see Australian-built cars out here as well competing? Like you said, we've got the Chapman-built, or the Razorback frames being built by the Chapmans now. We covered in, we see Steve Kildee, that's a custom-built trophy truck frame in-house. We also just had Daniel Hughes, the McCosker Racing, so that's a Southern Cross as well, built here in Australia. Great to see Australian-built cars, Australian-built competitors, all here. Sponsored by Custom Lithium, another great Australian company.
Well, even some of the history we're talking about, like, so the DAC car, the calendar car, is actually Ryan Taylor's old Razorback. So the mid-engine car that the Taylor family finished. And then the other one is that obviously the Williams car is the Glenn Owens car, the 30 that did really well at Fink and has done some other stuff. So, or is it the one, or is it the car before? Car before. So again, a lot of cars with a lot of history. Raced over in WA, now racing here in Queensland. Pretty darn good. Look at this. Look at this footage, the turnaround. This is down the eastern corner, and it's on. Trophy trucks chasing pro cars, chasing unlimiteds. Look at the way that car. So that's Falaba?
Yeah, Tony Falaba.
So that's actually a pro light.
Yep, 3.5 litre naturally aspirated.
Little class 1 car. We're assuming that Kildee has a 7 litre in that now. Like, now that the classes have opened up, why wouldn't you, right? So cool to see. Now, Josh, we're actually joined in the booth by none other than Bailey Cole. How are you, brother? Good to meet you.
Very well. How are you guys doing?
Hold on. We've still got audio effects on number 1. Yep. Sorry, we switched off that mic before because of these audio effects, but we'll try to get it sorted. How are you, Bailey? You winning?
Yeah, doing very well.
Come grab a seat as our tech guys shuffle us out of the way and try to get it up. Mate, how good is this racing right in front of us?
It is so cool.
Yep.
I mean, I love the reverse grid out here. Like, just being able to battle everybody down the river, and the ground is perfect for it out here because it's really heavy, so it's not as bad dusty. And there's so many lanes, so it's such fun racing.
Yeah, awesome. Yeah, and there's just so much going on. Everywhere you look, there's like live feed, there's helicopters, there's drone shots, both ways up and down the river. Like, there's not too many races where, like, you know, you've been involved with Baja, you've been involved with the men. Like, really, they race past and then you see them the next week when they're back in California.
Exactly. Yeah.
Like, and our Fink race is sort of similar, but here you get to see them multiple times on multiple opportunities, and, you know, it's just absolutely crazy to see.
Yeah, and some of those big races, you know, you're 40, 50 miles between the next camera. And here, there's one so consistently, especially with the helicopter. It's back and forth, and yeah, such great racing.
Unbelievable. Now, mate, unfortunately, you flew in last week, and not the way you wanted to finish this weekend. You were actually racing with the
Jack and Amy Milewaters.
Milewaters, yep, that's right. So they were having a good run, and I know you guys have got a great little program going where they go and race with you, you come and race with them. You've done, you know, the Fink, you've done different things. That's really cool.
Yeah, no, we've done a lot of racing together, and, you know, we normally do so well. That car has just been a little difficult for us, but, you know, one of those things, it wasn't even really the car. It just, the motor decided it didn't want to motor anymore.
Unfortunately,
just
I think
one of those days.
The off-road racing tends to find those things, doesn't it?
Yep.
So it's awesome, mate. And again, you guys have done so much in many different fields too, from Ultra 4 to Wee Rock to Baja Racing to California Racing to Fink. To
we were just at Rally in Thailand the week before coming out here. So, yeah, we do kind of everything. If it has 4 wheels and a motor, we're in.
Yeah, that's awesome, mate. So good. And again, like, how good is this? We get to see Clayton Chapman, you know, one of our local young guns here. Well, he's not so young anymore. This is the trip out. Like, I talk about these guys. This kid was 15, 16 racing a Class 7. Yep. And now he's racing in the Unlimited class, and he's a past champion. You know,
really?
Yeah, absolutely. So, you know, he's looking for his second one. Talbot Cox, unfortunately, you know, he's gone into the pits there, and it doesn't look like he's coming back out. But again, he was another guy, and then Ken Battle.
He had a great run yesterday,
he did.
Second overall, right?
So, and then cool also, did you just see that Kai Camilleri's back out there racing? They cut the front off that thing and got it race worthy. And
they
cut
cut the front off?
Oh, only with respect to the bar work and stuff. But yeah, anything that was in their way, they sort of made it work, and they're back out and racing too. So, because they actually finished their lap, the roll was after the finish line. So cool. So yeah, this footage of going down the river, and then the other thing, mate, is how nice is it to be able to sneak into Bowen and, you know, you have dinner at the
Grand
View. Yep. So, yeah, and man, look,
just that closing speed. He is on a mission right now.
Absolutely. Well, he'd know that Smoothie's pushing along pretty good, and, you know, again, unfortunately, Smoothie out of contention with that, but he'd want to make sure that he runs that sort of pace, I feel, and yeah, Clayton really only knows one speed. These boys are actually riding dirt bikes as well. You know that they're swapping between the bikes, so
really?
with the driver and
doing
Navi.
both?
Yep, they're doing both. So yeah, it's pretty awesome to see these guys racing and having a good time. So yeah, a lot of fun. So yeah, it's unreal to be able to see this, and mate, we'd love to see some more Americans come over and bring a bit more artillery with them too, you know?
It'd be fun. I'd definitely love to see a couple of those fast Ultra 4 cars over here
Absolutely.
too. I think they could do some damage.
Yes, absolutely. So motor-wise, do those guys fit into the class with us, like 7 litre, or it's a little bit over?
It would have to be in class 11, I think.
Yep, to run that open class. Yep. Too easy. Because I was going to say that's one of the big differences really between a lot of our equipment and suspension is very, very similar and in line, but it's really the motor classes, because in Australia it's always been the limiting factor. You know, they either run the 6 or the 7 litre.
Yep. And the 7 liter was 2024 was the first year that they opened it up to even 7, right?
Yeah, only just came in, and it made these trophy trucks very competitive.
Smoothie going for another pass?
Absolutely. Yeah, he'll be on a mission. Well, actually, we were talking about one of the Australian-built trucks, that Jet Racing. That's had a good run, hasn't it? And unfortunately, because of yesterday, he's out of position now. What a day for him.
Who is the 48 car?
Yeah, it's the McCosker Hughes. That's right. Yeah. And but it's they're a car out of, I think they're out of Gladstone, to be honest with you. And so good Queenslanders. And there's a lot of, actually Steve Kildee builds his own trucks and does all electrical conversions and bits and pieces, and he's racing that truck as well. So pretty cool to see some of the Queenslanders out here. There's a lot of local guys that are behind this race, and I think now it's starting to get more and more information going out there. You know, we're getting the Western Australia teams.
Some of the winch trucks coming over and just converting their cars to do the desert as well.
Absolutely.
It's really cool.
Well, when Blowout Racing came and had that great run, I don't know if you know those boys, the Marks boys, but when they had that run, they really cranked it along. It was a good thing. I think it captures the attention, right? You get a lot of kilometres in.
Yeah.
So, you know, with a lot of the short course stuff and WTC and any of that, and as fun as it is, you know, you drive your truck for a total of what, an hour for the whole weekend?
100%.
You're doing, 45 minutes a lap. You're getting a lot of time in the seat.
Yep. Same thing in the States. Like, you get the short course races, and it's super fun,
It's
high
awesome.
intensity, but nothing quite like being in the car for 6-7 hours and just cruising.
Yes, absolutely. You find the groove, and then all of a sudden you're doing things. Well, look at this. Hughes absolutely putting on a clinic here as he passes the truck. So that's pretty impressive. And again, an Australian built car. That's actually a company that's been around for, they're probably building cars in the 70s.
Really?
Yeah. So, and they came from the Beam class era. And then, so very, very cool to see these guys running these cars at this pace and still at this pedigree in 2025.
When we had sadly, our front row view on the course yesterday, every time he came past us, he was on the pipe 100%.
Excellent. That's so cool. Yeah, well, hopefully it's someone we see more and more of, because I think they travel to Fink, and so they're doing more of the national events, because I truly think that Don's a national event now, and we've been preaching it for years, haven't we, Josh? We reckon we need to package Fink, maybe Kalgoorlie and Don as a tri-series, like a desert tri-series.
Yeah.
Because a lot of our other races, they're awesome, but they're sort of in the trees, they're a little bit different. Like, this is more like Baja style racing.
Yeah. And I would say those 3 events are truly international level events, because you hear about them in the States, you hear about them down in Mexico, like just massive events.
Yeah, that's so cool. Yep. So actually talking about that, we got the Baja 500 going on at the moment. I don't know if it's started yet, but that's going to be one to keep an eye on. A couple of Aussies 100%. Over there racing. So
we have Toby and Paul over there right now, right?
Absolutely, yeah. So they're racing a Mason all-wheel drive, and then the other family that's over there is the Patriot team. So the Montesalvos,
the twins,
they actually normally come on up here and race. So obviously that's why they're not here. Is they're over there racing? Well, I also think that, I'm pretty sure they had a Get, that Gene Tower. So they had a Get trophy truck, and it's now being sold on. So someone else in Australia has it. So I know that they still have their Illumi Class 10 car, but I think that they're focusing on the American racing, which again we get back to. You get to do 1,000 miles in a truck. I'd love to do Baja, no question. So,
it is a blast.
Yeah, we went over and we were lucky enough to chase in 2016. We actually chased with Cops racing. And yeah, it was really cool just to be involved with that race, and the size of it blows our minds, that sort of thing. So it was so cool.
Yeah, it's such a challenge to do, 1,000 miles in the roughest conditions, but it is a blast to actually make it to the finish.
Yes. And the flip side of this is it's almost a sprint race. We see this Brentford all-wheel drive truck of Comiskey fantastic sponsor that's been on for a long time. But Brett Comiskey just loves racing. He's raced over in America. He is actually a UTV World Series champion there for a little while.
Yep.
So, you know, again, he's another one that's come through. You got to dip the toe in the water. He's an old quad bike racer from back in the day and then jumped in, and now he's racing at the top level in Australia. It's very cool to see.
It's definitely the difference in mentality racing over here, like in Australia versus racing in the States. Because, you know, when you're in the 1,000 and you see that 5-foot G out coming, you take that little bit of speed off to really roll through it. But here, if you don't hit that hole at Mach, you're not going to win the race. And just that mentality of pushing is really
out of interest, do you feel, I'm fascinated by your opinion, do you feel that that's changed a little bit in the last couple of years? Because there's the Tobys, there's the Appadales, there's the Justin Polvardi. Is that how you say his name?
Chris,
yeah.
Yep.
And like they seem to be attack at 100%, right? They're almost like sprint raiders. Or you think they've still got a chill gear to just make sure?
So they definitely still have another gear because you watch them in qualifying and it's that next level.
Yep.
It's almost like when you race over here, you're at that qualifying pace all the time.
Yeah. Oh, it's very true for this race and for Fink.
Yep.
They just run flat to the finish line. That's and someone will make it.
And somebody will make it.
Yeah.
And you're getting that a little more in like the 250 and the shorter events over there.
Yes.
And they are just pushing the whole time. But still in the 1,000, you just there's not a car that can really do 1,000 miles quite yet. At all the pace.
Yep. No, so it's super cool to see all these cars. Back to the race here at the Don River Dash 2025. We've got the off-road rush truck just passing that little 10 Razorback, and is that the McCosker car up on the back of them as well?
I think so.
Oh no, that might be Red Nut. Actually, that might be the 34 of Kai Camilleri making the charge.
And he was 4th overall yesterday.
4th overall.
Right?
So that's what I was going to say. He started from 4th last, and he's on the charge. So they've obviously got that car working well, and you can see no front bumper.
Yep. And
you'd actually have to be a bit cautious about that, wouldn't you? You wouldn't want to give anyone a push or anything like that.
Well, you're not allowed to give quite pushes over here, right? I was warned about that because coming from the States,
yes,
we are told that we can.
Yes,
quite a bit over there.
Yeah,
over here I was told don't do that.
Yes, probably the right answer.
Yeah.
Listen, I'll be brutally honest with you. There's absolutely a cause where I've seen people do a light push to move someone when they're doing the wrong thing because there is. But, you know, if you're going to smash into the back and right, it's much like America. Like, the idea is don't take the back off a car, right?
Oh, no.
Yeah, but the rules state don't bump. Yeah.
One of my favorite things, and Robbie actually taught me it, you just come up real nice behind them and tap and then accelerate through them and take them for a little bit of a ride.
Yeah, listen, when it's done properly, there's no, we actually have a pro car and we've been pushed by a really good guy at Fink, and when it happens, it's almost like you just go, did someone just push it? It's absolutely
perfect.
Are we
going a little faster now?
Yep, and we knew what was going on. It was done to perfection. So, but yes, it can also be done incorrectly.
Yes,
so
I do
agree.
It's never fun when that happens.
Not for anyone.
No.
So yeah, very cool. This is the Black Flag Motorsport car as well. So a little one. I almost feel like, Josh, that might be the old Hartnett car. Solid's back and going. This is excellent because we saw footage of this little car out of Julia Creek. It was parked on the side of the road. So the 1063 is going again. And then, as you were talking about, like almost like one of our Winch Challenge style trucks that would have done that style of work.
And they're from Queensland as well.
Yeah, there's plenty of Queenslanders here. I think this started, it was a great dip your toe in the water to go and look at bigger races, but now it is the big race, right?
Yeah. No, so honestly, coming out here, this is now one of my favorite races I've been to.
Yeah,
like,
brilliant.
Just the atmosphere. Everybody's so friendly, and it's such a fun, fast course.
Absolutely. And I think that's probably due to the fact that it's so convenient to travel, right?
Mm-hmm. And yeah, like we're sitting here watching the racing, and we look up, and we can see the ocean right over the hill. Like,
unbelievable.
Some pretty intense action going on again. Some cars going for passes.
Cooper,
fire.
No. Just there, literally on our screen, Cooper Weston's car is caught on fire.
That's the rush truck, right?
Yeah, that's exactly right. It was a bit of an explosion there for a second too, wasn't it?
Yep.
Bailey? So that's absolutely
definitely
nuts.
Uncle Rodney coming and visiting.
Yes.
Just blew out the side of that motor.
Yeah. So hopefully not a big issue. And sorry, I missed that. Is that now Clayton Chapman's car on a charge? So
I don't. Oh, that is Chapman.
yeah, so that's our fastest vehicle on course right at the moment. Or unless the Masons, I haven't seen the Mason for a short second. Hopefully they're still running Smoothie's truck.
It's definitely the car in the contention right now.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, looking to go for the 2-peat.
So he won last year.
No, Kent Battle actually won last year, but unfortunately Kent had motor issues this year again. So never ideal in any way, shape, form.
Nope. And they're on their way back.
Yep, so they've done the corner.
And that's the 48 car as well.
Yeah, Hughes, yep.
Yep.
The McCosker contracting car, so...
And just look at the way that car accelerates. He is pushing hard.
Yep.
And dancing through the holes.
Yeah, absolutely. So one of those things, I think, isn't it? Like Clayton Chapman, they've just got that so dialed.
Yeah, and you can even watch it there. Like, they didn't get quite as hard off the hole, but then they got into the whoops and it just ate them.
Yep, absolutely. Now, this is a bit of a shame because I think that's the big Brentford truck, and then behind that's Dave Muir's truck. Muir's the local that's up here in a geyser, and unfortunately didn't finish yesterday and didn't finish today, so...
Yeah, proven to be a brutal race course.
No, those effects are so good.
It is so the ground being so soft, and it's honestly a hard thing to even put into words. Like, it is so thick but super soft, so it does damage to the transmission. It makes the motor work hard. It's just a really brutal race to be racing 100% the entire way through.
Yeah, absolutely. There's Mick Marson, one of our event organisers too, Bailey, running in these little single seat.
So that was me. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, so he has a good time out here. He's waiting for a truck to be built over in America.
Yep. And then, that was a Jimco 2000 car, I believe, right?
No, his car, so that's Jason Keen's. So that's a single seat Jimco. Mick, very tied to racer engineering, so it's a little racer. It's actually a stadium short course car, like a Crandon car.
Yes.
Yeah. I was going to say, you know more than I do about that, but it's a short course car.
Yep. And then he's getting his new truck built over in the States right now.
Correct,
right?
because the 32 was his old racer engineering race car. And Mick's actually, I don't believe, Mick's never won this race, has he? And he's been second, leading.
He's always right there.
It's right there, and unfortunately, it's just never come there. Like, literally the 11th hour, like in the last 3 or 4 minutes, something goes wrong. One year he lost a tyre right at the finish, and just lost that first position. So, yeah, it's absolutely crazy. And I suppose that's this racing, isn't it? Sometimes you're right there and you just never get it. But Kai Camilleri, the Red Nut Racing boys, they are on a charge again.
Passing Dixon in the winch truck car.
Yes,
just
absolutely.
Moving. Yeah. Another Brenthal.
Yeah, the 961. Yeah, there's a bit of a push there for the Brenthals coming in for a little while, and they're a really cool thing.
Yep.
Actually, is that the old West Lime, or it's still West Lime's buggy? So West Lime too, Bailey, they're another crew that came in. They sort of they had a couple of little side-by-side, and then they just went full in. They bought
Just
a Geyser,
committed.
a Brenthal trophy truck, and they actually ran a Brenthal buggy for a while there too, but there's some combination of that now that they're racing, so it's pretty cool. And those boys, particularly, the Cummins boys in the Brenthal truck is very, very fast. Has been right up the pointy end at Fink, been right up the pointy end here. But unfortunately, I don't see them out racing. So yesterday, I think they had a bit of a horror run, unfortunately. And again, that's the way it goes here at Don River Dash.
Yeah. It is easy to just have things go wrong. And
wow, look at the water through everything. It's so tough, isn't it?
So yesterday, that is the one section of water I really went deep into, because that water is super, super deep right there.
Yeah.
And it gets so narrow, you actually have to lift, and
That was the in-cab of Clayton Chapman. I was going to say, he was the car on the far visually left, but on the right of the race course.
Yep.
And, just swallowed that car whole with the yellow lights. That's crazy, isn't it?
Yeah, and there's fallen trees on the left-hand side and the right-hand side, so you really have to thread the needle and be precise through there as well.
Unbelievable, yeah. No, fascinating. It's such good footage.
Going for a pass in that nice tight corner.
Hey, DC, I just got a little bit of a message as well, mate. You were smack bang on the money when you said that Talbot sounded like he was in a higher gear. They broke a selector cable, so they were stuck in a gear there. But, yeah, we look like that is Clayton Chapman in the 15 machine on a good run there.
And Talbot and Mick race together, right? They're going to be racing that racer truck over...
Yes. Yeah, and Mick having a new racer getting built as well, and they also have an older... generation racer that they compete in fairly regularly as well.
Yep.
But great to see. No, I was talking to Mick at Fink this year. He said the plan is to do a little bit of testing, but bring it straight back to Australia and race over here. So continue to step up the calibre of cars that are here in Australia, but they really are world class.
And speaking of that, you guys have like 4 or 5 Masons coming over here, I've heard. Right?
Yeah, which is crazy to think as well, you know, that they're proven to be a very popular thing here in Australia. The 647 in as the 469, the Hectic Racing Boys. A little bit of a misfire there. Is that the old Pro Truck?
So I believe that misfire was actually the Can-Am coming through.
Yes.
Because they have anti-lag on the car, so when they get to the lower speed, they pop and sputter, but they're meant for it.
Yeah, but the level of cars here in Australia, you know, we see lots of top flight buggies as well, like unlimited buggies as well. You know, there's a couple of hammerheads floating around. Like we said, the Brenthals. We've got, you know, big racer engineering buggies as well, and then the trucks. Like you said, Brad Gallard now campaigning the Get truck. There's lots of Masons, 2-wheel drives, 4-wheel drive Masons, Tisco trucks as well. Like, yeah, there's a lot of high quality gear floating around Australia at this point in time as well.
And the UTVs are seeming pretty popular as well. Like the
absolutely.
Nixon car that just drove by got built 1 week ago.
Yes.
And out here racing. Pretty cool to see. But yeah, I think there's 4 or 5 Mavars out here.
Yeah.
All pretty much brand new, right?
Yes. Yeah. The Mavar is definitely proving very popular. And as we were saying, one of the great things about the UTVs or the side-by-sides, as we call them here in Australia, is it's one of those classes where there's a lot of factory involvement as well. Polaris ride on board hard, Can-Am on board hard. You know, it's back to sort of like, I guess you guys might say Ford and Chevy, but like our Ford and Holden, like Bathurst racing days as well. As the 808 comes in as well, a little bit of a front mudguard hanging out there as well. So hopefully just nothing too major, maybe a little bit of water. As we see the 10 car of Mick Marson battling the 828, I believe that's the yellow school bus. But how good are these onboard shots?
It's so good.
But that's one of the great things that we're able to do here at Bowen.
Yep.
So close to town.
Is this using like the Starstream setups
Yep.
and that kind of stuff?
Yes.
That's really cool.
Yeah. As we see Smoothie making his way back in, so that is his second lap done and dusted.
Speaking of Masons,
yeah,
it's on a mission.
Almost right on time there. So what a fantastic run for them. Obviously having that little gearbox or converter issue yesterday, but now getting on top of that. Seeing it out here, like you said, that deep soft sand, doing 150 kilometres in that is pretty brutal on your gear. Like you said, even just the way it affects your brake pads or your universal joints, gets up into your CVs if your boots come loose and stuff like that. So it's a very hectic little race.
Yeah, you have to deal with the water, the soft, like it's just all the elements all in a sprint.
But it is it's an exciting race. There's action everywhere we look. Sometimes it is a little bit hard to keep up. But I tell you what, yeah, Smoothie obviously having a great Sunday, and it's great. He's come all the way from Western Australia as the 648 pops across. And also the Hectic Pro Truck heading back the other way. The 440, so the Rush Truck in as well.
Do we know who's kind of leading right now? Do we have live scoring?
Going to be an interesting one because, like you said, I think Smoothie's going to lay down some fast times today, but unfortunately with the DNF yesterday,
just being out of that overall hunt.
Yes,
he will be tough to beat today.
Absolutely. Well, that's right. It's a nothing to lose situation for him, and be interesting to know. I'm sure that Clayton and Adam, being the very savvy racers that they are as well, they would have noticed that Talbot pulled over as well, their closest competitor. Not saying that they can rest on their laurels, but I believe it was only a couple of seconds difference between Talbot and Clayton yesterday, and then there was a little bit of a gap back to third position.
I think it was about a 20-second gap and then about a 2-minute gap past that. So
Yes.
a little bit of breathing room, and if they got past the guy in third off the line, they know they can sit at that pace and not have to really worry about it.
Yeah, probably one of the advantages of the reverse grid that we don't talk about is, you know, that if you've caught someone, you're ahead of them. That's right. You don't actually have to get past them or worry about where they are. As the 160 of Darren Angel through, and we see from our beautiful scissor lift shot here of the smoothie truck
just
running back.
Mission. And they are also... Trav is in the passenger seat of that, I believe, right?
Yeah, so Trav obviously got an all-wheel drive. Mason as well, just recently into the country, having a good drive as well with that thing. So he'll be offering Smoothie plenty of tips and techniques on how to get that thing right up the pointy field. As the 878 completes their second lap as well, and the 63. So that is Tom Darlington through and Luke Peterson.
Sorry, boys. So I was just on Race Monitor. Now that you said that, Bailey, excellent. There is live times on there. It looks like Clayton Chapman is the fastest so far today with a 23.26 on his first lap. Then Brent Smoothie with a 23.37. So only 9 second split there. Then 48, you called it. Daniel Hughes is charging, so he's having a cracking run there with a 23.49. Then Kai Camilleri, then Brent Comiskey, Cooper Weston, Steve Kildee, James Sant, he's in the 50 Carbon Racer, and Brendan Becker's in the 1147. Kevin Knott having a good run as well in the 78, and Zach Marsh. So then the first of our Class 6 is in 12. So plenty still going on. Dave Meta, Aaron Phillips is in there. So all that is on race-monitor.com. You can follow along as Brett Comiskey comes through. But it is Clayton Chapman, the fastest man on track, sort of as expected.
And Kaminsky is in an all-wheel drive Brenthal, right?
Yes, all-wheel drive Brenthal. Just made the change recently to a Australian-built War Speed 7-litre and then changing over to the Albans as well.
Okay.
So I believe Brenthal, when it first came with a Dynatrack gearbox, I think it had. As we see the 15 come through as well, the helicopter chasing after them as well.
And that is our lead car.
Yes.
15 of Chapman, right?
Yes. We also see Kevin Knott in the 78 through as well. So they were inside the top 10 and hoping to be able to maintain that position today. Looks like they're having a good, solid run. Having a chat to them yesterday, they said they had a couple of dramas with turbo motors consecutive years here in the Don River Dash. So ditched the turbos and went to the naturally aspirated V8. And back here having a much better run.
Josh, that's the 682. That's Brent Story at the 682.
Yes, so there we go. Sorry, the 682 machine just rolled past as well. So that's Brent Story. That's our number one motorbike.
Really?
So that is our current leading competitor on the motorbike, actually doing double duties this weekend. So racing a Can-Am as well as racing a YZ 450 as well.
Yep, and then the third place car.
Yeah, Hughes came through. Yeah. So a good run for them as well. Yesterday they had a little bit of an exhaust issue. The muffler had cracked off and was just flapping there, but obviously able to repair that because it didn't sound like it was not running a muffler there. But geez, what a good run there. Great shot there of that Australian-built Razorback 2JZ Albans gearbox just powering along.
So would that be a 7-liter in that car?
No, it's a 3-liter.
3-liter
inline 6. So a Toyota 2JZ. So overnight part. Yeah, have you ever watched Fast and Furious? Overnight parts from Japan. Yeah. That's what we're running there. So, but plenty of mumbo out of that. We're probably talking somewhere north of. Well, he said on high boost it makes a touch over 700 at the hubs.
At the hubs?
At the hubs, yes. So
that's like big block trophy truck numbers.
Yes. So plenty of performance out of that little buggy there. So, and that's right. Like that amount of motor strapped into a lightweight buggy. It's easy to see why it does get moving
for a car that probably weighs 1.5 ton.
Yes.
Yeah. That's wild.
It's a rocket ship.
Metric ton or imperial ton? No.
Yes.
So we see Tony Falaba come through as well there. So hopefully they got on top of their little issues and able to manage it. We see Smoothie out using that. Oh, Smoothie. Comiskey out using that outside line to good effect there.
Yep. It does just seem like go wherever the other cars are on this course.
Yeah, absolutely. And like you said, it's that little bit of management as well. It seems like it's a little bit slower to get started, but then once he gets it wound up, he definitely seems to reel in those big cars as...
And I'm sure as the course progresses and just gets rougher and rougher, that's where the trucks will really start to pick up their speed.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's just better for... And there's Mick again in his 10 car.
Yeah, the little 10 car, Mick. What a great competitor. What a great human being of off-road racing. Like you said last night, they were already planning on what they were going to do to come down and try and clear some of the water off the track. So last night after the bikes, him and Talbot were down operating machinery to try and get the track cleared.
Just such good competitors and guys.
Just love it.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's
they've stopped by our pits a handful of times since being here, and just amazing guys.
I mean, who's going to say a bad word about Mick? I wouldn't be brave enough to.
No. And yep, there's Dixon in the winch truck again, still getting his laps in.
And the 6108 as well.
I'm good.
Now we, Now we just also got a little bit of info there while we got the Ultra 4 man through with us as well. Did get a little bit of interest. The 1147 is 100% that Ultra 4 car that launched at about 5 stories into the air and flat landed it. So that was some very popular YouTube footage floating around Australia for a long time.
Was it that car?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, the 11. So there you go. Even the Americans have seen it. So yeah, there was a few well-known four-wheel drive influencers at that event, and kind of broke the internet for a little while there. It was definitely floating around a lot of Instagram stories. That's for sure.
And that was built by Shannon at Davimac.
Yes.
Yeah, it's a really good car. Yeah.
As we also saw Rowan Williams make his way through there as well. So great to see those guys having a good run as well. Just recently, once again, made the change to a naturally aspirated V8.
Because they were having lots of issues with
the
their
turbos as well. Yes.
Yep.
So great to see them out competing. I know they were fairly heartbroken and almost at the point of giving it away, and then made the choice to switch over to that naturally aspirated V8, aiming for a little bit more reliability rather than chasing the nth degree of horsepower. Speaking of horsepower, there we go. We had the smoothie truck there.
I think that's kind of a similar place where we are with our car over here. We are talking about putting that up on the market and building a car over in the States to bring back over here.
Hey, so Bailey, thank you very much for coming and joining us up in the commentary booth. We really do appreciate it. If you want to swing up a little bit later on, come on in. Come hang out in the aircon. It's a little bit cheeky.
Way nicer up here and a great view.
Yeah. But thank you so much for coming up and having a chat and giving us a little bit of an insight to what you guys are doing and what's happening in the States, and just giving us a different perspective on our racing here in Australia.
Thank you guys so much for having me, and yeah, I'll definitely swing in later.
Awesome, man. Thank you very much. But isn't it great that we've got some great Americans here? I mean, that is really the strength of the Don River Dash. It is attracting heaps of international competitors. We've got heaps of interstate I'm sure when Mick and Talbot first started this, they thought, if we get a couple of people from New South Wales, we'll be stoked.
Yep.
Now we've got international competitors. We've got competitors coming all the way from Western Australia, and now all the way from the United States of America.
Yeah, that's so cool. They've done so much. So, wowzers. Dave Cole came over years ago, which is Bailey's dad, to Tough Truck down in Milberdale, and then Bailey's been coming back to Fink and now to the Don River, and just that passion that they're floating around between races is super cool. So Bailey Cole, big shout out to you, mate. And looking forward to you coming back and racing again. So very cool. Again, that footage. So ladies and gentlemen, back to the race. Obviously, again, we love having competitors all the way over from all over the world. And again, we'd open the invitation for just top spot for it. The 1060 going down towards the east. Oh no, now we've got something very wrong with the front end of that Can-Am Maverick, so they'll get it into the pits. But it's obviously done a steering arm, I'd say, on the front of that 620. Might be a 629. Sorry about that shot. But yeah, again, the 629, just as it goes past, again, obviously that front link essentially broken off that car, the left-hand side, so no good. Nope, still there.
Sorry, just having a little technical drama. We're still trying to work out how to get the robot effect off one of our...
off the old roadcaster?
Off the old roadcaster.
Listen, we're not known for being good commentators, let alone good techs, so moral of the story is we're getting there. Hope you're enjoying beautiful Sunday again. Giving your father something. It is Father's Day here in Australia. September. I tell you what, a father that's having a bit of a win here is young Clayton Chapman. He's having a great Father's Day out here at the Don River Dash. Now the 50 of Sant.
Having a good run?
No, coming in, Joshua. Not having a good
looking
run.
the wrong way.
Yep, so...
Now what we do have as well, Dan, we're going to jump in here as well for a little bit. Young Sebastian.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Grab
Young
a headset,
Sebastian.
brother.
Come on in here.
Take your hat off for a second there, young fella. Throw these on. Can you hear us?
Yeah.
Very good. Now, how are we
Awesome.
doing today, brother?
Good.
So, yesterday was your 13th birthday?
Today.
Today?
Oh,
and
what
you've
a
come
day.
all the way from Western Australia.
Yes.
And this was your birthday present?
Yes.
Well, we've got a little something here for you, mate, that you can hang up in your bedroom here. So it's this is last year's winner. So we've got Kent Battle and Liam Walsh here as well, mate. But we just wanted to get you up here and present this to you so that you can take it all the way home with you, and hopefully remember the time you made it all the way over to the Don River Dash. Now, I reckon if you get yourself a Nico and cruise around the pits, I reckon, or hang around for the car event and the bike event, there'll be a couple of guys that would happily autograph this for you as well. So, mate, congratulations. Happy 13th birthday.
Thank you.
And enjoy.
Thanks.
Awesome, mate. So, listen, I want to ask a few more questions as well. So, is it true? We were told that you asked specifically, you said, for my 13th birthday, I want nothing more than to come to the Don River Dash. Is that true?
Yes.
How did you hear about the Don River Dash?
In ADB magazine.
Awesome. So, you read ADB religiously?
Yes.
Listen, I'll tell you a story. We're so old that that's how we got into motorbike riding. We used to read ADB, and then we read about these desert races like Fink and all these things, and they just got us hyped up. We were dumb enough to go and ride the Fink desert race. Are you going to come and ride Don at some point? Because you're obviously a motorbike boy, or you like the trucks as well?
Yes.
Like all of it, just as long as it's got petrol and goes fast.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Who's your favourite motorbike rider?
I don't know, all of them?
All of them?
Yeah.
That's a good answer, because they are all legends and rock stars, aren't they?
Yes.
Absolutely.
And you got a bike yourself?
Yeah.
What do you ride?
KDM 85.
My man.
good
Well
choice.
done. Well done.
Awesome, brother. Well, that's absolutely unreal. And we're no doubt, listen, you can come up and join us in the booth anytime and have a bit of a yap about the motorbikes. If you feel it, you come up and you call us to the motorbikes through the finish line with us. Sound like a deal?
Yeah.
Done. Legend, mate. You have a great birthday, and we'll be talking to you real soon.
Awesome.
Thank you.
No, thank
Awesome.
you very
Thanks,
much.
Sebastian. How
Thank you.
cool is that? Mum and Dad come all the way over. Obviously, it's a flight over. Yep. Oh, you drove over. Drove from Cairns here. That's awesome. We got Mum in the tower with us as well, and that's awesome. So, yeah, to be that committed, what a man! You got a monster on your hands. That's the problem.
Dad and bro are down on the floor.
Perfect. That's absolutely awesome. All right, guys, we'll see you around, and that is absolutely unreal at the Don River Dash. Let's make it, and that's a. There's a lot of petrol head blood in there, Joshua. I think.
Yeah, absolutely. What a great young fella there. Super excited.
Yep. Hopefully, we get him in the box and he can call
And start
across.
taking over from us.
Well, I didn't want to say that, but he'd probably make more sense. Let's be honest.
Yeah, absolutely. And all of the drivers and riders, if you see a young fella getting around that has a Don River Dash sign, he hasn't actually hasn't stolen it. He's actually.
Sorry, mate. We're just doing a bit. Yes, he hasn't stolen it. He wants some signatures, and it'll be all sweet and done and dusted. Awesome. Hey, mate. So, sorry, we're just joined in the box as well by Lewis.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, excellent. Over from America as well. So
Yep.
you came over as part of the Bailey Cole team and just come to have a look at this place and all the racing over here. How is it your first time to Australia?
No, I actually came last year to the same...
To Don?
To Don, yeah.
Yeah, awesome,
Yep.
mate.
Yep.
And what brings you over every year?
So I'm the shock tuner. I do all the shockies. So this time we just been doing... We didn't get to do much.
I should have picked that up. You've got all tech on your shirt. So you obviously work with Wayne?
Yep, I work with Wayne. Wayne's raced down here many times. He's actually won with Shannon in Fink. But yeah, I work with Wayne. I've been working with him for the last 5 years. But yeah, I came down here to help Jack and Amy with the shocks and the Defender. We got to do a lot more tuning in the Defender than the actual
That's the
trophy.
pre-runner Defender? That's very cool, that piece of equipment. Yeah.
Yep, it was really nice to be able to test it and tune it and do all the little things that we have to do to make it right.
Absolutely. So out of interest now, because you've got a good range of experience from Fink to American racing, Baja, Mint, all those sort of things. How do you feel about the Don? What do you see that's different? What's the same? How's the setup differ? Was there a lot that you changed to make it work?
Here it's a lot of bit fast, and then you have to find the range between it being smooth and the small stuff, and then being able not to bottom out on the big jumps and stuff like that. I mean, the track here is really, really fast. We don't have much sprint races like this in America.
Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off there, but just for if you're listening along, so an average mile an hour at, say, a Baja 1000 is like 55 to 60 miles an hour, which is about 100 k's an hour.
Yep.
Whereas you're talking about here at, say, a Fink or a Don River, they're doing 150, 160 average speeds.
Correct, yep.
So, we're talking about, just for these guys that if you're not, you're not seeing what we're seeing, essentially we're doing in miles an hour, 35 miles an hour faster as an average speed over this race course.
Yep.
But Baja tends to be big, hard rollers, doesn't it? Like, some of the stuff.
If you're talking instance San Felipe, it is really rough course. It's actually rougher than doing the 500 or the 1000, just because it is, one, it's a sprint race, and two, there's tons and tons of whoops.
Yep.
Tons of whoops. So that's one of the big things is it's a sprint race, but it also has big whoops. So it's very similar to this, but obviously 250 miles.
Yeah.
And it's just a sprint race, and whoever has the best car at the end is gonna either win the class or overall it. So
awesome. No, it's so cool to see just the differences in racing, because I think we do talk about that a bit with the Australian stuff. Is like, what is the best in America now? Masons are obviously awesome bits of gear. There's lots of, they're pretty awesome, and they're doing well here as well. But it is the different style of racing. It's that sprint style racing versus endurance of 1,000 mile, which again 1,600 kilometers. That would be a crazy race in Australia. We do 400.
And but going back there, especially going to Baja, there's a lot more logistics that goes into it. The pit strategy, where are we going to pit, how much gas we're going to put in, do we need extra tires, all that extra sort of stuff. It's logistic wise down there, it's just as much as being prepared for the car being prepared, just as much as logistics.
So do you find yourself sometimes out, because like you said with the 1000, say when it's a peninsula run, you will say short pit a car and maybe fuel it up even when it's only half empty, because it's a good spot to pit, like it might be on the highway or something like that, rather than just going, okay, we can do 350 mile on a tank of gas, so our pits are just going to be 350. So that's another little race strategy thing that comes into your different style of racing.
Personally, in racing, I would rather get fuel before it gets empty, or try to push the limits of the vehicle, because especially if you're down there somewhere and you find yourself on the side of the road somewhere where it'll take your crew members an hour, 2 hours just to get to you, it's just better just to stop, get some fuel, and go on your way.
Yeah, which is such a different strategy, because I guess other than Fink, a lot of our races are loop races as well, so the pits are always in the same spot and everything like that. Just the unique difference of Australian racing and American racing.
Yep, for sure. Yep, definitely. I mean, sometimes we do about 20 to 25 pits if we're doing the 1000.
Wow.
Yep, it's a lot of pits. So, and then you got to get the extra crew members. You got to get the chase truck. Make sure you have the appropriate parts in the chase truck. It's a lot of logistics down there for sure.
Absolutely. Now, talking of logistics, Lewis, have you been down to Airlie? Have you done a little tour around Queensland?
We actually went to Airlie last night. We put the feet in the water. We had a good time. Played a little bit of footy. We went down there. I was there last year as well. Did a lot more touristy things last year, because we did. Actually, I flew in from Sydney last year and then we did some tuning down in New South Wales, and then from there we came all the way up to Bowen. So yeah, it's been a good time.
Awesome. And your flight back is pretty soon, or you got time? You're going to pull up in Brisbane or anything else?
We will go into Brisbane, and I think we're gonna stay down there for a day or two, and then fly out on
have a little
next
look
week
around?
on Friday. Yeah, we're gonna go. I forget where we're going here tomorrow, but we're gonna go have some fun tomorrow and the next couple days and relax, and then drive back down to Brisbane and have some fun.
Oh,
down
doing
there.
the road trip.
Yes,
Excellent. Yeah,
definitely. Yeah, last year we did more of a road trip, but yeah, we definitely doing a road trip.
Yeah, excellent. Very good. Get to see the all the sights of the, we wouldn't say outback Queensland, but a bit more remote than probably what you guys are used to. Yeah,
Definitely. Yep.
Yeah,
Especially where I'm from, there's a lot of cities and
Yes.
things that you can go to. But no, yeah, it's interesting. I mean, there's a lot more farms out here, a lot of more cattle.
Yes.
But yeah, it's been good.
Awesome, mate.
Sweet.
Well, that's absolutely awesome
Yep.
that you're out here and checking the place out. It's good to hear that you're enjoying it, and
Yep.
we look forward to hearing more of your adventures. Well, hopefully we see you here next year.
Yep, you'll definitely see him here next year. So
Awesome,
yeah, we'll
mate.
be ready. Maybe the Fink.
Yeah, love it.
perfect. Yep.
Ah, just stay from Fink and just stay to Dom.
I don't think my visa's going to let me do that.
Yeah, no. Tell Wayne that he's got to put you up in a motel in the shower.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Yep.
I like
well,
it.
maybe I can bring him down.
Yeah,
we gotta,
absolutely.
We got to bring him down. We've been trying to bring him down last year, Fink, but he has a lot more things that he's more worried about back in the States, so
Absolutely.
it's hard for him to get down here,
Yep.
but that's why he has me down here.
He came down out early, though, didn't he? Like in 2012 or something? Was Wayne out here? Yeah.
I don't know when's the last time
Yep.
he was down here, but
Yep.
yeah, he comes down early and then leaves right after the race, but
It is a very busy time. Unfortunately, it's funny, isn't it? How, and it's obviously the weather and the race. Like Fink falls almost exactly on the 1,000, doesn't it?
500.
The 500, yep.
And then this one's on the 400. So it's interesting that there's so much racing happening on similar weekends.
Yeah, we actually have a race going on right now, Legacy race down in Cedar City, Utah, and then we have we had Crandon last week.
Yes.
And then we have the 400, and then we'll get ready to go. This is going to be the last race or we have a last couple races for Ultra 4. We got a West Coast Series, and then the Nationals out in Havasu, and then we'll be straight on for the 1,000 King Hammers for next year. But yeah,
that's
tons
awesome.
of racing left in the year, and get ready for next year.
Yeah, brilliant. Well, mate, it's always a pleasure to talk to you, and we'll see you again
Awesome.
next
Appreciate
year.
it, guys.
Yeah, we'll come back up anytime.
Oh yeah, thank you.
Very good.
See you guys. Thank you.
See you, mate. Awesome. Well, joined from the boys. So you go from PCI, aren't you?
Yes, sir.
Get the connection. So again, with all the middle waters, just brings them down. Doesn't it? I love this. So it's awesome, mate. Is this your first time to Australia? You've been
Yes,
down
it
before?
is.
And how are you feeling?
It's been awesome. It's been a great trip.
Yeah, that's so good, mate. Yeah, it's a great place, and again, like Bowen is a place to come. Honestly, between it and Alice Springs, there's some good spots, and Alice Springs is truly remote desert out there, whereas this is the ocean. Like there's yachts in the what am I saying?
In the harbour.
Marina, in the harbour, and great motels that you can stay. You can also swag it. You boys told me you're swagging this year.
Yeah,
How
back
good's that?
stealing a little bit.
Yeah, got a bit of canvas over you.
Oh, yeah.
You're having the true Australian experience at the showgrounds.
Yes, sir.
At the fair.
Yeah, it's been nice.
Yeah, nice. I'm trying to use my Aussie slang. No, that's awesome, mate. And it's great that you guys can come down and have a look and see some of this racing. Again, some of it's probably very similar for you guys, but we've also got some uniquely Australian flair on it. Is that a fair statement?
Definitely.
Yeah. Awesome. There's a lot more mullets in the showground than you're used to.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So what's been some of the highlights for you being down in Australia at this point in time?
It was really nice getting down here, getting out on the river, actually, doing some pre-running.
Yes.
Getting to see the course.
Yes.
It's a really cool course. It's really fast.
Yeah.
Excellent.
Yeah, sorry.
No,
I was
just-
talking about fast. Is this the Mason
Smoothie
coming
on the way
in?
back in,
And
yes.
is that third lap?
Yes. Third
Wow.
lap completed.
Yeah, that's unreal. So, again, some of this PCI radio stuff, mate, some of the things that have happened recently, all the comms and the Starlink and the information, these guys are live streaming. It's crazy how
It's
fast
awesome.
this technology's happened, isn't it?
Yes.
So it's so cool to see the Smoothie coming in over the final finish line jump. Absolutely nuts that those boys have done that lap. That is a uber fast time. Wow.
Smoothie getting a little bit loose there.
Came in hot.
Yeah, he did come in very hot. So the 847 is actually going to be the first vehicle home, which is super impressive there.
Yeah, good turnaround for those guys. Obviously having their converter / gearbox issues yesterday, and obviously well and truly on top of it, because I don't think they've lifted off the accelerator since they dropped into the creek earlier today. It looks like they got a little bit of a clean air gap between our next cars as well.
Yeah, so Kai Camilleri in there as well, Joshua. That car, that was Kai pulling in, but I didn't see him come through the front, did you?
No.
But we may have been chatting too, which
Yes.
does happen. We get a bit excited in the
definitely
box. But yeah, it's so cool to see all of this racing happening up and down the pit box. It's very cool to see some of these vehicles in here. Again, it's an absolutely awesome setup that the crew here at Don River Dash have got organised. So again, mate, you're doing the road trip as well. Like you're flying out on Sunday, so that's awesome, and you're looking forward to having a look around Brisbane and a few of the other things.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's super cool, man. It's going to be very exciting to see, what you guys think of Brisbane, and hopefully we see you back very soon, mate, because,
I think I will be.
Perfect. Book those flights for Fink and book them for Kalgoorlie. There's plenty of great races in Australia that I think you'll really enjoy. And no doubt, if anyone needs some radio equipment,
Radio
bits
tech
and pieces,
brought
you're
across,
the man
yeah.
to talk to. Where
Yes,
do
sir.
we find out? PCI.
PCIRaceRadios.com.
Perfect. I'll put you on the spot there. Sorry, brother. I was doing the pitch line for you.
No
But yeah,
worries.
make sure we run PCI. There's lots of great products out there. And yeah, so make sure you jump on board and have a look at all of that stuff. And hey, it's great that you guys are over here and checking out the gear and looking at the Australian conditions. I think that makes a big difference when, the suspension guys and the vehicle manufacturers and the radio manufacturers come out and have a look.
Yeah.
Awesome.
It's definitely very different.
Yeah, cool. I like that. I like the way it's the Australian way, right?
Yeah.
He goes, they talk fast.
Yeah.
They've got a lot of slang.
Yes.
Yeah. But no, it's cool, mate. We absolutely enjoy it. And we're glad that you made the trip over.
Yeah, I'm glad I got to be out here. I'm stoked to be hopefully coming back next year and bringing a little more PCI gear. Going to be having support in the pits next year, I think.
Perfect.
Excellent.
That's unreal. You heard it here first. PCI. I like it. So awesome, mate. We're still we're thinking that the McCosker 48,
Yes,
Hughes will be in
Daniel
soon.
Hughes is who we keep a bit of an eye out. We should also be seeing Rowan Williams and Clayton Chapman at some point in time
Yep.
as well.
So here's another one of our side-by-sides coming down the main straight. He'll be on the third lap at the moment, so that's pretty awesome. That's Nixon.
Yes, yeah.
Brand new car. You heard 4 days they built this vehicle ready to go. Gone to the new Can-Am. That's pretty wild what Bailey was talking about, the anti-lag.
Yeah,
so every time they slow down, that's not missing. That's apparently anti-lag on that thing. It's ready to go at any given time. They're true race cars now. It's absolutely amazing to see how far they've come. You guys over in America have actually got Can-Ams winning outright over there. The one won the Ultra 4, the King of the Hammers, and the 6168. The fact that it's back in, Nixon always fast.
Yeah, they are out-and-out race cars now these days, aren't they? The way they sound, the way they operate those crazy upper arms on the top of them. But that's a great run. And isn't that that's really a testament to the research and development that has gone into these Can-Ams? They've, like you said, turned that car around, got it race ready in 4 days, and it's across the finish line. As we also got the chopper now chasing Clayton Chapman. He is not far from being into the building. That definitely looks like he is making his way back towards the west.
Yeah, I'm not sure, Josh, what's going on. I'm trying to look at my race monitor live times, but I don't know whether it's just my phone's a bit jammed up because it's still showing me Kai Camilleri is on his first lap, which is not true because he's inside in the pits as well. So hopefully nothing too bad there. Brett Comiskey, the 834 is another one that we should be keeping a good eye out for. James Sant, unfortunately, came in earlier, drove in. So
well, good news as well there. That's the 1063. So that was the Sillet car that was pulled over earlier on after one of those water crossings. So hopefully got it up and running again there.
He's actually been through before as well. So that will be his third lap, not his second lap. So it is good that they've got that going.
Now this looks like the 440.
That's
the blue rush truck coming in as well.
Yeah, very cool.
And the helicopter not far. We can see from our spectator viewing point, as that looks like Brett Comiskey coming in as well.
So Comiskey's going to be in for his third lap, and right behind him is Clayton Chapman. So ladies and gentlemen, get your hands together because I think there's going to be essentially no guess about this. Clayton Chapman is on the haul.
No, the chopper's...
Whose
chopper is that? Is that Talbot? That's a bit sneaky. But this looks like also Cooper Weston.
No, this is the Black Flag Motorsports
yes, the 1050.
Yep, 1050 coming in. You're right. I understand, Joshua. The colours were a bit cheeky, but...
So that's Ben Power in the 1060.
But again, another helicopter, and that is Clayton Chapman on our live feed screaming, and this will be it, Joshua, because there can't be that many helicopters, can they?
No, hopefully
Nice
not.
down low, side by side coming in, but right behind it, the yellow lights of Clayton Chapman. Ladies and gentlemen, get up and get cheering. He's actually crossed the line there. Clayton Chapman having a stonking run there. What a legend. Now, you know what's crazy about that, young Joshua, is those boys have to get out of race mode.
Yes.
Put a set of motorbike boots on and go riding. I don't think I could do that. I think I'd be like,
No,
hey,
not-
Adam, that's your problem
Yeah,
now.
yeah. Hey, you know how you said we were going to do a team ride?
Yep.
You're now riding on your own. As we also see the 648 come through as well.
The 15, so good to see those guys. And like you said, the 648 also through.
So that's Ross Jewell. 3 laps under their belt. So that is 150 kilometres yesterday, 150 kilometres today, done and dusted for those guys. So 300 kilometres in the Don River completed.
Yeah, absolutely amazing to see those cars. And, gee, they put a good gap, those top 3 cars in, Josh. Because, again, I hate to say it, I'm guessing that Kai Camilleri, the way that it came in there in the background shot and is parked up the top there, that they've decided not to, like they're not finishing the race. There must have been some sort of
I
issue.
feel like only 2 laps. We could be
Yep.
wrong, but I feel like they might have shorted a lap.
Yep. The 847 would have been first in as the finisher of the 3 laps, but remember that it has done, it unfortunately didn't
DNF
complete all
yesterday,
the classes yesterday, so that is not in the hunt for the outrights, just for today's positions.
So one of our Polarises across the finish line as well.
Yeah, an XP1000, Josh. That looks like an older one with that front end shape.
The 1118. So that is Tom Jack. We're having a bit of a chat to him. So it's actually got a turbo on it as well. That's why it's racing in Class 11.
Right.
As we also see the 40 of Aaron Phyllis.
That's good to see Phyllis finish in that Brenthal. Those boys would be pretty darn happy. They've come from side-by-side racing, and they've got that Brenthal.
We also see the 78 of Kevy Knott.
Well, the 634 is going around for another lap too, but yes, Josh, the Element buggy with the V8, Kevy Knott. Great to see those guys getting a finish. They'll be happy. You heard them talk about it. Now, is that the McCosker car?
Yeah, unfortunately it does look like that. Daniel Hughes.
They were flying and they just limped in the last little bit.
So that's a real shame for those guys. Yeah, you're right. When Bailey was up here, they were absolutely hauling the mail.
Motoring. A McCosker car. A Southern Cross, I was about to say. Sounds tough, that little motor in that thing, hey? And you can see it's quite a bit shorter than, like, say, a full-size pro car. It's an Australian-built car, and, yeah, that'd be a handful at times keeping that on the road when it's got that much motor. Again, Solid going down the other way in the river. So headed off for their final lap. What are they taking, Josh? About 30 minutes? I think some of the real fast guys, 24, 25.
Yes.
Easy. Thanks very much, mate, for joining us in the commentary box. We had an absolute blast.
Thanks for having me.
No worries. Anytime. Yeah,
I got to see you guys again.
Absolutely, mate. It'll be really good. We'll have you back at Don anytime, and think any of those races, come and see us, and we'd love to have a chat. So awesome,
Sounds
mate.
good.
See you soon. Yeah, it's so cool that we've got that American contingent coming across, checking out the races. It's been happening for a good while now. Jimco might come across, and then, the Geyser brothers have been out and looked around. Mason was out here looking around. We've often had the shock manufacturers, and as we were talking about, Wayne and Lewis come through and done tuning. The 160 of Angel now in, as well as the 6140, the 606 is also coming in on their third lap. So, bit of a gaggle.
Thick and fast.
Wow, you're telling the story, Joshua. But what I'm saying to you is that there's a lot of cars coming in now. They've done their laps. I'll tell you what.
Time to rest, recharge, play. The race is done.
The race is done. For some. Not for Clayton Chapman and Adam Maguire, though.
And not for Brett Story as well.
Brett Story got some more to go.
There's the 665 comes in as well.
Yeah, it's HBR. So cool to see those guys coming racing in. So again, absolutely amazing footage while we're talking to some of our overseas competitors, sponsors, vendors.
Yes.
Guys, Custom Lithium have been involved. It's so great to see what all of these people have come and looked at this race, putting eyes on the off-road motorsport scene.
So some of the info coming in as well. One of the cars we haven't seen, Jamie Knight, he was absolutely hooking, but had a little bit of a rear diff issue. So they, unfortunately, they're out for the week, but it looks like the 170 here limping in as well. So that is David Mendham. Unfortunately, or just cruising in nice and slowly, the 170.
They physically finished over the line, no real problem racing.
Yeah, I suppose that's the thing we forget. The second jump that is closest to us is actually not part of the racetrack anymore once they've completed 3 laps.
That's right. So, yep, slow on down. They're taking a break, probably getting some water again. Tony Falaba and the 138 is in as well. So awesome to see that, as well as the 6123, Josh. The 6123 now finished. The Hydro Track entry. Also got Comiskey. Jason Keane is in as well, the JK Racing. And Josh, have a look at this.
Rested,
joined in the box. How good is this?
Rested, relaxed, ready to rock and roll. No, not rested, not relaxed.
Not rested, not relaxed. They've got more to go. I'm going to pass over to Clayton and Adam for a quick chat about how good this race is.
Yeah. Don't dirty up our commentary box, boys. We got an air-conditioned box up here,
this is a bit
we've been keeping it good, boys.
I'm flooding the place.
Drain the water out of the suits. That's just because you're on screen right now, mate. That's nothing to do with the water out on the racetrack. Now, speaking of that, boys, good run today. Tell us a little bit about how it all went this morning. Obviously, last car off the line today, and then a good charge.
Yeah, we pulled into the river. Saw Talbot basically pulled off the track straight up. So.
Yes.
Commiserations to him, obviously, because we always want to have a battle with the boys, and that's what the sport's about, is not just walking away with the win, but fighting for it. So, bit sad to see him pull over, but that we sort of then had a different game plan from the drop of the flag, and we just did circulation, fast circulation.
Yeah, well, that's what about the chopper was following you. Like we do your work, Chris, and that is probably one of the things. Like you said, yes, Talbot dropped out, but it was only 2 minutes that you guys had to the McCosker car as well. Yeah, so you guys weren't able to just go, let's just do 75% and cruise there. You still had to make your way through the cars.
Yeah, we played a bit of a strategy there. We had comms back to pits, so lap 1, we knew we had like a 20-second lead on him.
Yes.
So we just maintained that pace. It was pretty comfy first lap around, so we had a game plan after Talbot dropped out.
Yes.
And worked out.
Yep, and how do you go navigating? Clayton was saying more eyes up rather than say, I know you guys like to use notes and GPS and stuff like that, but particularly the handwritten notes, but
not this round.
Yep.
We took a ear to caution on that one for this because it's so hectic out there.
Yes.
That lap 2 is when it really bunches up for us, when we're getting those faster guys.
Yes.
But not as fast as us.
Yes. Yep.
And they're all together.
Yes.
So that for us was a strategy. Yeah. No notes, eyes up.
Yep.
A lot can go wrong with that water hitting the engine too, which we did have a bit of a misfire. So just keeping control of the car, really.
Well, we did notice that. I think on the first lap you guys come through, I think we started calling cars, and it was all of a sudden it was Smoothie was through, and then Hughes was through, and then it was you guys, and then there was, I think there was about 9 or 10 cars all within a good 30 seconds of it.
Battle.
Well, they're racing as well. So you guys are racing, they're racing, but all the competitors respectful in trying to move out of the way when they see you coming.
Yeah, that's it. And we just try and play the game too. When you're coming up on a bottleneck, everybody ease out and you just make sure they've seen you. Make sure they've chosen to pull over before you to take a dive. So it's you don't want to wreck anybody's day.
Yes.
Just because you're trying to get a plastic trophy.
Yeah,
There might be a seal on here because of the quality of the event. But
have you worked out how you're going to get up and do a burnout on the podium?
I don't know.
Because the bike boys are allowed to do it, but I think we need to talk
There's
to
actually
Mick.
a little skid pad out there ready to go.
We'll just get Mick to hold onto the car because he's big enough. He'll be able to hold it in place. But so now you guys got to race back, get ready for bikes.
Do some bike riding.
Yeah, I think they'll do a bit of celebratory stuff here first.
Yes.
And then we'll jump
we'll
on the
cruise
bikes.
back there. I'll do first and third laps, and Adam will do the middle one. So
we got an easy day today.
So did you do 2 laps
yet?
yet? Yes. I like it.
He's nice and refreshed.
Still hurting enough though, Josh.
Yeah.
One was bad enough.
The old body was tight this morning.
Yeah. Getting one of those Japanese treats down the Chinese treats. No?
Stop it.
But the water out there, a little bit more water than say previous years. That obviously proven a little bit of an issue as well.
The worst one I've ever driven, that's for sure. The holes today just got deeper and deeper. Whereas yesterday we could sort of square up most of them and stay dry. Today we were just dumping into them so deep, and it's causing a bit of trouble. And almost
If you
had a
get
couple
hit by a
incidents.
splash at the wrong time,
Yes.
it's like a brick hitting you.
Well, your eyes are like a little bit bloodshot at the moment. Is that
eye issues? There.
Oh, no, that's okay. We won't go there. We
I
won't.
can't see himself going to work on Monday. That kind
I
of
won't know the drive home back to no, so don't worry.
Yeah, very good, very good. So, very good. Well, thank you. We'll let you guys keep moving and start rest and relax. Congratulations. Excellent run there.
Awesome. Thanks,
you guys
boys.
had. So,
Thanks for all
enjoy.
the event everybody puts it on.
Yeah,
and all our sponsors and stuff. Mum and Dad, obviously, we wouldn't be here without them, and very grateful to have this opportunity. And here in front of a beautiful crowd, beautiful people you get to race with. It's just nothing but an awesome family. So thanks again to everybody who puts it on. It's Ripple Weekend.
Awesome. And I assume without saying that they'll be back next year to defend?
Of course.
Yes.
not?
Well, yeah.
Thanks, guys.
Yeah,
Cheers.
excellent. So great to have Clayton and Adam fresh off the race and straight here, ready to rock and roll. The guys got to go and rest and relax and recover a little bit, but now we're also joined by Brett Comiskey. Congratulations, mate. Another great run today. We were fortunate enough to have the chopper over you guys a fair bit. Had a good run out there?
Yeah, we did. Look, everyone was really good. The dust was really bad, way worse than yesterday. So you just had to pick your lines. You know, we got caught by UTVs and slower cars through the water, which sort of held us up a bit.
Yep.
A lot of carnage out there, but look, man, we pushed and the car was really good. All the noises start coming out of it on the third lap and you're like freaking out and whatever. But look, man, old man did a good job here. Corey did some awesome calls. Dan prepped the car, brilliant. From going from dead in the pit in the track on Friday.
Yes.
With a blown power steering hose. Well, I'm glad that was our monkey off our back.
Yep.
And the whole weekend the car's been awesome. So I'm really, really happy with the car.
Excellent. So the Navi doing a good job all week. Did you guys operate on the same, GPSs, notes, stuff like that, or did you operate the odd? Yes?
Yeah, we ran GPS, but then we ended up losing comms halfway through the second lap.
Yes.
So it was old school hand signals.
Oh, love it. Yeah, getting back to and just banging the dash saying go. One of the interesting lines we noticed you guys were using really, really well over here was there's a far wide outside line. Yep. And it was an interesting one because it seemed a little bit slower in, but then a lot faster out. And that's probably one of the fun things that the Don River Dash offers. Exactly. It's managing a race. Yeah, we lose a little bit of time here, but we pick up here. So it was great to see those multiple lines forming. And obviously you guys did a bit of pre-running and had that in your head. No, that was just one that you come up in the middle of the race.
No, look, the thing with that four-wheel drive, it's a big, heavy truck. It's over 3 ton.
Yes.
It takes a bit to get it going.
Yes.
And when we did that straight line, we didn't gain anything.
Yep.
And we thought everyone's going to take that because it looks straight.
Yes.
We drifted out wide and we took that the first time and we picked off 2 cars.
Yes.
So as the momentum got going, then we caught them before the road crossing.
Yes.
So, we kept that line. There was a couple other lines down the river that we kept as well. We actually seen Talbot go through a good one.
Yes.
Yeah,
and
Talbot and Chapman. So
Yeah, beautiful.
So we copied them, and it just sets you up brilliantly for the corner.
Yes.
And we gained there too.
Yep, excellent.
So, we're watching what other people were doing. So, really good.
Yeah, and that's one of the cool things about the Don River. Like you said, with the multiple race lines, you can improvise, you can adapt if you come up on some cars at different times. Yeah, some of your highlights from the weekend, obviously competing and finishing this weekend, but other things that you enjoy about the weekend here at the Don River?
It's just the camaraderie where it is. Look, you're right beside the track. I'm sorry about the water.
Yes.
Beautiful place.
Yep.
I haven't been up here for a year or two because we didn't have a car. We shit here last time when we were here.
Yes.
And then last year we didn't have a car after Fink, so we had to sit it out and watch you guys on live feed.
Yes, yep.
So after that...
Apologies already for that.
No, you do an awesome job.
Oh, yeah.
Look, the whole weekend's good. It's good how it's arranged. You get to sleep in the showgrounds.
Yes.
Friday nights activities, that sort of thing. So overall, it's an awesome event.
Yeah,
and the good thing is it's in Queensland.
Yeah, beautiful. Well, any sponsors or anyone you'd like to thank?
Probably me.
Yes.
Comiskey Mining Services, Comiskey Motorsports. Look, Dan McKenzie, who preps the car. Wayne Sonner, who does the engine work. Warspeed Engines, who built the engine. Albans Gearboxes, awesome. BFG Tyres, KMC Wheels, King Shocks. Awesome ride out there today.
Yep.
Thank this guy. He's been sitting near me since the first Fink in 215. So awesome calls all day.
Yep.
We didn't go bush, which is a
perfect.
good advantage. and now he's got to mount up and ride the bike. So,
you're right. You're doing doubles as well.
Looking at that last lap, I'm not looking forward to it.
So I'm going to come over and do the good thing and pit for him.
Yes.
Give him a splash and dash and watch him. Yeah, so it was good fun.
Drink a can in front of him while he's about to head out for his third lap. Just be like, geez, I'd hate to be doing a third lap right now.
Look, good on him what he's doing, man, because
absolutely.
I see what we do in the car.
Yes.
My hat's off to the bikes.
Excellent.
It really is brutal.
Very good. Well, we'll let you go and rest and recover. Ice bath before the...
it'll be good.
Yeah,
we'll see how we go.
Right,
very good. Well, thank you very much.
Everyone.
Appreciate it. Coming up and having a quick chat. We appreciate it. We'll continue with our competitors continuing to roll through here. Yep. So we got Aaron, Phyllis, and Navigator here. So congratulations. Come on in, mate. Don't be shy. Get close. That's right. I did have a shower last night as well. So congratulations. Hey, we just heard you guys got third position overall. So how good is that? What a great weekend.
Mate, I'm in a bit of shock, to be honest with you.
Don't be.
We only just put this car together, you know, we're with great help from a lot of great people. And, never expected... Just to finish this race is amazing. It gets pretty tough out there and dusty. And
absolutely.
Just stoked, mate. Over the moon.
So you've raced up here in a side-by-side as well?
Yeah.
And then a Class 10?
No, I had a little blue Pro Buggy.
Yes.
So I've only done it twice here, but just absolutely love it, mate. The whole town, the spirit of it, the way it's run, the club and all the volunteers and sponsors, it's a fantastic event.
Fantastic event. And how are you feeling, mate? Obviously, we've heard the Navies are really the unsung heroes of the race weekend. You know, it gets so hectic out here with the passing, the water, you guys really have... it's not a single line track. There's multiple lines. So you guys really have your work cut out for you this weekend. How are you feeling after 300 Ks in the race car?
I'm a little bit beaten up. Yeah.
Yes.
But, no, it was fantastic. Again, I'm a bit speechless. We sort of Bradbury'd our way in.
But it is that age-old adage to finish, first, you must first finish. And this racetrack is, as they race on it, and later on in the weekend, it definitely gets harder, and it goes to show those people that have put a good preparation in at home and stuff like that. The race weekend quite often starts there, but you guys coming back. Everyone we've had so far has been doing double duties. Any of you guys riding a bike?
No, we're too old.
So these are the two. These are actually the two smartest guys here at the Don River Dash. They're not actually. They're just doing one.
Clayton did ask me to do that, but I said, look, I'm about 20 years too old.
Yes. Yep. And also a team ride as well. Yeah, righto. So we'll let you guys go. Yeah, we'll get wrapped up.
Before we go, can I just thank a couple of people?
Yeah, absolutely.
Even if they do kick us out of the podium, by the look of it. Just thanks very much to Camberg Mechanical, mate. He keeps the car prepped in between, all over. Race Wheel Australia, Fraser Coast Sand and Gravel. I won't hold you up. But
no.
Thanks, mate.
Awesome. Well,
Cheers.
thank you very much, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Congratulations. What a great weekend. A great run for these guys as well. Appearing here at the Don River Dash. That beautiful Brenthal buggy that we were talking about. It's been awesome. It's done a great job. And that track has been brutal out there, mate. A lot of the Navies there looking very... Is a word I'm looking for. Red in the face. Yeah, these guys here, their eyes looking a bit brutal, a bit cut out.
Okay. Sorry, mate. Yes, absolutely. And just to clarify, we weren't kicking anyone out of the commentary box. They want them for the podium presentation. It's all happening here at Don River Dash while we've got racing going on. We're also going to have our presentation of our top 3, which is absolutely awesome. And it's crazy to think, oi.
All buggies.
All Queenslanders.
All Queenslanders. No.
Hey, how good is that? A couple of good Queensland boys. Oh no. Maybe. There's a little conjecture. They're trying to work out what's going on there. So there is timing. Let's just say...
Third and fourth, very close at this point in time.
Right,
yes.
that's going to be interesting. So there you go. Ladies and gentlemen, the podium is not set, is what we're now telling you. So, exciting times. We're going to find out what goes on there. And again, but Aaron Phillips, no matter what...
Yeah, third or fourth. What an absolute great run.
And to be right there and be competitive, that is unbelievable. And again, Comiskey in the 4.34, so good. Hope they don't squeeze some other dirty Mexican in. Got to be a Queenslander. Spoke too early. That always gets me. The old commentator's curse right there. Anyway, the moral of the story is, yes, there's going to be very good to see the 61.
But isn't it unbelievable after 300 kilometres of racing, they are talking about seconds splitting third and fourth place.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right.
But thank you to all our competitors that did just come up quickly, have a quick chat. These guys were literally ripped right out of a race car, grabbed by none other than Shane Hunt. And when Huddy puts his hands on your shoulders, you listen.
You just know.
You relax.
You know you're coming up to the commentary box for a chat.
But that is one of the great things. Huddy does a great job rounding these people up so that we can get a bit of information in on the live stream. But isn't that incredible too? Like you said, Corey there, so the Navi for Brett Comiskey riding on a bike. We've got Brett Story out in a side-by-side as well. And
hopefully back in a side-by-side by now, I think would be Story be hoping that they're in.
Yes.
Apologise, my live time's just jammed up their team on race, so hopefully you guys know more information than I do, but the 622's true. We've still got all the live feed action happening up here, and again, those fantastic shots from within the spectator area. So they pull the cars up into Parc Fermé, which is the view that you can see there, all the Williams car in there. Rowan, how good is that he got the finish?
Yes.
I'm excited when he's come across. Now, the Super Boot is coming through as well, the Kruger. So the 44 through now. So out of interest, was that the old Aaron Phillips car? I feel
yes.
He had a Super Boot.
Yes.
So, and then here is the other Phillips car, the 624. Now the ladies racing here, which is so exciting. 624.
624S, that's Anna Phyllis.
Yeah, Anna, one of our fantastic female competitors that, you know, we love the ladies when they're racing the Don River. Motorbikes, cars, driving, navigators.
How great is it that we have 3 or 4 female drivers as well this weekend, as well as a large contingent of females on the bikes as well?
So really, when you think about it, Josh, what you're saying is if you're a young lady or just a lady, let's just say a lady, I'm not going anywhere with that. If you're a lady and you want to get into some off-road racing, where would you go?
Don River.
What if you were riding a motorbike?
Don River.
What if you were driving a car?
Don River.
Boom.
What if I wanted to hang out and have a good time? Don River.
There you go, ladies. So come along, enjoy the Don River. You can convince your husband to come up to Bowen and have a look at boats.
He can pit for you?
He can pit. That's exactly right. Get the whip out on him. Tell him to clean.
Because that's what Comiskey's doing for Corey.
Exactly right. Yep. So I love this. So get it all organised and come race the Don River Dash in 2026. And even better, the 2028 is going to be the 10-year anniversary of the Don River Dash, which is just going to be so amazing that is going to happen. Excited. Just as we get organised here, guys, there's plenty going on as we get ready for our podium presentation. We've still got a few races going. And we're going to be cutting soon over to the presentation, Josh, which is going to be great. They always have the box. Now, I like that you alluded to the skid. So it has been a tradition that... Who did start that? I feel like it was one of the... Was it Walshy?
Yeah, I think Liam Walsh.
Yeah, went with Mickey B.
Yes.
Convinced him that there had to be a skid on the box, and that has been a tradition ever since, which I really do love. So hopefully we can continue that. I have no question that if Brent Story gets across the line that he will continue that tradition. Look at all those vehicles that are now finished. Fantastic to see. Again, Falaba, all the side-by-sides, the Comiskey truck, Rowan Williams, Jimco down there as well that I can see. Again, absolutely awesome shot of our finishes there from the drone. Rush trucks. There's even some cars over behind as well on the start-finish line, the 99 of Calendar. The 61 of Cooper Weston also over there. So Smoothie's truck, great to see they got the finish in the 847. So very cool. Again, unfortunately not finishing day one of racing, actually out on the first lap, so that's why they're not in contention. But one of the very fast cars home early. So those guys ran some fantastic splits today. Now, talking of competitors, there's still a 7, the little Remus Rover. Vehicle headed out for its third lap. And again, just remember, in Class 7, that's exactly on time. If you wanted to race some competitive limited classes, now this is the 1060, 1060 it might be, but the Razorback, they're first coming out of the Queensland stable. So James Madden used to build the Razorbacks, and that has since been, the mantle has been passed to the Chapman family. They're now building these CNC cut jigged frames, so it's very, very cool to see this. Again, the 1060, unfortunately, got a pretty serious, is that a miss or a spare tire missing? I'd say that they've had a few little, let's say, stories that have happened out on the racetrack. But again, the 1060 now pulling in. Again, I love these shots. Beautiful shots from the drone of the competitive area. Again, this is parked for May for the vehicles. You can see that bunted area. They're going to transport them all back by the Bitumen Road section. Or a trailer, if unfortunately your weekend's gone that way. But again, Mick Marson's little racer single seat down there in the foreground. And all the vehicles and competitors. No doubt there's some great stories over the course of this weekend that they're going to run. Again, big shout out to all of our sponsors this weekend. And again, remember, very shortly, we are going to have our podium presentation, so don't go anywhere. I know it's sort of come to the cruisy part of the vehicles making their way in for the Don River Dash, but we are going to have the podium presentation where we crown ourselves a king. Now, it is going to be Clayton Chapman logically, but they are looking at all the time, so no race results are official as of yet. So let's see how that plays out. Again, it really was a bit of a race of attrition. Just looking through the live timing. I'm on, again, Race Monitor. And just having a look at all the names and the competitors of the Don River Dash 2025. Day 2. And again, that is day 2 time. So Brent Smoothie running some fantastic times there. Again, 23:37s. Some really fast guys there. Again, Kevin Knott had a great run. Brendan Becker's in the 1147. James Sant, unfortunately, with the 50, was running some great times, but came in on the tow rope. Talking about the tow rope, one of our great Class 8 competitors in that GU. We saw it come in. There was a lot of water coming out of the front of that car, like it had scooped up a heap when it came into the pit. So wonder if they're having overheating issues, or maybe that was radiator fluid coming out of that car. Tell you what, I don't know whether my eyes are deceiving me. It also looks like it has a bit of added camber to the front of that vehicle. Hopefully nothing too serious. So again, look at that big winch challenge style truck coming in now. Got the radio in the back, the 808 twin spares, Raceline wheels, Renew Racing, good looking vehicle. Got all the brush bars and rails, the big snorkel, so hopefully that kept them moving over the race. However, this is some other mechanical drama. Hectic, the 1169. Little side-by-side covered. Is it a wolf in sheep's clothing or a sheep in... I don't know what that means, but the 1169 got the Ford F-150 body draped over top of the side-by-side. Pretty cool little look. So again, just looking at some of these beautiful views down here, enjoying, taking in all the sights and sounds that is the chilled part, the presentation part of the Don River Dash. Again, vehicles making their way in now. And the bus going to come into scene here. A good run from those guys. Oh, and a little Lemmy bash in front of the crowd too. The 828 is in. Not under tow. The bus is driving itself. So pretty darn cool that those boys have finished in Class 8. They'd have to be very happy with that. And they're going into Park for May. And again, some of these guys are going to do very well in their class as well. So, the race is still on. Like I said, there's no Class 7s in. So if the Remus Rover makes it all the way, they will win that class outright. And I know that seems like a bit of there wasn't a lot of competitors. Well, that doesn't matter. Sometimes it's about battling the track. Sometimes that's hard enough. Sometimes the war is with the pace, with the conditions, with nature itself. And again, what a great option if you're looking for a Class 7 or something like that. As we start making our way down, have a look. The crowd is gathering for the podium. It's really starting to happen as we're about to head on down to the Podium Awards with Josh Curran.
Righto, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the podium of the 2025 Custom Lithium Don River Dash. We're here in the car section complete, 300 kilometres of some very tough racing here in the Don River complete. So we will get underway in third position with a total time of 2 hours, 36 minutes, 36 seconds. Brett Comiskey and Corey Cooper. Congratulations. Thanks, mate. Congratulations. Brett, congratulations, mate. That's an awesome return to form for you guys here. A little bit of drama starting the weekend. Give us a little bit of a rundown on how your weekend started off and how it's finished.
Yeah, usually we come up here a bit early, but we couldn't do it. We had family issues at home, so late start. Got into the river on Friday, and unfortunately we didn't go far. We did a power steering hose, so thankfully we did it on Friday, not on Saturday. So, car's been good all weekend.
Excellent. And Corey, you're obviously now getting ready to bolt on some boots and head out onto the river. So rest, relax. What's the plan, or straight back over and into it?
We'll go and have a bit of a rest now and rethink my decisions on doing a bike after that last lap, but we'll see how we go.
Third place, Brett Comiskey and Corey Cooper. In second place, in a total time of 2 hours, 35 minutes and 3 seconds. So just under 90 seconds, our gap between second and third place. Danny Hughes and Mitch Upton. Guys, congratulations. What an excellent run. Interviewing you yesterday in Park for May, we noticed a little bit of an exhaust drama. Anything you had to do to the car to get it ready for today's racing?
Yeah, we ripped all the CV boots, so doing CVs yesterday afternoon, covered in grease from head to toe, and but other than that, it was really good.
Excellent. We saw some awesome footage from the chopper of you guys, obviously pushing very hard today. Mitch, you had the whip out on him, making sure that he was pushing hard?
Yeah, definitely. Had the old hand signals going because we lost comms in the first lap, I think, so had the hand out the window, navigating him through the track, so yeah.
Seems to be a bit of a common theme there, but was it hit a water hole and lost comms or something like that?
Yeah, absolutely. We lost it just about 6 or 7 times and then just outright from the puddles, just puddles.
Excellent. Well, thank you very much, guys. Congratulations. Any sponsors or anyone you'd like to thank?
McCosker's, Upton Engineering, and Australian Component Group. So thanks very much.
Excellent. Congratulations. So once again, just our second place finishes there. Danny Hughes and Mitch Upton, total time of 2 hours, 35 minutes and 3 seconds. And in first place, with a total time of 2 hours, 30 minutes and 51 seconds, Clayton Chapman and Adam Maguire. Congratulations, guys. We were talking to you earlier in the weekend. You said you've been up here with the family, resting, relaxing, and unfortunately, race weekend not over for you guys. Got to get ready and do it on a bike?
Yeah, that's it, mate. We've had a pretty big week up here, holidaying for starters. We had a bit of a mishap on Friday, but as I say, no things are by accident. And a fuel pump failure at the start of the weekend was our blessing from God that got us through the weekend clean cut with no failure. So I'm very thankful for the clean run we had. And yeah, mate, we just had an absolute cracker day today.
Awesome, that's great news. And Adam, we were talking to you a little bit earlier. You said navigating, it's pretty hectic out there.
Yeah, that second lap today was pretty loose. It all bunched up at once, but we made it through clean. I think there was one moment in a water puddle. I think we went 4 abreast into a water, and we just had more power to get around. So, other than that, yeah, really good event. Thanks to everybody who put it on. We'll definitely be back next year. So, cheers, guys.
Awesome, congrats. Any sponsors you'd like to thank?
Yeah, mate, of course. Mickey Thompson, they support the event massively too, and all the racing here in Queensland and Australia. Massive sponsor of ours, so we're hugely thankful for them. Link Engine ECUs, they're pretty sure they got a drop of water on them out there and still kept functioning all day perfectly. So, Penrite and obviously the Razorback Racing Frame. So, yeah, no, we're just very thankful for all that. And obviously my beautiful family, yeah, my beautiful wife, my little boy, and the little boy that's on the way. So, yeah, we just can't wait to come back next year, do it all again, just hopefully a little less water.
Excellent. Well, congratulations, guys. That's our first place overall, Adam and Clayton Chapman. So, guys, put your hands together for our overall podium in the cars. So, once again, just recapping, third position, Brett Comiskey, Corey Cooper. In second place, Danny Hughes and Mitch Upton, and in first place, Clayton Chapman and Adam Maguire. And we might just get one of our major sponsors here from Custom Lithium to head in, hand out the champagne to the guys. But I'm going to stay well back so that I don't get sprayed. For technology reasons, we can't get the microphone wet and sorted here. But what an awesome race weekend we have had so far. Just while we're getting the champagne open, I'll grab Mick. A few little words, mate. Congratulations. Or that's one half of race weekend completed. How are you feeling?
Yeah, awesome. That was so good. This will be good. He's done that a few times.
Yeah. I'm getting out of here before we get absolutely covered. But what a celebration by these guys here. Congratulations to everyone here, but and congratulations to you guys. Awesome event.
Yeah, good. Really good to see, a different 3 as well. Every year we seem to change it up, and how good's that? Well done to the guys.
Yeah, look, what a great weekend. What a way to celebrate there as we see our top competitors there. And I tell you what, the boys there trying to 4-speed Corey into having a little bit of a scull of some champagne there. But Mick, what's the plan for the rest of the weekend for you now? You've obviously still got the bikes, so still a little bit more to do.
Yeah, I was grateful to make it in so that I didn't get recovered. But, just get back, get cleaned up. I'll come over and be over here for the bikes and just make sure that hopefully, the last quarter of the weekend runs smooth. So that's the main thing. Focus of all the committee now will be finishing the race off and then presentations at about 4:30, 5 o'clock this afternoon. So looking forward to that.
Awesome. Well, congratulations. We won't hold you up for too much, mate, because you have so much to do. But we do have our podium here as our the guys. Obviously, lots of smiles. It's a great and exciting time here as we wrap up our car section, first, second, and third. So just recapping our positions there. Clayton Chapman, Adam Maguire in first in a total time of 2 hours, 30 minutes, 51 seconds. Danny Hughes and Mitch Upton in second, 2 hours, 35 and 3. And in third position, Brett Comiskey and Corey Cooper with a 2 hours, 36 minute and 36 seconds. So that's awesome work by those guys. We've got Dan McKenzie here getting absolutely showered as well. But how good's this? This is all about the family right here as we see Clay celebrating with Dad right there. What a great family event that we have here. This is the kind of racing that the Don River offers us here. As we're joined by our major sponsor here from Custom Lithium. Mate, tell us a little bit about your weekend.
Yeah, so we obviously came on board as a naming rights partner. We flew the whole company up here from Brisbane to have a great time and a little bit of team building exercise as well. But we've got guys here in the company that work really hard, but they wouldn't normally go to this kind of event. And, mate, they just came up here and loved it. So how good's that?
Yeah, excellent, mate. And obviously you guys sponsor one of the cars, got involved that way and then come up and experienced it. So what's the plan for the rest of the weekend? I think you said you got to get to the airport, fly a few people home, or stick it around, hopefully catch most of the bikes?
No, we're going to try and catch as much as we can. We'll get a few guys to the airport, but the rest of us will be around for the rest of the weekend, mate. So
awesome, and mate, as soon as the sponsorship opens next year, you're going to be straight on the phone to Mick trying to secure that number one position again?
Yeah, no, we already locked in months ago, mate, for next year, so we're back on board for 2026, and I reckon you'll be struggling to keep me away from the place.
Excellent, mate. Well, we look forward. Thank you very much. We love Australian companies, designed, manufactured and built in Australia, custom lithium batteries. So we put a bit of a shout out there that we say, mate, if you're looking for batteries for your canopy, you're looking for batteries for your work vehicle, you're looking for batteries for your race car, mate, get on board. Custom Lithium, they are the place to be. But how good is this? We just have a little bit of a look around the pits here. Park for May, first, second, third. Mate, we might just push our way in here. We're going to grab Kai, mate. Kai, congratulations! What a monumental effort there to turn that car around from yesterday. Just give us a little bit of a run through of what your evening looked like last night.
Oh, we the boys worked so hard. I'm very thankful for everyone involved. But we chopped the front off, re-welded it. There was cracks in the rear arm, trailing arm. We welded all that up and serviced it, got it ready. Big night. Yeah.
So it's different to the big night that some of the other people that we've been talking to here. How's the body feeling, mate? You rested, recovered, confidence feeling all right after yesterday?
Yeah, look, we neck's a bit sore still, but got my confidence back pretty quick. We went out there, car felt good, so we put the hammer down.
Excellent, mate. Well, it's great to see you back out there racing again. Congratulations. Do we expect to see you back in 2026?
Yep. I'll be back.
Excellent. We love good one-word answers there. Yes, that's a confident yes, so there's no way we confuse that, mate. We thank you very much to people like Kai that have just let us jam a camera in his face after a massive rollover yesterday, a rather late night there. And, mate, we're just going to continue to elbow our way in. Here's a man that looks well-rested and relaxed. We'll grab Smoothie here for a little bit of a chat. Smoothie, Don River, this is your first time here. What's your thoughts?
No, it was great, mate. It was it's a compliment to the organisers and the committee. It was, it definitely lived up to the hype. I thought it was fantastic.
Excellent. Now, mate, one of the unique vantage points that you had yesterday, and us on the live stream, we are truly grateful for the Smoothie Cattle Co. chopper that was here this weekend, running the live feed there. Was it a good perspective getting up in the chopper, flying around, getting to enjoy the motorbikes yesterday?
It's probably counterproductive because you start looking at all the water and it looks like heaps more from up there. And it was good. And some of those holes blew out today. Like if you lost your rhythm, you're really getting soaked. But it was the water that caused us a little electrical issue yesterday. And but anyway, we had a ball today. It was really good.
Excellent. No, it was great to see that car out. One of the things we were hyped about is getting to hear that Joe Gibbs 7-litre come past the commentary tower. So, mate, do we expect that we'll see you back in the future?
Yeah, we'll be back. I was going to put it on the high tune coming up there, but I forgot. So we had about 300 horsepower up our sleeve, but we were going to put on a bit of a show for you, but we forgot about it.
Well, so we look forward to next year. We might have to get a sticky note put on the dash or something like that. But, mate, we thank you very much for coming all the way over from Western Australia. Smoothie come all the way from Western Australia. Bought his chopper as well, everything like that, so that we could get some of these awesome live shots here. Now, welcome, Kevy. How are we today?
Awesome, brother. Awesome.
Good. Had a good run there, mate. Obviously happy with the car and stayed inside the top 10, which was part of the main goal.
Yeah, mate. The car was faultless today. It was rough as today, and the car was quicker. We took about 2 or 3 minutes off a lap, so it was fantastic. So, no, I think we're maybe 4th outright, 5th outright is the whisper, so...
Amazing.
I'm stoked.
Yeah, excellent. So many changes to the car last night, or just a little bit of a check the oils, give it a little bit of a basic service and get it ready, or just suspension changes, try and chase the rough track?
Mate, we literally just gave it a wash. We did a look over it and didn't do a thing. Maybe a little bit of dielectric grease in some of the comms. Yes. But, no, mate, didn't do a thing different. And full tank of juice and off we went. But a little bit more confidence and just hammer down. And the element was just, grouse. I loved it.
Yeah, I tell you what, these Australian-built cars, it is awesome that we come to an event like this and there are Australian-built cars, mixing it with the US-built cars, trucks, buggies. It's a real testament to the race course that these guys have built that is for everyone. What's one of your favourite parts of the racetrack out there?
Oh, mate, I love the part where you're coming back from the turnaround and you got the step-ups into the whoops and bits and pieces. It's just the rougher it is, the harder you put the gas down, and it's just popping. So you're almost like a motorcycle going over a couple of whoops, and you just think, oh, my gosh.
Yeah.
Never once are you sort of stepping out thinking, oh, I'm going to eat something, but it handles it. So, no, it's grouse. But, overtaking, like just Kaminsky when he did the turnaround, there's 4 of us in the turnaround. I blew a berm, he's crossing, we're doing all this, and you're racing with them. Just unreal.
Yeah, it is an exciting. Well, it's exciting for us watching the live feed from the chopper and stuff like that. So it must be insane inside the car. Any sponsors you'd like to give a shout out for this race weekend?
Mate, good support to Clipsal and Schneider. Obviously KJN, which is my company. Mickey Thompson Tyres. Those things are amazing. They hook up. We don't get bogged. Mate, SB Tools. They keep us going. Who else to God, mate? There's plenty of them. They all know who they are. It's we're a family team and we do it modestly, but we have a hell of a time with good guys when we come away. This event's unreal. We haven't driven the trailer or the truck anywhere. You rock up, you're camping for 3 days, and then you come and get to do this and run reverse grid. What a tick. It's a great race.
Awesome. Well, congratulations on an awesome race weekend. And I think you hit the nail on the head there when you were saying how good it is that these competitors don't have to put the car on the trailer all race weekend unless they have a little bit of an issue there. As we grab Cooper, mate, congratulations. How'd you go, mate?
I'm on fire, Ricky Bobby. I think we caught a bit of fire there with the power steering pump, but yeah, it was good until that point. We had a ball. So
you're saying Dad overworked the car yesterday and didn't give you a good car for today?
Let's go with that. Yeah. I think so. But nah, look, honestly, this race is just one of a kind, to chase cars all day. And it's just carnage. Like, there's people getting towed, there's rollovers. It's why we do it. So we love it. And we'll be back next year for sure.
Awesome. That seems to be the one thing that I don't even have to prompt people to say that. And they say they're going to be back next year. A highlight for the race weekend for you this weekend?
The whole thing, really. I mean, we've got the car pretty well set up now, so there's nothing out there we had to compromise for today, and that's just the main goal. Every race we do, we just keep learning, building up our car, and just have a ball while we're doing it, so we love it.
Awesome. Congratulations. Well, any sponsors you'd like to thank?
Mickey Thompson, Dynamic Wilco, Raceline, Easy Times Brewing, and Mickey's a big sponsor and Raceline as well for this event, so it's good to see their support, and they keep this race going, so... yeah.
Excellent. Well, thank you very much, Cooper. You have a good one, and hopefully not too much damage from the little power steering fire that these guys had, as we just continue to make our way up along the pit lane here. But what an awesome weekend as the cars are getting ready to head back over. So they get kept in Park for May here. Actually, what we might do, come with me, we might just go and jam our head right in here to Rowan Williams. He's about to put his harness and his seats on, but I'm just going to jam my way in here. Here we go, fellas. Hey, congratulations, mate. You got to be rapt about making the change to the V8 and then having a great race this weekend.
Yeah, not a brilliant race. Sucked a heap of water in yesterday and down on power. TPS died yesterday, so added to lack of power, and then it did it again today. Like first lap, big hole of water. Big gut full of water in the air filter will just be sopping wet. But anyway, I think we're 10th outright, so I'm stoked with that, man. 12 months out of the car.
Yes.
Oh, I'm so happy.
Yeah, we're cheering you guys on. It's awesome to see, when someone puts a big effort into their car, turns it around and brings it out for a couple of early races, have a great result. So congratulations, mate. Loving the Don River. Do we expect to see you back?
Yeah, hell yeah, we'll be back. This is the 3rd time and first finish, so we'll be back.
Any sponsors or anyone you'd like to thank?
Yeah, Williams Family Homes.
Awesome. Well, thank you very much. And thank you for letting us come and have a quick chat to you there. Awesome to see as we see the little 10-car, the single-seat Jimco. I tell you what, the 10 cars out here having a fat time. They're great little, great vehicles there to race. As we also see the 138, that's Tony Falaba there. So hopefully no major issues there. As we continue to move around the pits a little bit there, and we have a bit of a look. But how good is this? I think Kevy hit the nail on the head there when he was talking about the fact that they start these race cars and then unload them on a Thursday or a Wednesday when they get here, and they never, ever have to go back on. So we also see Tony Falaba. And the Nixon car. So this was one of the Class 6s that were getting talked about. Only finished 4 days ago, and they were here ready to rock and roll. That's a real testament to the performance of the Can-Ams. What a great... Hey, I'm just going to jump in here. Hey, Tony, mate, thank you very much. I know it's probably hard to hear us. How'd you go today? Were you able to rectify those oil temp issues that you had yesterday, or did you still have to manage the car today?
We had to manage the car today, same as yesterday, but it wasn't too bad. Main objective was to get points for the Queensland Championship and get to the end. So it was good.
Awesome. Well, congratulations. Great race day. Like you said, managing that car, getting points for the Queensland Championship, because that's the battles that happen within the battles here when you come to an off-road race. It's not just about outright position, as we hear the big Brenthal fire up. You see the way it was in first gear. Look at that paddle shift, all the good stuff there. I tell you what, a cool bit of kit there. See the way Brett just trying to get it into reverse. Got the trophies. Got everything happening here. Hey, I tell you what, luckily they didn't have to find reverse out on the racetrack there. Mate, Huddy, what a guy. Huddy's got the... Look at this. Hey, this is just a little bit of behind the scenes here. This is your... This is the cameraman right now, our production superintendent, I guess you'd say. And he's... Look at that. He's... Oh, hey... Nothing like a little bit of selfless promotion. But what a great job these guys do all weekend. He's a bit of a turncoat. But how good are the sights, the sounds here at the Don River Dash. As I see Daddy Hughes. Apologies for calling him Daniel all weekend. Daddy Hughes. I tell you what, that is a cranky sounding LS. The 160 Darren Angel, the 623. We also see the 40 of Aaron Phyllis. But how good is that off-road racing? Still plenty of smiles. As we get ready to go racing with the motorbikes in the not too distant future. So that's the 1062 Baker. I tell you what, that is a great little turned out chassis there. Looks awesome. What a great looking race car there, the 1062 Method race wheels on board. So that class 10 meaning under 2.5 litres. Dave Longhorn having a good run. Tyler Human, the Hillbilly Boys. How good is that? That 2JZ powered Fusion trophy truck. So we get a little bit of a look at the front of Kai's car. You see all the work that they would have done here. So yesterday, all of this part here, all bent up. You see the way they've cut it off. They've done a fantastic job of turning this car out, so thank you very much. Huge effort there by the boys to get this car ready to race. So some of those rear trailing arms down behind as well. Quite a large crack as the 828 makes their way through as well. One of our winch challenge trucks as well. One of our female competitors. Have a look, big bypass shocks in the front there. What a great job all race weekend. Big sway bar in the back, coilovers, all that sort of stuff. I tell you what a great looking car. The 649, the roof number, running a little bit low there. As the Sanderson truck. Bloody horns going on. As a 627 as well. The Lads podcast, Mick Marson. What an absolute champion this man is. He just pitched the... he's pitching the... Oh, he stalled it. Right on camera too. Oh, no. Oh, that's unlucky. He's pitching the second place sign too. So we see the Kruger machine make their way out as well. Tell you what, this is awesome now. We were talking about it before. Chapman's running the Razorback race frames. This is one of their first turned out cars, the 1060 in Class 10. A little bit of a misfire there, I think, by the sounds of it. So unfortunately, the 1060's having a little bit of drama. We see the 647 head on off and the 440. So these guys How good is it? Don't have to put the car onto the trailer. Park for May and then a formation lap across the river before the motorbikes. So how good is that? Yeah, so we're going to wrap up. We're going to take a little bit of a break. We'll play some sponsors, a few highlight reels, and we will be back just before 12:30 as the bikes get off the start line. We'll see whether Brent Story can continue that storied run and hold up first place trophy later this afternoon. Thanks for joining us. Be back at 12:30.
That was awesome from young Joshua Curran down there on the line. Huddy, I tell you what, some of those interviews, young fella, you don't do too bad. You keep it entertaining. Bit of a shout out for some of the people on the live feed. If you're still around, and I understand if you're waiting until the bikes, but Cooper Weston was one of the car with the fire.
Yes.
Power steering issue. So
Yes.
just clearing that up. All safe and sound, happy. They've had a good run. But what we do have now is Clayton Chapman's in cab. So we're going to go to that. And so there's not going to be a second of no action here in the break until the bikes happen. go. And Josh, we are back at Don River 2025. We actually have bikes getting off the... They're not just off the line, Josh. They're down in front of us. We apologise for that, but we are running and cracking. That's Ivan Long right on the back of Brent Story. Wow. Wow. It's all happening, Josh. Now,
a little bit 5 minutes early, but that's good. We like it. We like racing thick and fast. We're excited. Woo. Let's go. So Brent Story completed the car laps this morning, is now out on the bike leading the pack as well. So what awesome. But, gee, that is a hungry man right behind him there, Ivan Long.
Yeah. Unfortunately, I talked to a few of the competitors up and down the board. It's been a bit of a race of attrition, hasn't it? Like,
yes.
We're starting to see some numbers starting to dwindle off a little bit, but they are all systems go here for, as you said, Brent Story. Again, look at these boys tucked down. There's no throttle left. They are on the stop coming through the Don River. Sorry if we pause every now and then, ladies and gentlemen. I know we say this a bit, but I will clarify, we are dead set fans up here in the commentary box. We love the bikes, we love the cars, we love everything about this race, and every now and then we're just watching the sights and sounds with you, enjoying it. We got helicopters in the sky, we got races happening. Brent Story versus Ivan Long's going to be one to watch as these guys are now off the line. I'm just bringing up Race Monitor, Josh.
Excellent. So you can follow along at home on Race Monitor, get all our lap times, let you know when our riders cross the start timing marker. So once again, if you're watching along, just paying attention to some of that in-cab that we had from Clayton Chapman, you would have seen the ceremonial start. But I tell you what, look at that. Right back on the bike, leaning back hard, full throttle on the stopper. Almost say on the bopper.
Oh, Joshua, you've done it early.
Thrown it. Well, let's start. Let's set a good standard. But I'm excited about this bike race, Dan. Like you said, talking to Brent Story yesterday, a Yamaha, a 450, couple of things that have never been done here at the Don River Dash. You would say it's quite out of position for a 450 to be right up the front, taking those things that he's learnt from his failure the year before, putting them to good effect.
Now, when you say failure, Josh, they actually had mechanical issues on that bike, didn't they?
A moose tube failed.
That's right. Yep. So,
and then the rear tyre got jammed. So not even able to ride in on a swing, on a flat tyre or on a rim. The tyre and the moose failed so drastically that it took the tyre off, and then also got jammed in the swing arm. So it's not even able to push the bike or move it.
Which is interesting because that's what happened to Ivan Long the year before, so
yes.
2 years ago. So both of these guys looking for their first King of the Desert, King of the River. And that's interesting because both of them have been in a position to win before. Both have been taken out by essentially a mechanical or tyre failure. And listen, that's not a shot at moose tubes. That just shows you how fast these guys are pushing. A couple of years ago, they were the only way to run in the desert, only way to run in the river. But these guys are just so fast for so long. Now, Tyler Radford, unfortunately, I did talk to him before, Josh, literally outside the commentator's box. He is out today.
Yes.
It was him that was for the ambulance. He has broken a few back parts. Things are not good. So he's going, he's walking, he's talking, he's chatting to us. They're all things that are great. I mean, he's instantly said, I'm back at Fink next year, I'm back at Don. His words were, I want the King of the River.
Yes.
So he's back, but unfortunately Tyler Radford looking a little bit second-hand when I was chatting to him. I definitely didn't pat him on the back, Josh.
Yeah.
Gentle shake of the hand.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah, sorry. But he's back. He's and again, he's at the event, having a look around. Now, we've got the Stevens brothers too, the 19 of Levi Stevens, the 47 of Cody Stevens. Awesome to see those guys out there as well.
Also, another one to watch today, the 71 of James Heenan.
Absolutely.
Up there running a good time yesterday as well. So an exciting event. Look, a lot of names at the top of this list.
Well, Josh, 98 of Campbell Hall of Hall lineage, I believe.
Yes.
So that's pretty awesome. Heenan, as you said. The other one that I was keeping an eye out for, Jesse Ryan on the 50.
Yes.
From an off-road racing family. So, again, all of these guys are out here and having a good crack.
Well, one of the things I'm excited about, Dan, is there is a fair chance we will be crowning a first-time King of the River this weekend as well.
I think there's 100% chance.
Yes, I should have said that.
No, that's okay. I understand. I'm just merely saying who have been our Kings of the River. We've obviously had Seaton Battle. He was our original one.
Toby Price, Liam Walsh.
And the 111. Motocross racer.
Dean Ferris.
Ferris, absolutely. So there you go. So all of those guys, all our Kings of the River. Hopefully Liam Walsh, if he's listening along at home, we're hoping you're getting better and that are on the mend from that wild thing.
I was looking out the window. You were looking at the screen.
Absolutely.
It's all happening here.
So, again, probably just another minute on this track for that old mate. He has no concerns about what we're seeing. But again, going well. These bikes absolutely hauling down here in the river. So plenty going on. Righto, so just went time for a second. We're joined by Jamie Haslam up in the box here today, up here with the Custom Lithium boys. So always great to see you, Jamie.
Absolutely.
And listen, now a little birdie whispered in our ear that you come from a motorbike background. I didn't know that about. Is that a true statement?
It is a true statement.
There you go.
Back in the day, another lifetime ago, though.
We all hear that.
Yeah.
Yes, absolutely. And you're out here and checking out the action at the Don River. Now, have you been up before, or is this your first time?
First time, but it won't be my last time, that's
absolutely.
for sure.
It's brilliant, because you're another good Queenslander. You're out of the sunny coast.
Yep.
Yep, absolutely. So that's excellent. And have a look at this. This is Ivan Long. That boy knows how to wring the neck out of a motorbike. Hadn't ridden for 8 months, and just look at him floating today.
Man, I mean, I'm just loving the way they're doing it. They're just cruising it.
Yeah. No, it's so fast, and some of these guys now, obviously they've been very competitive in other desert racing series. You know, we raced Hattah, Kalgoorlie, Fink Desert Race, all that stuff, and now the Don cementing itself now, the 7th year here at Bowen, and it's one we hear people. I talked to Tyler Ratford before, and he just said, I will be back. I've got to get the King of the River. So, you know, it's so good. And then the other thing, I don't know if you missed that, James, but we're just talking about no matter what, we're going to crown a new champion here, because none of our previous champions are in a position, have finished, or they're actually not even racing this weekend.
Racing yet.
So,
is that right?
Yeah, Liam Walsh unfortunately succumbed to a crash. He's a multi-time King of the River.
Yeah, okay.
He had a crash out at Fink that broke his hand, so all of these guys hungry for their first win.
And I heard you saying that there's a Yamaha up in the front places sort of thing.
Yeah, Sun City, so Brent's story. And that's just such a great story.
Yeah.
Because it just writes itself, doesn't it? Anyway, listen, it's such a great thing that's happening, because, again, and we're not knocking it, we love the KTMs, right? But it's always good to have these brands out there. We want to see a buggy, a trophy truck. We want to see a side-by-side, because, you know, it all just makes for great bench racing at the Grand View Hotel later on tonight.
That's so true, so true. But it's awesome, absolutely.
Yeah, well, I think it is exciting. We talk about the 450s and the Japanese bikes as well. This year as well, a Honda 450 on the podium at the Fink Desert Race as well. Now we're seeing a Yamaha out in front, so it probably encourages those blokes that are at home and they've got to, you know, I need to buy a KTM 500 to be competitive. Well, this is proving that you don't have to.
Yep.
Yeah, it's absolutely amazing the way that it tests absolutely everything on these bikes and cars too. So, yeah, it's a crazy race here to think that it's only, you know, 30 Ks up, 30 Ks down, but what can happen in those 30 Ks? Absolutely nuts.
Yeah. We had an awesome time just running around that track and just checking it out, and we're like, wow, you know, how they're crossing them little water holes, you know.
Yeah, and sometimes 4 wide, which is really wild, you know. And motorbikes, no doubt, they've got more bikes diving in there, and how you time that. So, but look at this. That's obviously Brent's story right at the front and wringing the neck out of that big WR.
Quite a tall man, though. I was actually caught off guard when he come up into the commentary box yesterday. A lot of our motorbikes, they seem to be the riders. They're quite compact. They're quite, you know, they fit onto a motorbike nicely. Whereas Story, quite a tall man, it actually caught me off guard. But also, I guess the Cashway too, he's got those big long levers, those long legs, long arms. He can get his weight forward, get his weight back on the bike, get that front end nice and high as we see him powering through those rough sections there.
Now, I'll tell you another thing that Tyler Radford actually told me there, Josh. One thing that was going on is he was definitely having bike issues with the water. When we thought that he was looking down to the right-hand side, that's a true statement. He was trying to work out what was going on with his bike, and he said that his pre-run times were actually like about a minute faster than his race time. So he actually, when he was coming back in, he was calculating going back out to ride again because he thought he had a little bit more left on the table, but it was his opinion, and I know things happen very fast, but it was his opinion. He went through that water and his bike actually cut out, and that's why he stuffed the front end. So it was actually he was fighting gremlins, and it was that was what unsettled him and made him crash on that race course, which does make sense because, you know, again, not saying it was a big crash for a start, but it was something that, you know, he'd done 30 or 40 times before, right?
Yes.
So it makes sense that there was something that unsettled that bike and made that happen. And look at these guys, you know, like making sure the front end's light, getting the weight back, steering dampener. We talked to Ivan Long talking about making some little tweaks overnight, and it'll be interesting to talk to him and see if those were a positive thing on the way forward. So obviously race day 2, absolutely crazy the pace these boys are cracking.
Yeah, it's pretty exciting. Like you said, the guys not just rested on their laurels last night. Most people are saying they are going to make a few little bike changes, try and get after the track, apply what they've learnt today or applied yesterday to today's racing. But it is it's a heck of a racetrack, and it's all those little things. Like you said, you've pre-run, you've got an idea in your head, and then you come across it. Some of those water holes a little bit deeper thanks to the car, and then all of a sudden your bike's missing and doesn't quite respond in the way you want. Isn't that the little things that we say, how the holes in the cheese have to line up at a race weekend? You know, your bike prep's good, everything's going good, and then one little splash of water that you've done 60 times already for the week, and it just happens to take you out of the race in quite a devastating fashion.
But I mean, how the vehicles changed that track from these bikes entering today from what the track was yesterday. You know, it's a totally different track.
Yeah, you were lucky enough to do a fair bit of pre-running down here, weren't you, Jamie?
Yeah.
You got any good stories from the pre-run for us?
Oh, mate, we got some awesome stories. You know, like we're going down the track, and next minute we see somebody waving at us, and we thought we better go over and see what's going on here. We didn't realise that this little minibus had entered the track.
Oh, no.
And bogged itself down.
Yes.
And we're in the buggy, luckily. And so we threw some max tracks under it and winched it out. Winched it off the track and said, you know, you don't need to be here.
Yeah.
Yes.
This is not the location for you.
But the best part was, the first thing I could say to these people, they didn't understand me, but I said, you can't park there. I just couldn't resist it.
Yeah. That's very good. No, absolutely awesome. And I suppose that's the thing is, you know, when you've got people up here for the week leading up to, and even longer, but let's say the week leading up to, you know, it's all the things that happen in Bowen that make it just so much fun, so entertaining. The guys pre-running, the guys doing bike prep at night around the fire at the showgrounds. Like, I'm sure it's just a real good time.
Absolutely. And then we're hurtling down the track, and I'm looking, and I'm going, I'm sure that's a snake. I am positive that's a snake. Get to it, and it's a snake about 3.5 metres long. Going straight across the track. We pulled up a couple of, and of course, the riders or drivers who's ever been past it have already scared it. So it just wanted to go me.
Yes.
It's worked up.
But anyway, managed to get it off the track and put it into the bush, and we were all good to go, and everyone went on again.
So it's not just the Bowen mangoes that are big up here.
And some big snakes.
Yeah, big snakes as well. There you go. We are in Queensland. Have a look at this great, and it's interesting how the track, it brings up the water, you know, even with the guys. Actually, as we were leaving, Josh, I saw them, they had the tractor out, and they were essentially, the grading's probably the wrong word, they actually till it so that it comes up nice and fluffy again for the track, get rid of some of the big ups and downs there near the bridge. So it's just crazy how this track, as you said, changes as we now have our last line of bikes off the start, the ceremonial start. And those guys are going to come down the bitumen, but they're going to have Brent Story on their tail very shortly.
Yeah, that's going to be an interesting thing for Brent today. He wasn't first on road for the first couple of laps, for the first 2 laps yesterday. So it's going to be interesting to see, like you said, that first bike on road as they catch some of the slower riders is going to sort of wake those guys up, and they're going to be aware that that the faster bikes are now starting to lap them. So that's going to be an interesting little thing for Brent to judge and juggle today, as our last 2 bikes off the start line there. I wonder what these guys are thinking. They're in for a long Sunday afternoon.
Waving to the crowd, though. I do like that.
Already starting with no visor as well, so mentally prepared.
Yes.
And is the XR 650 still out there?
The 909, yes,
Yeah.
we did see him across the finish line yesterday. Danny Curran was very excited about the XR 650.
I mean, back in my day, once I went from motocross to enduro, I was on the old XR 250s.
Yes.
So, yeah, didn't have 400s back then.
No, yeah, that's right. It was a big gap from the 250 to the 600s.
It was.
Yeah, air cooled, but this is a 650 water cooled one, but
Yeah.
It's good, and he actually used to crack, and still does crack along very nicely. There was not too many years ago they actually didn't force the motorbikes into the pits, so he'd do 2 or 3 laps on a big tank. So, and the other person that we saw do that was obviously Toby Price. He actually bought his Dakar winning bike up here, or one of his pre-run bikes anyway.
Yeah,
and did the whole 3 laps non-stop. So
1 tank of fuel.
1 tank.
Wow.
Of fuel. It was pretty cool to see too, because obviously you lose absolutely no time in the pits when you don't stop in the pits. So.
Well, I took my Can-Am buggy round, and I thought the second day I went for another lap, and I thought I'd be right. 1 tank would do two trips, not a hope.
Yep, and no, it chews a lot of fuel.
Absolutely.
Well, they were talking about with the race cars, the trophy trucks, Smoothie's doing 750 metres per litre. Meters per litre. So, chewing some fuel. Mule was carrying 310 litres.
Wow.
So, pretty crazy to think that their numbers are above what I think they see at Fink. So, it's just that deep, heavy sand on and off the gas and just so fast for so long, right?
And you actually really feel it. Like, I mean, I can't talk for these guys, but I can talk for what I was doing. And I was running at 8-pound pressure in the buggy tyres, and I could feel the momentum hold me up and stop me,
Yes.
It was crazy.
Oh, I'm sure they're feeling it as well.
Oh,
mate.
yeah.
They're definitely feeling that. They're like, where does this come from?
Yeah.
No, it's absolutely awesome. Now, we have some fantastic sponsors here this weekend as well, and I will give them a big shout out. Well, one close to your heart, obviously Custom Lithium. Come on this year as a naming rights sponsor. We've also got Bow and Rail Company, Abbott Point Operations, again, the Grandview Hotel. Again, there's a huge list on the Don River Dash website, so go along and check out all of those fantastic sponsors. And again, it's so great to have the Custom Lithium crew up here. They brought a real crew up here this week.
They did.
Didn't they? It's really good to see. And they're having a great time. So actually, RGM Maintenance are heavily involved with the live stream. So a big shout out to them too, making all of this happen. As I don't know, I'm pretty. The live stream, you might even say, is really on the bopper.
And we've got it running down there out of the Lithium trailer too.
Unreal. And that's, I think, the key there, Jamie, is that, you can be back at the pits and you're still watching. And, we've got reception. You don't have to have Starlink when you're in Bowen, which is amazing. Obviously helps, but, you can be anywhere down this river and having a bit of a look around or nipping into town, taking mum back to the motel, whatever it is, and you're still involved in the action.
Well, I think that's the best way to do it, isn't it? Like, get the best of both worlds. Be here, experience the sights and the sound in person, be out in the environment, really understand what goes on in the Don River Dash, but then also have the live stream going. So you're seeing the footage from the turnaround point, you're seeing the helicopter, you're seeing the FPV drone footage, you're getting the updates. It's a fantastic way to do it. Be here in person, but have the live stream going as well.
It's absolutely awesome. So good.
Yeah, and listen, there's still bikes rolling out for their first lap, isn't there? We're sort of looking across the river, headed down to the west. Probably some guys out of position too. It's always interesting the first lap because I feel like there's a few guys that, probably had mechanical issues or didn't finish yesterday for whatever reason, and now they're out there riding and, they're really pushing through the pack for quite a while until they shuffle into their right order. True of a lot of this desert racing. There's a lot of guys that go out fast too, Jamie, and then, the track beats them up a little bit. You start wondering what they know that you don't know, and then you realise that they didn't know
That's
either.
exactly. You watch them come in with their arms off the handlebars as they come up. Love that.
Yeah, but there's plenty of gotchas out there on this racetrack, and we're, again, thanks to this amazing drone footage and helicopter footage, we're really getting a good opportunity to see all of it, which is very cool.
Yeah.
Because I think, again, when you only see what's in front of the spectator area, it does look very open, flat, nothing to run. There's trees out there. There's logs. There's sandbars. There's all sorts of stuff. It's a racetrack. It's a racer's racetrack too.
Yeah, you've got to be prepared for just about anything to pop out. That's
Absolutely.
For sure.
Yeah, we saw a few of the cars when they get right down towards the western end, that there's actually, even like a rock chicane, if you want to call it that, which is, I didn't realise that was down there. So I think we're getting a good opportunity to really see what's on this track.
Well, it does give you such a good idea, like you said, that shot. We were just enjoying it as well, like you said. The such a good perspective of what is happening here this weekend. It's incredible that the technology that they're using to be able to do this. But like you said, we saw some of the footage this morning of Smoothie actually jumping up sort of onto a left-hand track, making a couple of passes, but then talking to Brett Comiskey about like that left-hand lane that he runs just out here in front of the spectator viewing area. It's a little bit slower, but it's faster out, and you've got to use it to your advantage. And yeah, these riders, like you said, we were talking to Ivan yesterday. He said he had to train his eyeballs to get used to riding in the Don River. So incredible work that they have to do here. You know, they got to worry about the motorbike, other riders, eyes up, looking at further part, like the track in front of them. But then also, if they're catching someone slowly, you know, they've probably got 45, 50 seconds to sort of have a bit of a think about, geez, where am I going to try and overtake this guy? And maybe a little bit of a push to try and get him in an open spot, which might bring you undone. Like, it's such an interesting conundrum what these guys and the mental processing power that they have to use while competing.
Oh, totally. But it's when you're getting into that soft stuff and you're trying to keep that balance at the same time, putting the weight to the back and lifting that front. It's pretty full on.
Yeah, there's a lot of timing and a lot of skill that go into it. Yeah, we were also talking about yesterday, like, you know, the top 20 are superhuman, these riders.
Yeah.
Like, the pace that they're running, because everyone else out there, the 250, and they're talented riders. That's what I mean. Like, these aren't like, these are racers, and they're going fast, and then you see the speed that, like, the likes of Ivan Long or Brett Story or Tyler Radford, any of the brothers, you know, like, it's just crazy how quick they are and how they just seem to be able to find another gear.
And probably one of the things we haven't even really touched on, particularly with the moisture and the extra amount of wet sand that's there, is the roost coming off the back of these bikes as well. These poor buggers, it'd just be like getting sandblasted for 150 kilometres. It would not be the most pleasant, and that's the interesting part.
Correct. Okay. Very interesting.
Little table pop.
Yeah.
But yeah, you know, like, that's one of the things as well. Like, do I hang back through this section because I don't want to get sandblasted? I don't want to burn through my tear-offs or anything like that, and then make a hard push a little bit later on when you know it's a bit drier sand.
It's hard, though, because you say it like that. I don't think there's any time in this race to not push.
Yes.
These guys now are just going flat tilt. You know, it's a sprint race start to finish. We had Bailey Cole up here before from America, and he was talking about the differences in Baja racing to, you know, Australian racing. He was saying it really is just a sprint start to finish here. There's no time to relax. You've just got to go for it.
And with these bikes, some of them, they're not running real big paddle tyres, but they're thrown with some of them paddle tyres they've got on there.
Absolutely, yeah. Sand style
tyre,
yeah, absolutely. Which is interesting because that's a pattern we're seeing now with Deegan and a few of the guys over in America, right?
Running the scoop tyre?
The scoop tyre,
yes.
That's right. So it's interesting that they're looking for every little bit of traction that they can.
Well, I think it just goes to show how important it is to get that forward drive and that. Well, we talk about the accident yesterday with Tyler when the had a little bit of injured issues. It dug the front end, and that was it. That was his race over and done. So how important it is to be able to have that ability to get on the gas, crack the throttle, and get on the bopper and get the front wheel up and out of that sand.
Yep.
And a lot of the times that getting up and onto the... Sorry, I was just having a look at the... Is that goggles?
Yeah.
He looks like he's ditched his goggles.
Yeah,
They're flapping over his arm at the moment. Yeah.
He has.
So, but yeah, the importance of being able to get on the gas, get that front wheel up in the air, as it looks like we've got our first motorbike competitor in. That looks like the blue of Brent Story.
Absolutely, Josh. So coming in for his first pit stop now. Oh, does it? Sounds very noisy, Joshua. Got a little bit of packing maybe blown out of the pipe. The pipe's still attached there, so...
But yeah, definitely maybe the back chute of that muffler.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. So in for a quick fuel stop. Doesn't even. He was just off.
And Ivan Long.
And Ivan Long right there as well. So you're absolutely right. The 127.
So that's the thing, though, as well, isn't it? Now, like, Brent knows he can kind of manage his race. He's pulled out just in front of Longy. So Ivan having a little bit of a look behind him as well. So Brent pit right at the start here. Ivan right down the far end of the pits there as well. So
yeah, the very end. That's interesting. And I tell you what, that'd be like a red rag to a bull for Ivan Long, wouldn't it? He knows exactly where they are. Now, we're also looking for the Stevens. We're looking for 19, Levi Stevens, and the 47 of Cody Stevens. And then it should be the 96 of Declan Gibbons coming through as well, Josh. So those guys are going to want to keep touch with this breakaway first-second battle that we've got going on. And they do have a bit of clean air, Josh, at the moment, 1 and 2. Have a look at that. They are cracking.
Yeah, now this is because I guess this is the two sides of the story. There, two sides of the coin.
Yeah, definitely.
I won't say story, but two sides. Brett knows that he just needs to keep Ivan behind him, or if Ivan does get around him, just needs to keep him inside. Because I think he had about a 3-minute gap.
Yeah.
As we see the 19, so that is Stevens.
Yep, and looking at the right-hand side of that bike, clearly something going on. He's pointing and his leg is hanging off as well there a bit, so...
And that is one of the hard parts as well for these bike guys as well. We heard we were talking to Clayton in the car section. He said they use comms back to the pit, so if they had any issues, they could sort of radio in a little bit early. For these bike guys, the pits, they really need to be set up ready for a tyre change, a filter change, have a look at whatever they can, a fuel stop, maybe steg pegs, a seat. They need to be sort of ready to go for anything because they get about 2 seconds notice when that bike pulls in. But a quick pit stop there for Stevens. Looks like he's back out and on his way.
And interestingly, looking backwards there, so this is the 98. 98 or 96?
98.
Campbell Hall. Wow. So he's actually come out of like 8th yesterday.
Gee, that's a good ride.
Yeah, but it does mean that we're missing Cody Stevens on the 47. And
this is the 96 now.
Declan Gibbons.
Now, interesting, it probably shows how rough it is there. I noticed that the 98 was also missing the back part of his muffler as well there, so rough on the bikes out there.
Levi Stevens was definitely looking back a fair bit there. The 295 in now as well. That's Eli Engelbright. And Josh, is this coming down the other way? That would be
Brent Story.
Yep, so that's the timing. And down in the river now, I can
Ivan
also
Long.
see Ivan Long, so have a look at that.
Probably
tucked down on the gas. There is absolutely no throttle stop left there on that WR450. How do they do it? How do they do it? I'm scared of the throttle stopping first on a 450. So 109.
Now, the interesting part here for Brent is you would say that from the opening lap when they come through, that he's opened up a little bit of a gap there on Ivan, but Ivan tucked right down there as low as he can get, as aerodynamically as efficient as he can get.
These boys are wild, hey. Like, it's crazy when you look over there. They're sitting down on the back of that bike like as if it's not rough over there.
Yeah.
But they're like, other people are jumping over there. They just got that weight in the right position. They just know how to get through this desert, right? 478 now in for the first lap. That's Kyle Tupperin. So, unfortunately, we definitely have lost Cody Stevens, the 47, right?
Yes, haven't seen the 47. It's the 71, so that's James Heenan.
Correct.
Is in.
Now, sorry, the 109 was Jackson McGrath. I said the 109, but not the name, but Jackson McGrath is also in. 82 of Reese Clutch is in as well. Crutch, I apologise, not Clutch, Crutch.
Yes. So one of the interesting things we'll keep a little bit of an eye out for is Stevenson. See how he's attacking as he drops right on cue, pops into the view, the eastern view. See how he is attacking the race course. Because like you said, the way he was just sort of hunched over as he was riding into the pits, maybe that's just a bit of a...
He looked back at the pits twice. That's unusual. Normally they're looking forward. It's almost like they were looking for something going on. Have a look at this shot. These bikes battling. There's an absolute pack. I can see about 6 or 7 bikes there, Joshua, all together.
And that's the hard part, isn't it? Trying to manage your adrenaline as the 10 comes in as well. As we see Stevens powering away the other way, and like you said, he is hunched down in that attack position on the back wheel, holding it wide open as well. So obviously cleared the brain of whatever he thought was happening. He's
nothing serious wrong with that motorbike.
No.
It's on the tap. There's no fuel left in the tank that can't go in it. Boys, look at this. Another one tucked down over the back. Absolutely nothing left as they head to the west. They're not even halfway through this race yet. Now the 10 came in, Josh. Sorry, Nathan Elliott. We did call the 10, but the name Nathan Elliott. So again, these guys are all racing for positions. We're looking for top 20 plates here. And what a thing it is to have a top 20 plate hanging on your wall at the King of the River, the Don River Dash.
We'll also get the joy of running that number the next year as well. So a cool initiative that they've jumped on board with as well here. So as the 828.
Yep, the 828 is in as well. So that is Zayden Olsen.
And closely followed by the 50. So that is young Ryan.
Absolutely. Jesse Ryan.
Now this is the goggles. Now is that a spare set of goggles? Because no, sorry, that's all right. No, it just kind of looked like he had that's the 47.
47. So that's Stevens.
So that explains why he had the C61 as well and the 902. So that probably explains why he dropped back a little bit if he did have a goggle issue. Like we said, we were talking about the scoop tyre. These guys run plenty of roost. The 79 and the 22 through as well. So those playing along at home.
So again, Cody Stevens was actually in fourth. Just looking, I tell you what, he got straight back on that bike and headed out, right?
So I wonder if he got a fresh set of goggles. I wonder if maybe sand in underneath it or maybe something wrong with the tear-offs. It has been known that sometimes the tear-offs can get sand and mud in between them.
I think I might have been wrong. I actually think that's the bike that stopped there. They put it on the stand.
Copy, yes.
He's still standing up though, Josh. Hopefully they get moving again and get whatever's sorted, but...
We also saw the 509 in.
Yep.
Yeah, interesting, isn't it? Like you said, the goggles off. Maybe a little bit of a buster and got sand in the helmet as well, but gee, would not be a pleasant place to be riding without a set of goggles.
Very gritty.
They'll be picking sand out of the eyes for a long time.
Can you hear that on the live feed? That was an on the bop. Yeah, there's no throttle left. She's on the rev limiter. Number of these bikes, little 250, 4-strokes as well. Looking for our first 2-stroke to come in. But the 692. So we called, didn't we? Sorry, we've gotten a bit, but Christopher Condon, C61's come through. The 870 of Joshua Muhammad. Mikhail Donato, 692. Was that 692?
Yes.
Glenn Valander.
And we also have the 675.
Which is Dane Robinson.
So looked a little bit anguished there as he come in. Ripped the goggles off too as well. So maybe that's part of the pit strategy. Fresh set of goggles every time. But, yeah, hats off and a mad credit to our all the pit crew up and down here as well. For these lads, they do an excellent job as we also see the 870 in.
Yeah, and that's Joshua Muhammad.
And the question mark. No, the number 2.
Yeah, Bailey Wallace. Great ride from Bailey Wallace. Most of these guys reasonably in position, Josh. Not too much shuffling. We've called sort of our first 30 through, if that makes sense. Should be the 444K as well, a team. Benny and Bo Wust. No, actually, is one of the Wusts the ones that called up and said that they were in the hospital? Getting a lot of head nods here. We've also got Stephen Green out there in the 550. And the 601 is through now. So that's Ned Clem. 601 of Ned Clem. And as we were talking about, the 550 through of Stephen Green. So a great ride there from Greenie. Got a crowd cheering for him too down there too, Jamie. Always a little bit of crowd favourite get you going.
Well, you can hear it too as well. Like when you're slowly riding in, if the crowd gets excited for you, you can still hear it. So if you're in the crowd, don't be scared to make some noise.
Oh, the first of our Kawasaki Green. That's the
456A.
Jyo Booker. J-Y-O. Joe?
J-Y-O. Joe?
Joe Booker. Clubman over. So
we'll just call him J. Hooker.
The 456 A hook. I don't know where this is going, Joshua. But yes, the 389. Now that'll be a 250, won't it, Josh? Being a 3, might it be the first of our 250s?
One of the girls, isn't it?
Girls are 9, I believe. It's the 420.
420 in now. Dylan Marriott, and here's a 2-stroke, 199. That'll be one of our big 2-strokes too, over 250 with a number 1. What was that? 115.
199.
199.
We see the 659, the 111, and also the 499.
Yeah, a lot going on here. That's what I'm saying. 499 is Brett. I don't know anymore.
Yeah.
I'm giving up, guys. Ladies, we'll call the numbers. There is a lot of riders coming through here with the 289 now through.
Yeah, everywhere we're looking at the moment, there are bikes galore. Heading east, heading west. Hopefully not heading north or south.
Correct. 300 riders or 250 riders here this weekend too.
Just a fantastic event. Goes from strength to strength. It's one of those awesome events that, like you said, we don't even have to prompt people. The X85 is in as well, but don't even have to prompt people. One of the first words out of their mouth is can't wait to be back next year. Like you guys are on board already. Like saying, talking about Custom Lithium, are they going to be trying to get the naming right sponsor? He said, I locked that up months ago.
Absolutely.
So 2026, you can't be the naming right sponsor of the Don River Dash in 2026 because Custom Lithium already have it locked up.
And look, I think they've brought the whole team up, and the whole team's right behind it and wants to all get involved. So they're smashing it. It's great.
Awesome Longy on the screen there, outrunning the helicopter. The Smoothie Cattle Co. helicopter. The big hut man in the passenger seat hanging out of that helicopter.
So the perks of being the boss, hey, get all the good jobs. But we also saw the 115 machine come in as well. But look at that, just standing up, soaking up the bumps, sit down, get a little bit of a break.
Just feeling it out, Josh.
Yes.
Just seeing if I'm still hungry for it. Second place at the Don River. Ivan Long Racing, I tell you what, he's hungry for it. The man knows how to swing a leg over the motorbike with the best of them. Jamie, the wildest thing I've ever seen is Ivan Long qualifying at Fink. I swear the bike was on the ground. He clutch popped it and she popped up and he qualified second. I don't know how he does those things.
Wow.
The man knows how to ride a bike. The rest of us are just mere mortals.
I'm not sure if he knows how he does those things. I think it just happens.
Was that the 913?
913 through as well.
So lots of bikes still racing here. And again, remember our girls are out here racing as well. So big shout out to all the female competitors, all our male competitors, all about this racing. 444 coming skidding into the pits. That's a man on a mission.
And the 869 as well.
Yeah, again, just dropping the arms, getting a bit of blood back flowing.
Yeah,
there'd be a fair bit of a death grip going, wouldn't there?
There's a lot of shaking out happening as they come into the pits, the 288.
Well, your forearms just get smashed.
Absolutely.
Same word of the week, or 2 words of the week, is arm pump.
Man, that footage, we all just went quiet watching Ivan Long on the live feed. 269, or was that 266? Anyway, just another bike come through the pit, but it's looking good, having a good ride. And again, you can hear that. He's on a Husky this year, is he?
Yes, 500 Husky.
Yeah.
Yep. Building his own motors. So cool to be that level of competitor. You know, all the setup and all the things that he does. And awesome, too, because Brett Story with the Sun City team. So 715 through.
And the 774 as well.
So their first lap done and dusted. They'll be very happy about that. How good's the scream of these bikes. The 575 in as well. Giving us the shuckers too.
Yeah. Having a good time.
A good time. The J17 in as well now. comes in and slides into the pit. As you said, Josh, interestingly, we've had a few with goggles off. Must be a bit of an issue, maybe the water and the grit.
Yes. As the 4.52 as well. Yeah, definitely one of those, like you said, that thick sand. Because even in the live feed, some of those shots from the chopper, you can tell that it's quite brutal, that sand. It's that deep orangey colour. You can see there's a lot of... It would be very sticky. It's the kind of sand that it wouldn't hit you and fall off. It'd hit you and stick, which doesn't sound very pleasant.
Josh, it's just crazy to watch this footage of Ivan. He's pretty much off the ground as much as he's on the ground, isn't it? Like, just that country and the speed that he's doing. And look, he's almost having a moment's break, but that's anything but braking. That's superhuman speed that man is running. Outrunning the helicopter through the pack. Absolutely insane. So this is right down towards the turnaround there, Josh. Turnaround and coming back.
Yeah, not far from the turnaround. But yeah, what a superhuman effort, like you said. Running his own program at the moment. The 2-3 in as well, but running his own program. But just, the shots that we're getting from the chopper on the live feed. Out and out, absolute attack.
I actually don't think he's got a throttle rotated.
Just a switch.
It's a button that he just holds onto. 284 is now in for their first lap as well. So, again, if you're following along, listen, we hope that we call you riders out. The 177 through as well, the 231. So all in safe for their first pit. Again, we thank you for joining us at the John River Dash. We hope that you're enjoying these absolutely mental pictures of the action here. We get to see the pace these boys are riding at. And ladies, there's just a crew that are running at the very forefront of Australian dirt bike riding, and you're getting a front row seat.
Even the laugh.
A bit of a cross up there.
That's the 458, so in safe. If you're looking for the 458,
just
the
in
496.
safe.
No, just another day in the office. He said that wasn't even close, boys. I had it under control. The dampers wound to 10, and I'm good to go. The 129 into the pits as well. As the big four banger going the other way, headed west into the river. Few of our other riders running down there. I assume they're probably headed back towards us now, Joshua. That looks like an easterly run. Interesting how they converge down there in the far end. Actually, can see bikes coming down and up or going both ways in the river. Obviously, they're separated by a road section and they use that as officials to go and, pick up stranded riders and make sure that everything's running good, as the 591 is now through.
Yeah, one of the great things about this event, that centre access that they use here at the Don River for the recovery vehicles, ambulances, stuff like that to get up and down. So it means no matter where you are on the track, the officials, the recovery crew, the ambulance, only a moment's notice from being able to get to you without having to halt the race as well, gives them full access to the race course without having to cross a live race course as well. So it's an excellent, well thought out event.
Yeah, brilliant. And what an opportunity to see those multiple lines in action there as we're tied on the back of assumably Brett Story again, mate.
Yeah, that looks like the blue bike, the black riding gear. The man from Townsville, looking to bring the Don River Dash back home to a local, I guess you'd say.
Yep, absolutely awesome. And I think we're going to see the helicopter here any second.
The 909 is in, Dan. Sorry to talk over you, but I know we're all interested in the 650. He is in the building. He gave us a big thumbs up as he rolled past.
When does he not really? The 26. Look, he's waving to the crowd. He's got fans up and down the drones actually follow. Look, this is a man that knows how it's done here. The 650, probably going to have a gold can as a break. No, we're kid, guys. We're kid. He's got to go and check the fences after this job's done.
That's amazing.
A crowd favorite. Oh, he almost missed his hit. He was too busy worried about the crowd. No, listen, they're here for a good time. They are legends. The 203 is in as well now. And again, that footage of Brent Story absolutely cranking off the back of that Yamaha. The Sun City boys, they'd be pumped. They're pretty much, well, they're over halfway home today.
Yes, absolutely. Well, yes, and they're over halfway home for the event as well.
There's the 15. The boys one down. Clayton Chapman would be pretty happy about that. He's counting them off.
So I believe that was Adam doing 2 laps today. So Adam first lap, Clayton will do the... No, the other way around. Clayton's got 2 to do today. That's
Adam
right.
said he'd done his 2. He said he had an
easy day. Smart man. As we see the 628 and the 247 in as well.
Absolutely. So, yeah. But Clayton, our winner. And he's out here grinding it out on a motorbike. How cool is that? The 69 through now. Now, Joshua, what are we looking at here? No, that's not... He wasn't wearing a black with 60 on it, was he?
Don't believe so.
398. What are we looking at here?
Yes, that is the 682. So that is Brent Story.
No way.
Looks like succumbing to a bike issue. Doesn't look like he's fallen off and had an injury. We might be wrong there because we are just going off what the chopper, but looks like that bike is actually ground to a halt.
There's Ivan Long. Helmet's off.
Oh, that is heartbreaking.
Very heartbreaking, mate. But let's be honest, the wall man Ivan Long is a deserved king as well, so...
Well, he's not in yet. Let's not put the commentators curse.
Right. You're absolutely right. We do this every year, but that's just crazy. And, you know, it's opened up the field again, Josh, too. The Stevens boys. You know,
yes, brought everyone into it.
Everyone's in this, so that's crazy. Over halfway through today, and unfortunately... Wow, the 682.
Yeah, helmet off, devastated. You sort of see the head slant in the body language, and you understand why he's kind of slumped there on the bike. But yeah, just having a look at that footage, looks like it is a case of a mechanical failure there, I would say. Doesn't look like he's laid in the dirt. Helmet in good condition, body looks in good condition. So that is, that's a real sad turn of events.
Jamie, they had a wild story about the KTM, and they're still very dominant, obviously, where they sent the data from the desert racing at Fink over to Roger DaCosta because they were building the motors, and they said there's no way you're blowing these motors up because you won't blow them up. They've done lots of desert racing all over the country.
Yeah.
There's no way you're doing it. They sent him the data log, and he said he's never seen anything like it.
Is that right?
That was the statement, and they had to rebuild their motors. Oh, that was a drone that just ran into a eagle. 100%. Yeah. Holy moly. Anyway.
No eagles harmed in the making of this production, though.
I don't know.
The 622 is in as well.
What else is... Anyway, the moral story is the Roger DaCosta story. They ended up sending...
So is that... that might be someone...
checking. So they've had a fall off, obviously.
Yeah, he's in a bit of pain, yeah.
Yep, and they're going up.
So isn't that the camaraderie ship that these riders have between each other? He has pulled up, made sure that his fellow competitor is okay. He's obviously got the thumbs up and just said, I'm a bit winded. I'm just going to lay here and have a little bit of a relax.
Yeah. And we do have, as we mentioned, we've got officials up and down through the centre there. So at no point is anyone too far from anyone. We do have ambulances on scene and all the other stuff that goes. So one of the best access events around. So is that the 197 and now the 55 in? 55 with no visor, Josh?
Yeah.
May have started like that, though.
There were a few bikes that started with no visors on the start line, so could be a little bit of a switcheroo, as it also looks like the 283.
Correct. Yeah, the 283 in. And then is that the 301?
Yes.
You can see just how deep that water is. Like, it's interesting because one of the lines is not too bad over near the edge, obviously. The centre was quite deep.
The 27 in as well as the X27. So the boys just hanging out together.
Yeah, that's great. Just joined up for a bit of a ride. The 606.
6:07? No, 6:06.
And
Now-
the 987 in as well.
Sorry, I was just having a look.
It did look like an
blue with a black
Big
and
call.
white number
Big
with a
call.
6.
Yeah. The 665 in now as well.
And also the 457.
Very easy into the pit for some of these boys there.
Well, I would be taking the opportunity to go as slow as possible through the pits.
The 980. The 614 in for its pit now. The 903.
And the 238.
That is a bit confusing, Josh. I can't pick who that is on screen.
I guess we'll get a little bit of an idea if we see him limp into the pits a little bit later on, whether the bike had a miss and he just decided to shut it down, but then has decided to limp it in. But like you said, it did kind of look like a blue bike with a black number plate, which is what we saw for Brent's story. The 249 in, as well as the 650. But I guess now the big one that we're looking for as we look up and to the east.
The Wild Man.
The Wild Man.
Ivan Long.
The 240, the 65, the K07, the 607. I knew it was around here somewhere. I could sense it. And the G55.
Oh, my goodness. You guys. Do you know they don't pay us to do this, guys? Does that make sense?
Mick usually charges us a moron fee. Every dumb thing we say, we got to pay him $10. We're
expensive.
bankrupt by the end of the weekend.
I've got to say, you'd be finished.
Plenty of riders still out here going in for their first lap, Josh, as we're looking for Ivan Long to complete his second lap. I think 865.
867.
867.
Yes.
Very good. Good little race happening over there, going down towards the west as well. Great shots here. 764. Now in.
Looks like his boot come a little bit loose there as well. Strap hanging out as well.
Absolutely. A little bit extra breathing room. A little bit extra flexibility, which is not what you want.
Not ideal.
Not good at all. These guys having a good ride here. And again, exactly where they need to be. They're just gritting it out, getting their survivor. Josh, do they get...
Yes. I knew exactly where you're going. Yes.
They get a number plate, don't they? Is that what they get for surviving the Don River Dash?
They get a little plaque. Yes.
Yes, excellent.
It could be in the shape of a number plate.
So the way I feel is that's something that if it's sitting on your shelf, you're a legend.
Yeah, absolutely. The 477 in.
And what you were saying before is they get the number that they come?
So for the top 20.
Top 20. That's
Yes.
pretty awesome.
Yeah, it's a very cool idea. Now we see the chopper making its way in close to us as well.
Gee, there's a few Eagles down there, Joshua.
So that is
Ivan Long.
The 973 in, and then Ivan Long.
Wow.
So the 127 through coming in for second pit right now. Again, goggles off. He's looking fresh as a daisy, really. Ivan Long.
He may not be feeling fresh as a daisy, but he is putting in a good outlook because you are right. He did look very chilled, very relaxed as he made his way in.
Well, Brent's story was the same when he turned up and had a chat to us yesterday.
Yeah.
You know, it's amazing these guys do essentially the hardest off-road race, you know, and then they just walk up into the commentary box, jump off the bike, have a bit of a chat, and, you know, it's absolutely awesome to what they are capable of. Now, the 916 Joshua through as well, the R28.
Yes, and the 728, the 834. Now, no visor for the 834, but I do believe they started the race like that. I think that's pretty close to some of our last bikes that were off the line.
Through the first?
Through for their first lap, that's right. So that is fantastic that they are out and about as we see the helicopter off again chasing Ivan Long. So that gives you an idea of how quickly he was through his pit stop there.
Josh, about 11 seconds stop, they tell me.
I won't argue. I like it. Yep. Well, I suppose for these guys, it's a quick goggle change, maybe slap down a little hydration gel, and as basically they're stopped for as long as it takes that dry break to dump 10 or 11 litres of fuel in.
Yeah, and when we talk about a dry break, guys, they're not pouring it in with jerry cans. Obviously, they have actually got a very specific fuel system. Again, you can probably go online and any of the big tanks, you know, these guys will all be running like a Cerebus type tanks and bits and pieces. They dump that fuel in a matter of seconds. I think it's about 4 or 5 seconds. All gravity fed, big tanks. 778. And again, look at Ivan, straight back on the go. That beautifully turned out yellow Husky. The 19's in now, so that's Stevens. 534. 288. And the 98, Josh. So I'm thinking that that's the race for second right there.
Yeah, and they are hot on each other's tail, that's for sure.
So again, that is Levi Stevens. And the 90... Was that the 98?
Yes.
Campbell Hall. The reason I questioned it was 96 is Declan Gibbons, and he's right in the field as well.
Absolutely.
So
I think we'll see the 96 in very shortly. Unless succumb to an issue, but on our first lap, the 96, the 98 come in very close proximity to each other. It's the X63.
So, out of interest, Josh, as well, that Levi Stevens conversation, we were thinking that he had some sort of mechanical issue. He's the guy that was looking back at the bike. Obviously, nothing serious there.
No, nothing too serious, because like you said, he looked back a couple of times, but then when we saw him heading down towards the west, he was hard and fast up it. And speaking of hard and fast up it, Ivan Long.
Now, is there a rider just here that's off the bike, Josh? There's a bike sitting here. It's been there a little while. Right, this first pit stop?
Yes, sorry, yes. I thought you were talking about on the racetrack. I was looking in the wrong direction.
265. I was just checking if that's not the Stevens camp, is it? They were somewhere in there.
A little bit further along, I believe.
Further along, right.
But how good is this shot? The chopper chasing Ivan Long.
There's the 96, boys. So Declan Gibbons has just come in. And Ivan Long. Wide open as he goes past the spectators. The last time he starts heading west. Hand off. Was he just waving at the crowd there?
Anyone would swear he's riding an XR650.
Is this real? My goodness. Leading the race, killing the game. Ivan Long, an absolute lunatic. Now we're keeping the numbers going through. As we were talking about now, though, it gets pretty darn crazy. The 274 as well as the 295. All racing through. Again, our spot right as they go into the pits. The 28, the Yami, 252.
Yeah.
That's crazy. Old mate on the wide outside line there, sitting down enjoying the comfort.
Yeah, you can tell, you can just see the difference of the rider.
Yes.
You know, taking a left to a right and how they sit back there and just cruise it.
Absolutely. Yeah, there's a real skill set
Yep.
in knowing when to attack and how to be comfortable while attacking, right?
Yep.
Ivan Long, probably one of the most comfortable ever I've seen attack. Sometimes to a fault. But the man knows how to get it done.
See him just having a check up there a little bit. That is the brain engaged for a little bit there. Just caught a slower rider at a unoptimal time there, but he just checked up and got around him on the inside there. So credit to all our riders here, our top riders as well as our riders that are just going for the finish.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so that'll be Stevens, I imagine. Levi Stevens on the 19, tucked down. And right behind him's going to be our 90 Hall, 98.
98.
Either that or they've switched around, but either way, that's the race right there for second place. And we're keeping a good eye on it. Yeah, long way on the outside there and wide open.
Tucked down.
Yeah.
Just giving it everything that they can, as we also see the 478 come in. Getting a little bit loose there over that last jump. I wonder whether some of them forget that they've got to come into the pits. They think they keep running straight as the 71 James Heenan in as well.
Yeah, so really, I mean, he's racing for a position as well. Like,
yes.
He's in touch with third position.
Well,
a little bit of work to do, but
50 Ks is a long way here for him and for the competitors in front as well. It's the age-old saying, isn't it? You know, you got to get across the finish line.
Yep.
It's the C14.
Do you think helmet manufacturers just like rub their hands together with the Don River Dash?
Visors?
Visors,
Visors, yeah.
The 82 in as well there. Carrying plenty of pace, yeah.
Do you feel that was give me a drink? Is that what that comes that was?
As the 9.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Look at the skull. Black Rat. Jack Daniels?
Jack Daniels.
No, definitely water is what they're chasing.
Maybe a hydration gel. Oh, because some of these guys do take it pretty seriously.
Different line.
Yeah, totally. Totally.
Moly.
Hey?
Oh, my goodness.
Smashed that, didn't he?
Hey? What a talent.
Wow.
Yeah, that's very cool to be able to see that live.
Yeah.
My goodness. And it's hard, isn't it? That's pre-running. That's the difference. That's where these guys, I think it was it caught my eye too.
Yeah.
Big
Bit of a
splash.
glitch.
Yes. But, yeah, absolutely awesome to see this stuff out of the helicopter. And again, ladies and gentlemen, this is dead set live. You're watching it as it's going on. You're finding all the action. And a big shout out to all the guys that are doing the live feed. Mick Marson, all the Burdekin off-roaders, Talbot Cox, the whole team there for putting this race on. It just doesn't get any better than being up here at the Don River Dash.
Well, it's just beautiful, isn't it, that footage? Like you said, these are the little things that you get to see. Ivan coming up with a little bit of a super sneaky line there. But that's the commitment. That's the pre-running. Then you've also got to have the balls to put it in play during the race as well, because sometimes, it's a little bit risky. That's quite a big jump that he launched up there out of that rut. Maybe he hits a little bit of soft sand, maybe with the cars racing, they've chopped it up and there's now a square ledge that wasn't there before that has all of a sudden appeared. So, you've also got to have the commitment level and the confidence in your own ability to implement these race lines.
He knew the camera was there.
Yeah.
He saw the helicopter, putting a show on for the crowd. Love it.
And can say I can take two people out in one go here.
One go.
That's it.
Exactly right. Yeah, no, absolutely brilliant. Is this the 111?
Or the 10?
Oh, yeah, the 10. That's right.
So 10 across the finish line. We also see the 510 and the 50, Jesse Ryan in too.
Yeah, Nathan Elliott on that 10. And, yeah, as you said, Jesse Ryan on the 50.
I think the 10 and the 50 have been locked in a little bit of a battle as well. I think usually when we say 10, we say 50 as well.
Yep. Been racing now for, a little bit over an hour, Josh. Ivan Long's been locked against the throttle stop. The 828 now in. And again, have a look at this footage that we've got on board the helicopter chasing Ivan Long, the 127.
Yeah, like you said, a touch over an hour. That poor little husky has just been getting its neck wrung.
Yeah, and he builds his own motors, Josh. Interesting conversation. Isn't that unreal that he has that little mechanical sympathy for something he put together?
Well, I suppose also he's got no one else to blame other than himself if something does happen. But I guess also he knows what he's going to put it through as well.
Now, the conversation would have to be with this run here that he's having at the moment. No matter what happens, right, you'd have to have a lot of confidence looking forward to next year as well. He mentioned that he was looking at going and doing some more desert racing. Been off the bike for nearly 2 years, Josh?
Yes, nearly 2 years, and was looking forward. Wanted to throw the leg back over a motorbike at a race that was a bit less of a logistical nightmare than, say, Fink.
Josh, just define throwing a leg over.
I suppose when you're at that elite level and you have, you've got multiple, you've got podiums at Fink before, there is levels to every game, and he's up on that.
It's right in front of us right now. This is the level that he is at. Absolutely brilliant footage of Ivan Long.
But yeah, just wanted to get the leg over the bike again and come to a race, like you said, a little bit easier to manage because it's all pit at the one area. You know, gives himself a bit of time to mentally prepare each day and everything like that. So I would dare say after the success of this weekend, his name will definitely go on the entry list for the 50th Fink as the 22 comes in, also the 17 and the 509, closely followed by the 189.
Yeah, absolutely brilliant. 189 in now for a lap. But as we said, everyone is checking out the 127 right now, the live feed out of the helicopter. Hopefully you're down there looking at the custom Lithium big live screen setup. Down there, Jamie said that they got the... What are you looking at me dumb for, mate?
Oh, sorry, I'm looking out the window.
All right. These brothers, mate, we'll fight up here in a minute, Jamie, in case you don't know. No, we're just kidding. But look at the riding, and again, what an opportunity to see this live, the 127, the action as he makes his way down. That looks like the rock chicane, so he's going to do his turnaround here and head back down to the east for the final time. Absolutely brilliant. The 184 through as well, just snuck through there nice and quiet. But yeah, man, RGM Maintenance, big shout out to those guys for putting a big effort into the live feed this year. They knew that they were looking for someone to sponsor the live feed, and they jumped on board. Greg Jackson and his crew, been around, well, he's done riding here, he's done very well, he's raced at Fink with Grabo. So, yep, great to see these guys getting on board, making sure that the Don River...
It's really good how everyone's getting involved, and they stay involved.
They stay involved. That's right. Is that the
122? Yep.
Excellent.
A little bit of a cheer from the crowd right in front of us as well.
So good. Yeah.
You can see the way that racetrack just chopping up there. Now this is the 675. Yes, 675 in. Goggles off. Hooking into the pits. But yeah, the
79 through now as well.
Just a beautiful riding position there.
Yeah.
Letting the bike do all the work underneath him. You see the way that suspension dropping in and out. Did a lot of work with his suspension sponsor, TuneTech. Actually air freighted another rear shock absorber up here midweek.
And was he talking about air forks too, Josh? Did he say air shock or air forks? Anyway.
Air freighted. A shock.
Oh, got you. But absolutely awesome, like you said. And the fact that he was so close to on point, like you said, they basically put it in and it just worked, right?
Yes.
A few clicker changes. Ivan obviously knows what he's doing there. And to be able to be that on point and understand what they needed, wow, right there you see exactly what these bikes are going through.
And like you said, gives you a little bit of an idea of the speed and the momentum that he carries as some of the other bikes drop in and out of the frame of the live feed from the helicopter here. But that little helicopter there, the Smoothie Cattle Co. helicopter, having to work hard to keep up to Ivan.
Yeah. Yep. I'm going to tell you too, listen, for all you guys sitting at home on your couch, you think you're a pretty talented rider. You come up here and Don will humble you pretty quick. And these guys that are getting shot past by Ivan Long, they are good riders. They're better than average trail motocross riders, racers, all those things. So it's just that Ivan Long is that good. Is that the XR? No, it's... No. Is that a... Bit hard to read. That number is 601?
601.
Tell you what, sitting along very well, though. Coming into the pits. I saw the flash of red and I went, wow, he's riding hard on that XR.
Also the 550 in, but it's always easy to get excited when you're thinking about the XR.
Well, that's exactly right.
The 992 in as well.
Man, again, just enjoying these shots out of the helicopter and in front of us as well, guys. Like, Right in front of the spectator areas, there's races still going on. This is far from over for a number of these competitors. There's class races. You know, every number means something different. There's, you know, the masters and the vets, the different motorbike sizes, the two-stroke classes. All of these guys want to stand atop the podium. We're going to do a presentation over at the showgrounds about 4:30, Joshua. Getting the head nod. So make sure if you're in the crowd, you come and join us at the showgrounds and celebrate with some of these competitors that have won their wares and get the trophies. History is written by the winners, they say.
I think these celebrations are going to go all through the night.
Yeah,
that's for sure.
Big night.
I think from walking around the pits before, I think a few of them started their celebrations last night. There was a few sore heads.
So right down the far turn now in the helicopter. Boys headed back to the east now. And again, Longy taking that inside line. He mentioned how he just loved absolutely railing that berm down there. Some good changes to the track. Again, the one thing about the Don River crew or the Burdekin Off-Road Club is they always love listening. They accept that there's always something to learn out of every event. So if you've got some constructive criticism, feel free to talk to Mick.
Yeah, talk to Mick. But that is one of the great things, like you said, these guys work super hard. Mick and the crew, you know, Talbot out there last night. So Talbot sitting in second place overall on a car last night, was down here working on the track, the 1-1-1 and the 4-2-0 in completing their second lap as well.
Yeah, look at him tucked back on that bike. Absolutely cranking along as we've got more and more competitors coming through. We're just enjoying it up here. Pat McDonald earth moving down in the river. The moment that became available, started working on this track. Again, it was only a couple of weeks ago that there was still water in the river. Almost a little bit nervous. However, as a gift, the weather came good, the track became good, and now we're having an absolutely awesome 7th Don River Dash. The 499 through now, Josh, coming into the pit. Pretty confident that's the second time round for him. One more lap to go. The 369 through into the pit.
Damn, that's fine. But yeah, so much effort goes into this. I don't think people understand that it's not just a racetrack that they just leave alone and just, you know, put a couple of witches' hats out a couple of days just before the event. These guys been working, like you said, unseasonally late rain this year. Lots of water still in the river. Because this river wouldn't believe it looking at it right now, but she's got many meters of water flowing through it.
Bank to bank, absolutely. Yep, it is pretty crazy to think about the quantity of water that flows down here. The 115 through now, Joshua, as well. Second time round, one to go. Look at the helicopter down low chasing Ivan. He's running all the way home. How lucky are we? Ivan actually commentated last year. So
Yes.
we've had Ivan in the commentary box and doing colour commentary on the motorbike. He actually was meant to commentate this year, Jamie, and he said, you know what? I think I might be a bit tied up riding a motorbike. I went, yeah, that's fair enough. Ivan, an absolute legend, and out here, so when you get the commentary from Ivan Long, you know you're talking to a guy that knows how to get it done. So,
And that was fantastic last year, having Ivan up in the box, was able to give us such a good insight as to what these guys go through. A very different perspective as well, because not often you get a guy as fast as Ivan Long at an event like this not racing. So correct. It was wonderful last year, and now it's enjoyable to get to commentate on his riding abilities.
Yeah.
The 199 slides in as well, closely followed by the 913. A little bit of a lock up there, and the 328. So that is all of their second laps completed.
yeah, absolutely. So here's a little bit of footage of him dropping back down into the river. Again, they do pop in and out a couple of times. It's predominantly down in the river, but yeah, pretty cool to be able to see. And again, as you mentioned, Josh, the green and the trees and the different action all the way along, right?
Visually stimulating, Dan.
It is very visually stimulating. No question about that. The 8.63 in now. Again, going onto its second lap. Sorry, onto its third lap, finishing the second.
Oh, a little bit of a bopper in the pits.
Just making sure that the fuel tank was clean.
Yeah, just clearing it out.
You don't really have to do that with fuel-injected bikes, but hey, we do like it. It's good old WR hangover. A guy called Troy Crimmin used to like to clean them out the same way when they were cold.
Ice cold. So there's the 2-2-2.
Yep. All looking good there too, just as they cruise past. No real signs of problems or anything like that. Have a look
Hey,
at
do
that.
you reckon that bloke's going to go home and say, I got splashed by
Ivan Long is now waving to the helicopter. Hand off. And yeah, you're right.
Yep.
I think the crazy bit about it, Josh, is that you realise that you're like, I'm clipping along pretty good here. And then Ivan Long comes past and you go, I might have to reevaluate the way I ride a little bit. Because this is unbelievable. Again, we're sort of looking for the helicopter to pop into view in the not too distant future here, ladies and gentlemen. I hope your eyes are all turned towards, because we're starting to get very close to where we're expecting to see Ivan Long bust in through underneath those bridges. Again, another couple of riders came in there. Again, I apologise if we don't get all your riders. It is pretty crazy with 180 odd motorbikes on the line. Another one of our fast bikes going back towards the west on their final lap. The 8.69 now in, as well as the 2.88 and the 7.74, Josh.
So 2 laps done and dusted, 1 to go. I tell you what, it'd be mixed feelings, wouldn't it? As in, you think, geez, why can't this race just be over? But you're also got to be excited that you're only 1 lap left to go. Click the brain into gear, focus up, the body's starting to fatigue, because now you're 5 laps in as well. You know, you're trying to get the body moving after you've stiffened up from yesterday.
Absolutely.
As the X85 also makes their way in.
Josh, have a look at this charge home. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you are nearly as excited as I am, because I tell you what, you never get to see this sort of footage of one of our kings on the way home. It's a new era.
There's not an off-road race that has provided this level of coverage as well. Helicopters in the air, drones in the air, essentially full racetrack access.
Absolutely unbelievable. Ivan Long waving to the helicopter back there.
That's confidence, isn't it?
And now it is full throttle all the way home. Again, we're looking both ways, because we're going to see the bridges flash by in a second, and then he's going to be onto the finish line straight. An absolute clinic as the J17 makes their way through to the pits. Again, this multiple racing line, Josh.
So what's your prediction, Dan? Big jump at the finish line, or is he just going to roll it?
Is his name Ivan Long? Is his name Ivan Long? This man knows no other way. Are we going to see a Jeremy McGrath knack-knack? What are we going to see? But look at this. Ivan Long literally outrunning the helicopter on his way to victory. So unbelievably impressive as he makes his way through here.
But you've got to give him credit for how strong that motor is, you know. Holding it full noise.
Yep. When you've built it yourself.
Yeah.
Absolutely crazy. Look at the Bowen countryside in the background.
Yeah.
And like we said, this year, particularly brutal on car engines, on motorbike engines as well, that, you know, the sand being so wet and heavy, actually throwing a whole nother level of brutality to the Don River Dash as the 4.69 across the finish line. for his second lap.
Yeah, and the 498 is that? I think it might be the 498 through. 496, I apologise. And again, the 772. 772 through now. Again, what beautiful images we have on this live feed. Bowen Rail Company, Abbott Point Operations, Custom Lithium. These guys have come on board and made it happen here this weekend. Bikes going every which way still here at Don River Dash. Have a look. The spectators are there, hungry, checking out the action as Ivan comes past for his final time. Again, Josh, you wouldn't want to let the mind stray at this pace.
That would be the hard part right now, as he knows he's out front. He knows that Story's had a little bit of an issue. It's the 177. I got a little bit nervous for a moment there. I was like, did we miss something? But that's not the 127. That is the 177. Yeah, the mind, keeping it focused on the job at hand. The 694, the 231 as well. But yes, I mean, he is so close right now. He can taste the champagne.
Absolutely, mate. It's eluded him a couple of years, this top step. He's had a good run here at Don River, but then mechanics have let him down. But now the bike's just doing everything he wants. As a privateer, his own team, Ivan Long Racing, building his own bikes. What a way to do it. He's a man that knows what he wants. He knows how he wants his bike. A business owner, Josh.
The 223, yeah, that's right. All these balls that he's got to juggle in the lead up to the race as well, not just, rock up in a private jet, leg over the bike and race it, tell people what to do. He's here himself making this dream happen.
Yeah, as we get these great shots running along the pits, all the friends, families, there's teams out here. Have a look. It's just such a big machine, isn't it, the Don River Dash, especially for the 7th year.
Well, we were talking about it, even a lot of our car competitors, doing double duty. Heck, Corey Cooper, navigator for Brett Comiskey here racing, and Comiskey said he was going to come over and run the pits for Corey as well, so that's your third place in the vehicle section over here, running pits and riding motorbikes as well.
Yeah, absolutely awesome. Now, the 512 came through there, and I tell you what, this Kawasaki, the 874, doing a bit of a mono over the second jump, so 1 lap to go, I believe, for them. Again, that helicopter right on the tail of Ivan Long as he's down and got his positioning going. The 37 through now for his pit stop. And this is it, Josh. Yep. They are in the house, ladies and gentlemen. Ivan Long has crossed the line.
So that bright yellow bike in the riding gear, Longy, absolute relief right there. The man, the myth, the legend, Ivan Long on the bumper.
Oh, yeah, he knows we're pumped for him.
Yes.
How good is that? Longy all the way home. Sorry if that seemed a bit out of... but he'd actually crossed the line slightly before the live footage. We got to enjoy that and see it, but Ivan Long had crossed, and I tell you what, it's exciting to see the 127. It's been a little while coming, Josh.
Absolutely.
A man that is well-deserved. He rides at a pace second to none, and now he's here to stamp his authority, or he has stamped his authority on the Don River Dash.
Yeah, an incredible ride for him, mate. Like you said, what would have been going through his head when he, crossed the line, when he passed Brent Story on the side of the road, basically with his head in his hands due to a bike failure. Does that amplify? Does the bike start making all these little noises? You're thinking to yourself, mate, I was a bit tired from work when I was putting the head back on. Did I tighten everything down? It'd have to play with your brain.
Joshua, do you know...
No,
do you know
you're right. It wouldn't have to play with your brain.
Do you know a bloke called Ivan Long? I don't think so. I think he knew exactly what he was doing. I like what you're saying, because from us mere mortals, I think you're absolutely right. But Ivan Long, he just knew how to hold it on the stop, and I love it. Now, listen, what I really want to know, though, Josh, and again, big props to Ivan Long. Ivan Long Racing, so good. But have a look at this. Unbelievable. It's the 98 of Campbell Hall. They're through second, Joshua.
What a great ride there.
That is unbelievable. The 98 of Campbell Hall has grabbed second now, and all of these are unofficial. Do you think that he knows he's come in second there? Has he passed them on? Because we're looking for Cody Stevens. We're looking for Eli Engelbright. We're looking for all these other riders. We're looking for the 909. The 650s there. The boys.
Also the 484 across for their second lap as well.
The 96 of Declan Gibbons. Really, let's call a spade a spade. 98. He's
on a charge.
He's on a charge. I think he ran
8th
some of
off
the
the
quickest
line?
times. Yep, so that's absolutely unreal. Yes, 8th off the line.
That is a monumental ride.
So
he has powered through the field today.
He has. So big shout out to Campbell Hall. It's hard because with the helicopter we need more helicopters. Is that what we need?
Yeah.
What's Custom Lithium like for helicopters, mate?
I don't think he's there yet, but who knows what happens next.
The 26 through now. And again, I am looking for the 19 of Levi Stevens.
The 657 through for their second lap. The 255. Yes.
How good is that? Levi Stevens has come through. That is an absolute killer ride.
And then closely followed by the 751 completing their second lap.
So absolutely awesome there. Again, a tough ride there. It did look like they had something going on early, right?
Yes, absolutely. And he's actually gone down into the pits as well. Maybe looking for a drink of water or something like that. Hasn't ripped around to our Park for May area just yet. And the 398 looks like making a little bit of a steering dampener.
Yep. I'd say maybe winding it down to go through the pits.
Yes.
Wind it back up once you get back out into the sand.
The 681 and the 247. So they are 66% of the way through race day number 2.
I like that. I like the math. Quick math. Now, listen, we're also looking for James Heenan, the 71. Looking for the 10, the 50. So there's still plenty of riders here that are inside our top, 5, keeping those positions alive.
Yeah, there is great little battles up and down the entire field there. Like you said, a lot of these guys want to be inside the top 10, the top 20. These are goals that they will have set for themselves. The G30 through as well.
One of our female competitors there, obviously, and fantastic to see these girls out here racing, as well as, I think that was the 203 that stuck through. The 599 right here as well. This 96. So that's awesome. The 96 of Declan Gibbons is in. So that'll be, again, we'll have to see what times, but right up inside the top 5 anyway, with the 191 still hunting around. So again, we've got Levi Stevens in, obviously Ivan Long in first. Then we had Campbell Hall in. So great to see those guys. It's going to be interesting to see where it all plays out. Our assumption would obviously be that Ivan Long, then Campbell Hall. But again, it just depends on how close Levi Stevens was, along with Declan Gibbons. 585 in now, the 094. Again, all of these guys going around for their third lap. So completed their second now, going through the pits, going for our third. And again, we had some of our fantastic females through before. So a big shout out to all the ladies racing at the moment. And the 69 is in now for a run. Little head shake and a flap the arms there, get some blood going.
And also the camelback flapping there hard as well.
It happens. It happens to the best of us.
But yeah, what an awesome event so far. The 622 is in, plenty of action happening up and down there as well. The 295 in as well, so that's one of our competitors that has completed. Eli Engelbrett?
Yep, correct.
That has completed their third lap. So that is 100% of day 2 and day 1 and 2 complete. The whole race done, 100% done.
You are a statistician that I've It's the likes of Mark Larkham needs to take notes from you, Joshua Curran.
They've seen my pit work.
When they see the checkered flag, they know their race is over.
Well, but there's no checkered. Oh, maybe there is down there.
197. Let's go. Sometimes when you come across the line first, you win.
Well,
especially when no one's else.
But what happens if you get a penalty?
Yeah, no, I hear. Anyway, the 605 also true. Oh, a little bit of a trying to bend the bars up there, and I'd say that he's spent a little bit of time in the sand. We've all been there, brother. K22 true. Again, all of these people will be going on to their third lap now. 74 true. And the 229. So again, some fantastic races out here. The 478 coming into the pits. Having a look back too, just to see who they're waiting on racing and maybe their position. Wow. There's still plenty of fast guys out there racing, isn't there?
Hey, thanks a lot, Jamie, for joining us up here in the commentary tower, mate. We really appreciate your time and your effort. We've got a couple of our bike riders now making their way up and in to join us. But we are joined up here in the commentary booth already right now by none other than the wild man, Ivan Long. How are you, mate? How was that today?
Oh man, I can't be more stoked, man. That's incredible. Like, especially the last couple of years, it's just been struggle town.
Yep.
But oh man.
Well, absolutely. That's something Dan and I commentated on. We said, mate, last year we had you in the commentary booth with us. That was incredible, really enjoyable, gave us a good perceptive and you know, you had that extra insight as to what these riders do, but it was so enjoyable today. Mate, the chopper, Huddy doing a great job flying over you for a lot of this race. So we got to actually watch you and the way you were riding, the way you attacked the track. Mate, we even saw some of the alternative lines there that you were taking as well, so it was awesome. But are these some of the things that you picked up in pre-running, or you adapted during the race to the way that the track was cutting up?
Definitely adapting to the track. So watching a lot of the, especially yesterday coming through the field, we really had to sort of, you know, be adventurous with our lines. So I started looking for like the enduro experience and that. I sort of started looking for other lines and that, and then you can see a few guys doing different alternative lines, and then I started actually working the track. And once you start working the track, and then you start getting a bit more of a flow, and then from the flow there, the bike starts feeling a lot better and comfortable, and then you get that motivation, keep pushing. So especially starting, you know, 86th yesterday.
Yes. Yep.
I don't know how many bikes I passed yesterday, but yeah, to climb up to second, and then this morning I was just like, you know what, we'll see what happens. The 3 minutes, a big gap, and I was like, you know, there's a blue bike in front, and that's a bit of motivation. So a new story was on it, so I was like, you know what, I got my blown up arms straight up. But,
yes.
I was like, you know what, I'll push him because I know there's been a few motor issues and all that lately. So especially this last week, and I can't believe how many, you know, the orange bikes, Hondas, Yamahas, all that have been having the same trouble. So I was like, you know, I'll push him for the first two laps and see if I can get something to go wrong. And sure enough, it happened.
Yeah. It was saw him on. So you obviously saw Story on the side of the track there, pulled over, and you sort of realised you had a bit of clean air then to be able to ride it. Did that encourage you more to keep pushing because you're not sure what happens behind you, or were you able to back it off a little bit and ride it in?
I sort of seen him on the return leg there, and the only reason I've seen it is because I've seen the chopper do a turnaround. I'm like, no, surely not. Like, and then I went past and I was like, no, that surely not. And then when I come in to see my crew at the fuel stop in the last one, I was like, am I seeing things, or was that true? And they're like, no, it's true.
Yep.
I'm like, oh shit. So I was like, you know what, we'll see how we go on this last lap. And I was like, you know, we'll just make sure we just keep focused, looking on the lines. And there's a few big crashes out there, so we sort of rolled around. But just keeping it smooth. So I didn't want to hit any big square holes. I hit a big square hole on the second lap and nearly went over the bars. But thanks to Tune Tech with Steve Jones, man, with but like the last minute order of a track shock was I wasn't real happy on Monday with the suspension, so he air freighted a shock up, and oh man, I'm so glad we went that choice. So we made it a lot firmer, and yeah, it definitely paid off.
Yeah, excellent. No, it looked really good out there. So then that was another question, is when you saw Brent's story, did that start to play in your mind a little bit? Did the bike start to have a few extra rattles? Was it making a little bit noise? Because I know you build your own motors and stuff like that, so did that start to play on the mind, or you were confident in what you'd done with your bike in the prep leading up that you were home and hosed?
Well, look, honestly, I didn't actually think anything less of me motor. I'm pretty confident in my work, so I check everything. And even last night I was nearly convinced that they checked the valves, but we made sure to change the engine oil and just see if there's any debris and stuff in there. But I know what this track's like. We're close to the ocean. You've got the thick air. You've got a lot of breeze. You've got 100% load on the motor. So Think is like really, really fast. You can do about 180 clicks up there. But up here, like yesterday, we could get 160. That's all we could get out of it. So, and then especially with Callum blowing his motor up, and Jesse Moore and a few guys as well, they're having troubles with their motors. I was like, no, I'm pretty onto it. So we do a few modifications to the engine, nothing too crazy, so they're pretty good out of the box. But so the old 23 model still living out there.
Yeah, that's right. Still got plenty of hours on the motor, but a few rebuilds. Now, I know you were saying you were also using the Don River this weekend to sort of dip your toe back in the water. Is it back in? Is the leg going in? Is the body going in afterwards of this? Like, are we going to see you back at maybe the 50th Fink? Are we going to see you back at 2026 Don River Dash to defend the title?
I think you probably will.
Yeah,
it's
awesome.
Man, it's been a long time since I've actually been able to get on the top step of the podium. And, I never ever thought, I never ever gave up, but I never thought I'd get back up there, and here we are. So with Kenny and Belinda and Steve Jones, my mum and Randall, and all of my family behind me. So I've got a lot of friends out in all the guys out of Whitehaven Coal as well. So I've been working with them. They're all sending me messages and all that. So thanks to all those guys. So the support's been huge. So especially the last 2 years, I've been dragged through hell the last 2 years, and you know what, this is it silenced a lot of critics. So.
Yeah, absolutely. It makes it all worthwhile and almost rejuvenates you, gives that reminds you why you do it. So we're super glad, mate, that you made the effort to get back to the 2025 Don. We're sad to hear you weren't going to be in the commentary booth with us, but excited when we heard the reason you weren't in the commentary booth is because you were riding. You always put on a great show. We always love watching you ride. So congratulations, mate. We'll let you go celebrate.
I had to make sure I put some entertainment on for you guys.
You definitely did. Well, before you go, any sponsors you'd like to thank?
Oh man, there is a good list. So Versatile Diesel Services, they jumped on board this year. So I worked for the guys. So massive thank yous to them. They also jumped on as being a sponsor out here as well for the Don River Dash.
Yes.
Hughes Mining and Labour Hire, TuneTech Suspension, Steve Jones. He's done an awesome, amazing job. Pretty much all that guys. So Limestone Coast Motorcycles down in South Australia. There, they help out with a lot of parts and gear and stuff like that. Coda Nutrition, all the other guys that I've actually forgotten. But pod knee braces. If I wouldn't be racing here without pod knee braces as well.
Yes.
So we do our own thing. We're pretty much a private team up in Cairns. So I get a lot of my parts still from South Australia. So thanks to all those guys and the massive support, even over in Western Australia. Like I get a lot of support over there when I was working over there. So it's awesome to have everyone actually tuning in. And the whole weekend has been amazing. Like the support's been amazing. So it's every year is getting bigger and bigger. The DRD. So I'd love to be part of that and make it bigger and better again. So
awesome.
I'm just stoked to actually, Liam Walsh. I'd love to have him here, and I'd love to have Cal here as well. And, have the front runners here. So and just sort of gauges where we're at. So it was a real shame what happened to Cal yesterday. So same with Jesse Moore and all them. Like you don't want to win by a mile, but you do want to win. But
absolutely.
You don't want to give it easy either.
Yes. But I think it's just proving that the Don River is one of those tough events now. It's not an easy gimme. It's not if one good guy comes, he's the guy that's going to win it. There's multiple people here that laying down fast times, and you can't relax at all when you're here at the Don River.
Oh, definitely not. So, and it's been the week leading up, I've had to I think I've sold two or three of my pistons and barrels
yes.
during the week because a few guys have had dramas. So they just come over and I was like, yeah, I don't really want to, but you know, help them out.
Yeah,
so,
absolutely.
Because I got confidence in my machinery. So, and yeah, it's with Steve Jones helping out with TuneTech. He, he's been phone calls backwards and forwards all week to get comfortable, and it makes a big difference when you're feeling comfortable, especially hitting some of those big holes.
Absolutely. It's a wild racetrack. Like you said, there was plenty of big crashes, plenty of motors, plenty of attrition up and down the track. So there's lots of things that have to happen. So thank you very much for your time. We'll chat again to you on the podium very shortly when we got down to that. But awesome. Congratulations, and we'll catch up a little bit later on.
Definitely. Thank you.
Awesome. But this is a great event. Like we said, all the things that have to happen here. It's a heck of a race. Now, I got to ask, mate, is this that you've busted out from your riding gear, or is this from the race this weekend?
No, that's just from previous races.
There we go. Well, congratulations, mate. Tell us a little bit about how your race weekend's gone. You had a good result at Fink earlier in the year, and now this as well. Are you really feeling like you're starting to build some really good momentum, say, to go into 2026 campaign?
Yeah, I definitely did today. Yesterday I had a couple of dramas, helped a couple of guys that were on the ground. Didn't really get the time back that I probably should have.
Yes.
But today, I just knew I had to execute a good day and really just hold it on.
Oh, and you obviously were out of 8th place this morning, and then
8th place,
and then second across the line this morning, mate. So that would have been a wild. So that was the game plan today.
Yeah, just to hold it on, after yesterday's incident, didn't even have a sand tyre on.
Yes.
Made the mistake there. Borrowed Tyler Radford's one.
Yes.
He's legend for giving me that. He actually crashed yesterday, so hopefully he heals up. But, I just had to just really execute a good day, hold it on. And, the boys were fast. Levi and that, and all the other boys, they were on it. There was a couple of bikes that, didn't make it, and a couple of big crashes.
Yes.
Which I probably wouldn't be here if it wasn't for those guys, but...
But you also got to take advantage of the hand that you are played. So a couple of the changes from yesterday. So went to the scoop tyre.
Went to scoop tyre and just stiffened my suspension up.
Yep, so a few suspension changes.
Way too soft yesterday.
Yes.
Couldn't really hit the edges that I wanted to.
Yes.
Had a few big moments out there still, but just,
Well, that's something we laugh about because we see a few little moments happen right in front of the commentary tower and we think, oh man, that's a wild moment, that must get the heart rate. Yeah. But it sounds like you guys have 50 of those moments out the back where no one can see.
Yeah, the whole track, I was all over the shop.
Yeah.
Especially in that little battle with Levi, he was on it too.
Yes.
And even Cody, they were all on it.
Yep.
Just had to just pick my lines and really go the smoothest way possible. And,
yep. So did you change some of your lines from yesterday? Did you have in your head okay, I need to get over here, or?
I was probably running a bit too tight yesterday. I just used the track a bit more today. Actually looked for some better lines where I can hold it on a bit more and where it was better. But doing the scoop and stiffening the suspension up was a big change.
Yep. Excellent. So then. Obviously, we're going to see you back in 2026.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah,
I'll
awesome.
be back.
Very good. Well, thank you. We'll catch up with you on the podium a little bit later on. But any sponsors you'd like to give a shout out to?
Yeah, Horse Transport Repairs, We're Lusty, WA City Motorcycles, and 1 or 2 Brews, and really just everyone else who helps out behind the scenes. They're all legends, and I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for all them. Thank you.
Awesome, very good. Well, congratulations. Cheering you guys on, and that was an awesome run today, coming out of 8th place to second on road today, so a great run for you guys.
Thanks, mate.
Not a problem. And it's been, that was one of those hard charges that we were definitely watching on as well here. So I tell you what, it has been a bit of a interesting day. How you going, brother? Good to have a good run. So tell us a little bit about how your race day went today.
Yeah, pretty good. Tried to charge the whole way pretty much, and then had a good battle with Campbell and we went for it. I seen him behind me, then I pulled away a bit, then I had a few dramas with me steg peg at the fuel stop, and then he got me back there and he just charged the whole last lap. So yeah.
Well, that led into my next question. We noticed on your first pit stop today you seem to be looking down a fair bit, sort of at the left side of the... Was it the left steg peg? Yeah, down at the left side of the bike. We were a little bit confused what was going on there, but we noticed once your turner was heading back to the west, you were charging hard, so obviously was able to put that out of the brain, or was that something that just sort of stuck in your head for the week, for the rest of the day?
Well, it was still there. It was just hanging on.
Yes.
It had the hose clamp around it, still hanging on, so it was still there. It was just down lower, but just wanted to charge and try and catch Campbell again, but yeah, he was out of there.
Yeah, but that's some of those battles. Now, did you make many changes to your bike from yesterday, or you were in a pretty good confident spot, so just decided to leave it?
Oh, to be honest, come up here, exact same bike I raced at Hattah. Didn't change anything. No, exactly the same as yesterday.
Excellent. And so 2026, you feel like you're building good momentum into that?
Yeah, for sure. I'll definitely be back here. I'll be on the 500 next year, but I was on the 450 this year. Get on the 500, it's a bit better.
Bit more horsepower. That is the thing. You see those 450s, they got to wring the neck out of them to try and keep up with the 500s. Well, very good. We'll catch up with you down on the podium, Levi. But thank you very much for coming up, having a quick chat, letting the pundits at home know how your race weekend went. But what an awesome event! There you go. That's our top three, fresh off the bikes and fresh up into the commentary booth as they make their way down to the podium. We'll be heading over there shortly. And looking forward to the things that will be happening. Hopefully a few burnouts as we keep a little bit of an eye on our bikes as well, as a few of them make their way in as well. But what an awesome event. Like I said, the battles that run up and down this track there. Ivan Long putting it all together. Back on the bike. Hall, I tell you what a fantastic event for them as well. Podium result at Fink, now a podium result at Don River Dash, really building some good momentum there for the 2026, and then Levi Stevens as well. Incredible result. Like you said, a little bit of an issue there with the steg peg. So those are those mounts mounted on the back. They lock their boots into them, lock their legs in, and genuinely holding on. So they help you grip the bike, help you manage your fatigue levels here. But what an awesome turnout as we see the 420 making their way in.
How cool is that, Josh? Some awesome information there. And
yeah, the boys.
Three new...
Yes.
So that's pretty cool, eh? A completely fresh podium.
Yeah, absolutely. And, a lot of privateers as well. I know, but a lot of people do it off their own back, and all of them, all keen to come back and try and climb the mountain again, because I tell you what, the podium at the Don River Dash, absolutely no joke.
The 952 now going in for their third lap. So still plenty of riders out there. Again, another big shout out to all of our sponsors here this weekend. Custom Lithium is one of the big ones. But obviously we've got all the other sponsors on the donriverdash.com.au. Go on Facey too. Enjoy the conversation. Get involved. We're up here in the beautiful Bowen region. It's the Whitsundays. It is unbelievable how good it is. We've got Hamo, we've got Airlie, we've got
Proserpine.
You can go up to towns, we've got Maggie and all that. I know we're now starting to get outside the Whitsunday region.
Daydream Island around here as well.
So many, yeah, absolutely.
Yes.
So many great options here to come and make this a big weekend or a big week. Have a fortnight up here.
So we see the 601 and the 909.
A little bit of
mud flap hanging off.
Was hanging off that one, so obviously is
bit of flapping.
For a little bit. I was going to say been for a bit of a ride, but
it's the 115 and the 369.
369. What are you doing over there, mate? What are you doing over there?
Don't do me dirty like that. As another two-bagger.
And
charging hard too.
199. I'd say probably... No, got another lap to go. I
feel like we called the 199 twice already.
So do I.
But I feel like there's that relief when they cross the finish line.
Maybe there's a cold Yeti.
And you're talking my language.
He just knows that it's time to go.
Beers.
What would
Travis Pastrana
do? Well, he probably wouldn't drink, but he'd be straight for a cold Red Bull or something.
Cold Red, yes.
The moral of the story is that he would be down there having a great time and probably cheering these on. Travis Pastrana at this race would be an interesting thing.
Oh, it'd be right up his alley.
Yes, I think that's something that he'd enjoy. Anyway, look at all the competitors down there. So that is the competitor pits down there for the bikes. All the friends, family, everyone around. Is it that time? Is it that time of day, team? The commentary is about to get a lot better.
When it hits your lips. Bed, Bath and Beyond later on this afternoon. I don't know if there'll be time. Maybe Bed, Bath and Beyond. Quiet little Saturday afternoon. Or Sunday afternoon here. Happy Father's Day to all the fathers listening at home. Mate, if you're cheering on your sons or daughters that are here competing, give them a shout out, the 6-2-1 across the finish line as well. Or if you're a dad here competing as well, we wish you all the best. What a great way to celebrate Dad. Hey, didn't we see some awesome photos and video at the finish line there? Clayton Chapman with his young fella. Now, there's a young fella that's going to have motorsport in his veins as well on the top step of the podium as the F01 comes through, closely followed by the 927. But for those just tuning in, you've missed a lot of the action, but that's the great part on YouTube. You can skip back to the start of the day.
Oh.
Watch it all again.
Well, I was actually just talking to the boys outside there and just saying, hey, man, like, you've got to get back. Like, you've obviously missed the live feed, but now you can go back and check out all the action. The 499, now done and dusted. Thumbs up there. The 659, goggles coming off there as well. But what an event. They're going to sit around and have a few quiet beers tonight. Celebrate after the podium presentation down there. Now, we're doing a podium presentation on site. We always do for the top three, but we hand out all the trophies at 4:30, Joshua. And they do a live stream over there, don't they? No, they do not. So you've got to be here.
Yeah. Got to keep a few little secrets for the...
So basically you're saying if you're not in Bowen, you're missing out.
Yes.
Fair enough too, and that's true. You are missing out if you're not in Bowen.
Well, you can't give away all the secrets for free on the live stream. On the live stream. Free live stream.
Unbelievable. Sign me up. Well, the point is that you don't have
don't
to
sign up. If you see someone asking you to sign up on Facebook or YouTube,
ladies and gentlemen, that's a very real thing.
That's where I was going with that message. If someone's asking you to sign up and pay a fee to watch this live stream, they're trying to scam you.
But assumably, if you're watching it,
because in what world would you pay to listen to Dad and I? As the 812, the 913.
The boys are happy.
Couple of shackers.
Very happy about that.
Why wouldn't you be happy?
Well, Josh, look, we're just pumped. We're pumped for these boys.
Absolutely. What an incredible weekend for these guys.
Look at that, the slap on the back. That is actually some great footage, isn't that, where it's just one of those things where it's been a long ride. Old mate has been questioning his probably the last 20 minutes.
Yeah. Well,
wondering what he was doing.
Well, even having a little bit of a chat to Corey Cooper.
Yes.
He was questioning his life choice and hadn't even made it back to start today's racing.
Yes. So the 328 through as well.
But what an incredible event. Everywhere you look, like you said, how incredible is it that, Ivan Long getting back on the bike, winning. Campbell Hall making the journey up here, coming from a really good Fink this year as well. Hattah, that momentum carrying into the Don River Dash is becoming one of those elite. Yep. If you want to ride a motorcycle, you want to test yourself against the best, get here. And then Levi Stevens and Campbell having that battle all race as well, incredible.
All the way up from Newcastle, is that correct? Didn't catch that bit? I believe the Stevens are from Newcastle.
Yes.
Yep. So pretty darn cool, like you're saying, to... we've literally got Australian-wide competitors. Although we're actually claiming Longy as one of our own now because he is in North Queensland now.
Yes.
So, brilliant.
So a local winner.
But yeah, awesome.
Will we start to see that here, you reckon? A couple of fast locals, much like we see in Alice Springs with the Fink Desert Race, that want to win this, that it's come and take it off us.
Yeah, I think so.
With Longy and then also Brent Story, unfortunately succumbing to a motorbike issue today, but another very fast local.
Yeah, that's interesting. Oh, look at this. The 236 and the 774 across the line, high-fiving each other, so No doubt they are very happy about that. Yeah, listen, Brent Story, if you're listening along, it's a tough one, mate, but we really do want to see you back and charging. Now, the 11 is across the line as well.
Now, Dan, I'll throw a little bit of I'm just throwing a wild theory out here to you, just while we're talking about some of the motorbikes. Do you reckon we might ever see a junior class here? Maybe on a Friday afternoon?
Yeah.
Just a 5 kilometre loop?
Or you could do it between it's a big weekend.
That's the hard part, is it? Where do you slot it in?
It's a great idea.
Mick's going to come up into the booth and just punch me in the face for throwing random ideas out, like...
Probably. The 4.52. So good there. The 4.52 across the line. Oh, the back end of that bike of the X85. Very loose there. And the 4X. Do you reckon he planned that number?
No, I think that's...
100%.
There's a wild bear crap in the woods, son.
It does. Maybe Grizzly Adams did have a big...
But yes, I'm always... Yeah, Mick's going to come up, punch me right in the face, but how good would it be to see a junior class here as well?
Pretty darn good, Joshua.
Maybe run it on the Friday? No, because that's when they do the reconnaissance.
Starting to sound pretty packed, isn't it?
Yes.
It is a big weekend of racing here at Don River Dash. The more you think about it, the more there is going on. The 869 through now, so 869, helmet off. Oh, well, helmet off, not the helmet, the goggles off. The goggles, and no doubt that's a great feeling for them. It's been a tough weekend of racing. Have a look. There's still guys, Joshua, just
heading out on the
third lap. That's a rough afternoon. We've all been there.
But also a good afternoon.
Yes. Well, where else would you want to be?
Dan, I can't think of anywhere right now where I would rather be.
Now, another one of our fantastic riders in the 272. So the 272 home and hosed now. Really looking fresh as a daisy. That bike looks like it's fresh fuel, fresh oil. Go again.
Well, is it looking fresh because he's only on his second lap?
I hope not. I hope not for his sake. I don't think so.
But the sun's still out. There's a nice little breeze. I just asked some of the gazebo owners. There's definitely a nice little breeze here.
Yeah, there's a breeze. That was an epic failure of gazebos earlier on today. Probably on Josh Curran's story or something like that, is it?
No, I wouldn't do that.
Yes, you would. J17. So J17 in now. Have a look at this trailing footage, our drone. Still great shots here. Still floating up and down the river. Again, big shout out. And that's all the way into the pit, so that means his day of racing is finished.
Yes.
So a big shout out to those guys. Cross the line now. Bit early to call it. I think it's the 480. But again,
stretching it out.
No, it's the 496. Good work for the 496. And a little bit of a pack, the 288, the 715 and the 992. No doubt some good GoPro footage on the front of the 992. Looks like one of our female competitors come through on the 992. So awesome to see the girls out here racing. And the 686 in, so great work from them.
Was that one more lap?
No,
is that what the hand was? Or was he... Because it wasn't a thumbs up.
I'm hoping it's good to see you, boys. Because it's good to see you, mate.
Yes.
I hope you have had a great race. I hope you're looking forward to the next one. Yeah, pulling it up, mate. That's the helmet off.
It is the helmet off. Yes.
That's the we've
And
done
look
it.
at that. Big smiles all round.
The 77 in as well. Collier. Look at this. Cold can ready to go.
Yes.
Give me that. Oi.
Yeah.
Where's my beer? That's what he said.
Yeah.
No, I think he said that was great. The 715. Some great racing there.
But that's really what it's all about, isn't it? An afternoon with your mates, your
Family.
partner down in the Don River at Bowen. The 2-3-1 in as well.
That LED
Method race wheels.
Oh, hey. On gases. Excellent.
So Grabbo's crew doing a great job here as well. What a great way to get involved in the Don River Dash.
37 in now as well. At pace too. He looks like he's ready to do another lap.
Gee, isn't that just a juxtaposition? Some of the footage we saw of Longy to some of our other competitors there gives you an idea of just how deep and nasty that sand is as well. Ivan obviously up on top of the sand, powering hard, but we see those bikes sort of bogging down and struggling getting out of that creek, out of that river section.
Josh, about Ivan was essentially in the air as much as he was on the ground, right?
Yes.
So the 874 through now on the Kawasaki. But yeah, exactly right, Josh. It's just so impressive to be able to see these top-level riders. And again, I would challenge any of you, if you're sitting on the couch, you're like, nah, man, I'd absolutely... I don't think you would. That's what I'm saying. So I think it'd be very interesting for, you know, a good trail class rider to come out and often see it at these big desert races, that when you realise what the pace of these Ivan Longs, of these Campbell Halls, of these Cody Stevens, they seem to have another gear that no one else has. Brett Story, I'm going to mention him too, because I tell you what a legend. Now the 283 through, there was a bit of a gaggle of KDMs all came through. They're fist bumping there.
Tried to.
Yeah. But a great shot here we saw on the live stream. The 800 through as well. Obviously, mates, or they had a great battle.
I was going to say, or they just ended up
if they aren't
finding a familiar pace, a similar pace, and riding a lot of the Don. That randomly happens, doesn't it? What a way to...
does. And now that you say it, clearly they're in different bits. So
yeah, there you go.
You're absolutely right. I'd say they found their groove together, and there's a story to be had.
Probably encouraged each other along.
Yep, so...
Lots of high fives.
Is it the 712? Is that the bike? But anyway, again, great to have a good look at those bikes. You can see they got the big tanks, got the gripper seats. You know, they're running the scoop tyres too, aren't they, Josh? So... You know, it is actually a good view to be able to see those things. And obviously very happy to have their loved ones home. Now, what else have we got going on here, young Joshua? The 884.
Now, interesting, like you said, talking to Campbell Hall when he come up. Didn't have a scoop tyre on yesterday. And had a little bit of a struggle, like you said. Wasn't able to quite get that front wheel up and get the drive out of some of the sand sections that he was hoping.
So, Josh, he got one?
Yes.
Yep.
Tyler Radford.
How good is that?
Yep.
And that's what I was hoping you were going to say, is there some form of camaraderie there where it was like, hey...
Yeah, if I don't need it, you can have it.
You can have it, that's right.
Well, I think Longy touched on that, eh? Like they said, don't get me wrong, they want to win, but they don't want to win by default. They want to win by, you know, competing against the best.
Yep, absolutely. Now, again, another one of our female riders came through, so awesome to see the girls out here and competing. Hopefully that's the final lap for her. I don't say that lightly, but we've got people still going out for third laps, and that's understandable.
Yeah, you are right, Dan. There are some people still heading out for their third laps. We see a couple of bikes heading in the westerly direction.
2-2-3.
Thumbs up.
Yep. Happy man. Pulling straight into the podium. Just pull it.
Just straight onto the burnout pad.
Burnout pad. Do you think that Ivan Long's ready to do a burnout?
Oh.
Oh.
If he doesn't, I'll be kicking bikes over.
Kicking bikes over. Yep, fair enough. I think the answer to that is yes. He knows how it's done.
I wonder if we can crack... While Longy is doing a burnout, right? Can we crack a can into the exhaust and try and get Campbell Hall to, like, scull it while...
Should we?
Let me draw a diagram.
I don't think any of those boys need a diagram. The 335. Again, that was the 223 that rode in before, as we're seeing. And the 335. Now the X13.
Oh no, he's dropped his goggles.
Oh, brother.
Oh, yeah, go back and get him. Oh no, one of the officials. As we also see the 591. Oh, he's going to stop and pick him up for... Oh, no. Almost dropped the motorbike, picking up the goggles for his mate.
He's like, I'm tired, brother. I'm tired. The 591, great work there.
Got the GoPro on the front as well.
And the 628 also coming in now, so...
And that's some cool riding gear with the purple helmet and everything like that. Looks very good.
Well turned out. I will say, do you reckon the cheeks are a little bit sore there? It's like, he looks like he's sitting a little bit
just from
tender.
from smiling so much from racing the Don River Dash?
Yes, that's what I was getting at.
Oh.
Absolutely. It just looked tender is all I'm saying.
Yeah, it does, doesn't it?
Yeah, the 736.
Now hugs all around. Isn't that great?
It's been tough. Been tough out there.
It's a tough event.
Tough event. People are tough. 4-5. Holy moly. The 458. Do you think that maybe he couldn't get his hand off the throttle?
No, I think he was just that keen to get to the finish line.
Yeah.
Into the pits. He's radioed in. Got some PCI race radios, and he said, "Oi, 949." And the 751.
751 is in. That's a very happy father on Father's Day, I reckon.
You know his history? No.
No, but I'll give you the hot tip. I could pick that he wasn't a young buck.
Yeah.
He's a statesman of riding dirt bikes. I can
elder.
pick that. Hey, I don't like that word elder, mate.
So we see the Gas crew here. That's Grabbo's Track and Trail. Some of their bikes there.
They got a decent chili bin there too. Esky.
Wearing a Honda shirt though. He's in the Lions Den.
That's a traitor. He might have been riding the 650.
He might have been.
If he was pitting for the 650.
He might be an OG Grabbo boy.
Oh, wow. And that OG that is.
The 207?
Yep, absolutely. That would almost be like wearing a Kawasaki shirt with Toby Price and knowing that that's a real thing. All these young bucks didn't know that he rode KXs before he rode KTMs, I betcha.
I knew, Dan.
You did know. That's when you know you're a freak.
A fanboy.
Holy moly. What's going on here? The 657 is ridden in at pace. And here, the 909.
It's almost like he heard we were talking about him.
Oh, hey!
Yes, a bit of bopper.
The 909 on the bop. And see, you don't get that on those weak little new four-strokers.
Nah, they're worried. They're worried about their valves or their overhead cams.
Oh, scared.
Homos. Unless you got push rods.
On a 6 push rods. Mate, they haven't had push. There's no push rods on a 650. What are you talking about?
Oh, yeah, they do have overhead cams.
Of course they do.
My bad.
Oh, you're killing me. They got a carburetor, though.
Get an XT49, IT49. No, they're too straight. They don't have
What are you
valves.
doing?
I don't know.
What are you doing?
I just want push rods, Dan. Is that too much to ask in a motorbike?
It is too
much
much to ask.
Is that too much to ask?
That's a Harley Davidson. It's
No.
too much to ask.
Yeah. And I'm not going there.
No. So the moral of the story is, now that we've gone down a rabbit hole of Josh getting that's the black rat coming out.
Very frustrated about overhead cams. Give me a cam under the head and a couple of big straws.
Every day. So back to the story. The 909 is in and we're very pumped about it, as you can tell. A couple other riders actually stuck in there as well while we were there, but the 191 also looks like it's on screen at the moment, but we will call it through to confirm. It is indeed the 191, so Fantastic effort from them. Again, the Grandview Hotel. We will be having a few drinks down there later on. Established in 1864. Now, Joshua, did you know that Bowen was in a Hollywood movie? I actually think the Grandview Motel was part of that.
Australia?
Nicole Kidman.
Hugh Jackman.
Hugh Jackman. Hugh Jackman.
H-U-G.
Hollywood.
H.
So pretty cool. Gee, that was a few years ago. What was that?
I want to be rude, Dan. Were we travelling through Bowen to the tip of Australia while that movie was being filmed?
I feel like there was some story behind that.
There was a reason we didn't come into Bowen that week.
Well, we didn't go to the Grandview. That's what I'm telling you. But the moral, so we did go to Bowen, just so you know. We drove up the hill, remember?
Yes. Hey.
The 599.
Yeah.
Very good. Oh.
And the 15.
15. That's Clayton Chapman is back in the house. So that is perfect. Adam and Chapman. Adam and Chapman?
Adam and
That's
Clayton.
That's actually true. Adam and Clayton.
Yeah, you're not wrong, Dan.
Yeah.
You're not wrong.
First name, last name.
Yep. Tim Todd.
People think we've had 50. We have not had. We've had.
We're just
half a
high.
can.
We're just high on life, Dan.
We're just enjoying the Don River Dash 2025. It is the 7th year running, ladies and gentlemen, and I hope you understand how good this is. By the time we get to the 10th, if we don't have international superstars racing here, I'd be surprised.
Robbie Gordon, if you listen along at home,
come on over.
Bring the unicorn.
Definitely bring the unicorn. You could even bring the Riv truck. Get Post on the phone. Mark Post.
Yeah. Do Concrete Motorsport still have a couple of Herbst truck? A couple of two-wheel drive?
Yes, most definitely.
Send them over.
Well, they ran the Concrete Motorsport truck, the two-wheel drive.
At Parker.
Yep, and gave rides, right? Ran both trucks, or was that at Blue Water? Anyway, the moral of the story is they've definitely still
got it. That's right.
Yeah.
Send it over.
X27.
I mean, unless you're scared.
Wow.
Like, I get it, a lot of these teams probably don't want to come to Australia and get their asses whooped.
Yep. What about Motorbike boys?
Oh. Yeah, I think they'll struggle.
You're saying that our Australian competitors could potentially whoop them?
Not potentially, will.
Oh, damn, Joshua.
Oh, I think Australian racing is that short, sharp racing.
Yes, yes.
But racing the Baja 1000, totally different idea.
Well, Australia
to say racing the Fink, where if you get a flat tyre at the Fink, your game's over. Whereas at the Baja 1000, even on the motorbikes, they change tyres.
Yes, I hear what you're saying. 229, the 898. Well, in fact, they've got to change tyres, right? It's part of the game is that they do pits and they swap these sort of things. So, yeah, it is interesting. It is a different style of racing. So, 09, 4 across. And the Australians have gone across and raced with them. Now, we've had great Americans come over and race at Fink and stuff, and it's been a good time. But, yeah, what you're saying is it would be fantastic if they came across and had a race.
And I think the Don River is the race to come to.
Beautiful. On the ocean.
Yep.
Very San Felipe-ish if you actually start thinking about it, hey? In town, near the farmers, motorbike pits, on the river. So no power lines, but think of the power lines. There's a lot of yes.
A lot of agreement, Daniel.
Yes, fantastic. So we could call the San Felipe. No, we're not going. It's the Don River Dash, and you should come on over.
Yes.
The 74 is now through, so.
And also the 607.
607.
Killed him dead all day
it.
today.
Got it sorted. Again, those fantastic drone footage coming through the pits. That feeling, Josh, hey, there's not much like it when you cross the line of something that you've done that has truly challenged you. It's difficult. It's mean, this racetrack. The river is absolutely relentless.
It just doesn't let up.
As the 240 comes through.
And that's the big thing, isn't it? It just doesn't let up. Well, even you got a guy like Ivan Long talking about how he had to battle arm pump. The arms pumped up in those first 2 laps. Had to really focus on relaxing, loosening his grip up.
The 665 through now, Josh. Keep going. I wasn't trying to get off your train.
No, but we just want to try and call them as they come across the finish line as well.
You're waiting and listening for the 665. They're home now, and that's fantastic. But yes, Josh, Longy, when a freak like Longy and a legend,
a seasoned competitor too.
Absolutely. Just shows you how hard they're pushing.
and how brutal it is out there. Rough the whole way.
Josh, look at this live shot we've got going on here.
Happy Father's Day.
The whole family
Yeah,
together.
incredible.
So good.
And this is what it's all about, isn't it?
Absolutely. The 283 now through, the big two-banger. Memories caught for a lifetime. The 27. So the team through now, the 27.
And also the
55?
55.
Yeah.
Or the 551? No, just the 55.
Yep. Absolutely awesome, the 55. The 903 through as well.
One of our two-stroke competitors. Now, is this man heading out?
No. No, I'm pretty sure he was waving.
Does it give you an idea of how long our pits are?
Big pits. 960. Let's say Upper Daily. Is he going to race Baja in a couple of minutes? K22. That bike has definitely had a glancing blow at the front of it. Have a look at this, the boys.
A glancing blow.
Yeah.
That's one way to put it.
Yes. That means he ate some sand at some point.
Yes. No visor on as well. So we see the 457.
Yep.
Slowly coming in as well.
Well, he's done his dues, right? The 457. It's absolutely awesome. They've made it through. See, that looks like a young buck to me. Is there a little bit of material hanging down under that bike?
Thinking to himself, this sand riding is
fool's game.
Fool's game.
How did the 909 go? I think that's what he's probably thinking.
Oh, well,
I'm
trading in my KTM
whoa.
for an XR
650
Oland's Gold Shocks. I'm going to get on the phone to Johnny Campbell, the 197. I'm going to get on the phone to Johnny Campbell, see if he's got a bit of old stock lying around that I can buy off him.
Sure he
and I'm
does.
going to come and whoop some ass.
Going to get Andy Grider on the phone. 766 in.
And the 650. Andy Grider.
There's a name.
Oh.
There's a name. 834 is now in. The K07 also in. And the 265. Shuckers are up. It's a good day. The boys are happy.
Here we go. Throwing another theory out there.
Hit me with it.
Maybe to get the juniors in right, we could move either the cars or the motorbike section to night racing.
Whew.
Start at 7 p.m.
Josh, listen.
So the juniors can race in the morning on motorbikes, the bikes in the afternoon, and then the cars start at 7 o'clock at night.
I think that's... listen, I am in. I just don't know if the event organisers are going to go for it.
I'm definitely getting punched.
Mick's going,
Mick.
What are you talking about, mate? We'll have crowd control until midnight. Just what they want.
The 251 across the finish line.
He says, it sounds like a great idea, Josh. You should run it.
Yeah. It looks like our sweep vehicle heads off
Yeah.
to start his sweep lap.
So the 614 through now. And again, as we see the teams pulled up, Shuckers are up. Life's good. Motorbikes are rolling in now. I will not be touching this motorbike for the next 6 months. I've had enough.
But how good is that? Mum and Bub on the 129 there as well. All the bikes in. That's a good family racing weekend right there. I think this is the 301.
Yeah, WR.
Making their way in. Feet off the pegs. Having a little relax, a little stretch out. Enjoy life.
The 980 now in. Great work from them, the 980. And again, you can see just the number of competitors down there that make these system work. bike riders out there everywhere. Plenty home. We would have a good number home now. And again, Josh, this is still a good pace on the way home. Great footage of the 404, it looks like. And they're finished now, remembering that the first jump is actually the timing marker.
Oh, I thought that was an arm come off there, but it's the goggles
and
as well.
It was actually the 484, sorry, I apologise, at the
65.
But you're right, it did look a bit wild there for a second.
Yes, looked like an arm had come off there going across the second jump, as we see the 606. As well as the 987.
Yeah, awesome work there from all of those competitors. Now, Josh, are we watching a signature come on for young Sebastian?
Yes, and a couple of photos. So this is Sebastian, the young fella. All he wanted to do was come over for his 13th birthday. How good for Levi Stevens.
And Campbell Hall.
Campbell Hall.
Absolutely. So cool that they are up on the podium. Sebastian, probably a brother, I'm going to guess, up there grabbing the photo. So absolutely awesome. Now, don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to do a podium presentation. I'd imagine this is going to happen very shortly. So just waiting for the officials. So G55 in now. So again, that's G55 across the line. And again, just waiting for a few more riders coming through. Oh, the 780 it looks like. Coming along now, so the 780 through the Yamaha. Great ride from them. So again, still plenty of riders here finishing off the final action. And again, now just a finish is the goal set to get yourself a plaque that you've done the Don River Dash. And the 605 has, wow, a very bent set of handlebars there. Wow, the old camelback burst open, I'd say. The 780 finished. So still plenty of bikes riding to the finish. And a race all the way. The 867 and the 577. And again, as we get down towards here, look at some of these fantastic shots. The shuckers are up. The boys are pretty happy with that. A good result. But again, most of these bikes now starting to sport some form of damage. It's been a tough run. But again, champions all up and down the field. Because I tell you what, I tip my cap if you guys have run this whole race. The 477. So again, I believe this is one of the Gas is one of the Grabbo's Trail and Track. If you have any interest in riding, you want to do one of these big desert races, the only way to do it is with the Grabbo Trail and Track crew. It's an excellent option. So get on board, go and have a look at the website. I know a lot of people now that have ridden with them, and they are very, very pumped about it. So there's the team. They're pretty happy with that. The 477 in, the 973, the 124. Again, there's Grabbo going and congratulating his rider. So that's absolutely awesome. They're still out here and You got the king of the desert, shaking your hand on the way back in. What a feeling. No doubt a good story going on down there. What a ride, what an effort. It's a tough race, this Don River Dash. One of the toughest, they may say. I don't know who says it. I think everyone that's ridden today. But so cool to see those bikes. Again, you get it set up for you. They work with the suspension. They get you up. They do a little bit of coaching with you as well. So what a way to do it. And again, when Ben Grabham's giving you tips, you take notes. It's as simple as that. So again, the crowd's starting to thin out here now, as would be expected, as they're going to do a full presentation back at the showgrounds here this afternoon. So if you are local, 4:30 is the time over at the showgrounds, but you can see the podium starting to fill up over there as we get ready to crown our podiums, our outright podiums. All the action here this afternoon, and again, beautiful drone shottage. You see that whole spectator area was lined hard. And now the breeze is starting to pick up for the afternoon. Oh, yeah, actually, you can see the trees shaking there. Yeah, and Abbott Point Operations, big shout out to them. The Bowen Council, Grandview Hotel, and a huge shout out to Custom Lithium, who have come on board as the major sponsor this year. And you heard them talk about they jumped on board for the next year. Again, big shout out to RGM Maintenance. I hear that they have done the entire live feed. So that's how keen they were. And I feel that it's been a huge step up. Absolutely nothing to do with Josh Curran and I, but absolutely everything to do with the Tamworth production crew and Shane Hutt and his bunch of merry men that are just out here killing it. So the 08s come in, the 778 also in the pits now, would have finished their laps. Like we said, they've done their sweep. So these are the, I don't want to say the final riders coming in. We've still got plenty of lappers out there. But these guys now just battling for those positions. They've probably had a rough yesterday or some sort of mechanical failure, and now they're just gritting it out, making sure they make it to the end. Like I said, many of the bikes sporting some at least minor cosmetic or pretty major handlebar damage or fairings hanging off. But the 534 now in as well. Awesome to see the 916 also coming in. So the 916 and the 28, the two banger Yami. Again, that is the 28 coming in. So again, what a way to do it. Again, big shout out to all our volunteers, our helpers, the SES, the AMBOs, everyone that's sitting out on the track and doing recoveries and all the bits that have to happen. It is not easy. The Burdick Motorsport Club. So to put on an event like this, just absolutely unbelievable. And we truly appreciate everything you guys have done. So very, very shortly we are going to have our podium presentation here. It's going to be a fantastic time crowning a completely new podium, which is exciting. And as we throw down, we're going to go to Josh Curran down on the podium for the presentations.
Don River Dash Custom Lithium 2025 bike section podium. So we'll get straight into it. In third position, Campbell Hall. Jump on up, mate. Campbell, congratulations, mate. A super hard charge today. 8th off the line, up into third place. Got to be happy with that.
Yeah, definitely happy with how I rode today. Pushed pretty hard. Had to, make a few gains after yesterday's issue. And, I was happy with how I rode.
Excellent, mate. Now, we were just saying before up in the commentary tower, had a great result at Fink, good result at Hattah, and now Don River Dash as well. You're obviously looking forward to 2026 and that momentum that you've been building.
Yeah, we'll just keep pushing from here with the positives from today and see what we can bring next year. I'm only new to the scene up here, so we'll just see what we can bring in the future.
Yeah, and you'll touch on that a few little changes you made to the bike for today. Run us through some of that you did to acclimatised to the unique conditions here at the Don River Dash.
Yeah, first time up here, so working everything out. Made the mistake not to run a paddle yesterday. Lost heaps of time. And, went a bit stiff with the suspension and made it heaps different and was better.
Awesome, congratulations. Any family, friends, sponsors you'd like to thank?
Yeah, just all the boys that fueled me up. Harrow's Transport, Horse Transport Repairs, We're Lusty, 1 or 2 Brews, Dubbo City Motorcycles, and just everyone else who's helped me out. All the guys behind the scene, they're all legends. Thank you.
Awesome. Well, thank you very much, and a massive congratulations to Campbell Hall. 3rd place in his very first Don River Dash. We'll bring in 2nd place as well, Levi Stevens. Levi, congratulations. What an awesome race. I know you were talking earlier, you had a good battle there with Campbell all day. Run us just a little bit through how your Sunday looked at the Don River Dash.
Well, first lap was pushing pretty hard, and then I was going in, got to about here on the way down, seen Campbell behind me, so then I started pushing harder and we just battled, and then a bit of an issue with the steg peg, but didn't really slow me up too much. It was good.
Awesome, very good, mate. And any changes made to the bike for Sunday here at the Don River Dash?
Nah, I just stayed the same, stayed what I knew, and that was it.
Beautiful, mate. And we plan on seeing you back in 2026 to defend this podium position, maybe try and go one step higher?
Yeah, that'd be the goal for sure. I'll be here.
Awesome. Now, you were saying maybe looking at making a few little bike changes for next year as well.
Yeah, I'll be on the 500 next year for sure. Bit more balls.
Excellent, mate. Any family, friends or sponsors you'd like to thank?
Yeah, just mum and dad, Franco's Race Shop, We're Lusty, Former Boots, Maxima, just everyone that helps out, they know where they are.
Excellent, mate. Well, congratulations. 2nd place here at the Custom Lithium Don River Dash. Campbell Hall now in 1st place. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Ivan Long. So massive congratulations to Ivan, mate. You had a bit of a lead up here for the Don. You've been up pre-running and that, but back on the bike for the first time in 2 years. Tell us a little bit about what your lead up looked like.
Oh man, I pretty much was working the whole time. So yeah, the last time I actually threw a leg over a bike until this week was back in January. So down at my cousin's place there, riding sand and all that sort of stuff. But mainly just been doing off bike training, and didn't think I was actually capable of actually being in the top 10. So that's why I sort of jumped in the 35 to 45 class. So here we are, being an old veteran rider, and to come over with the win, just incredible, man. It's been a long time since we've been on the top step, so couldn't thank our whole team enough. So, and being a sponsor as well, so Versatile Diesel Services jumping on board, just unbelievable.
So that's one of those big things. Like you said, haven't ridden for 2 years or haven't competed for 2 years. Do we expect to see you competing in the not too distant future? Maybe a few other events. Will we see you back at Fink? Will we see you back at Hatta? And more importantly, will we see you back in 2026 to defend the title?
I think so. It's going to be pretty cool to actually run a number 1 plate here. So, being home Queensland, living up here, and I tried Don River Dash a few years ago now, and it was such a hoot, and it's such an awesome weekend, such a family weekend, and with Custom Lithium and all these guys, all the sponsors that actually jumped on board for this weekend. It's it's such an awesome event to come to. But yeah, we'll definitely come back next year, and think next year is a 50th anniversary, so why not? So we'll see what we can come up with. So we're just going to come up with some sort of plan with bikes and all that. But yeah, I'm just stoked that my motor actually survived. So, but yeah, TuneTech, just man, massive shout out to him. So he busted his balls to try and get that shock to me this week, and we air freighted one in, and yeah, it was definitely a good move, and in the end, just coming away with the win is just unbelievable. I do feel for Story, so it's, being a Yamaha, I wanted to push him, so that was my plan in the first 2 laps, and he was like a bullet out of a barrel. So I was going to push him, and then in the last lap, I just conserved myself a little bit, and then come the last lap, I was pretty keen to actually really get a shake up. So 3 minutes was a lot to make up, and but stoked that we actually come out on top.
Awesome. Well, congratulations, mate. All the best for the future there. I'll step out of the way because these guys are about to let the champagne fly, but we look forward to our podium presentation here. 3rd place, Campbell Hall. 2nd place, Levi Stevens. 1st place, Ivan Long. But I tell you what, don't go too far because you will notice that there is a little blue pad right out the front of the podium section there, and it is a unique thing here at the Don River Dash. The king of the river has to do a burnout. It's actually mandatory. It's part of the sub regulations as well. But how good is it? So we'll get the boys wetting it up a little bit here. But a massive congratulations, mate. Campbell Hall, all the way from New South Wales. Levi Stevens, Ivan Long. These guys, I tell you, it has been balls to the wall action as we get the bikes onto the podium here. The 19. Oop, Mick's going to lock it in place for us there. But I tell you what, a very cool and unique thing that you see here as we see the 1-2-7 of Ivan Long on to the podium here. Look at that scoop tyre. It's about to be... Geez, I was going to say, Campbell, I'd move if I was you, mate. That's... But how good is this? What a unique event, a unique celebration. How good is that? Oh. I tell you what, it's not for the faint of heart here, the motorsport. Oh, yes, let's go. Campbell Hall, Levi Stevens. Gentlemen, how good is that? I can't even hear myself thinking at the moment. Hey, get a load of this. Look at that. The boys have literally burnt a hole through the podium. That is how it's done, ladies and gentlemen. Now, poor old Campbell Hall's helmet also copped it. Hey, Campbell, is that one of the more unique celebrations that you get in off-road racing?
That was good. Enjoyed it.
Heck yeah, that is what we love. These are true motorsport fans here. Now have a look at the podium, absolutely covered here as well. Now, but how good is that? It's something that the organisers, it spontaneously happened one year, and from then it's just been a bit of a local. Geez, I tell you what, have a look at this. This is what we're talking about here. Jump in board, have a look. This is the tyres that we're talking about. So this is a scoop tyre. See the way it's kind of like a paddle tyre, but still also a knobby. So this is the tyre Campbell was talking about. He ran just a regular knobby, and he changed over to the scoop tyre today, made a bit of a difference. So not quite a paddle tyre, but very aggressive for that sand riding. So this is the kind of thing. These are the little things that they do here. And also, if we jump up here, have a bit of a look at Ivan. These are the steg pegs we were talking about. So see the way they're spaced out from the body of the motorbike. They lock their boots in, and it holds them upright while they rest their boots up against there. Helps them conserve a lot of energy. So how good is the insight that we're getting here? I believe they had a little bit of drama. But Ivan out in the crowd. Get a photo with Ivan Long. Kids, jump on board. How good is this? The access that you get to the riders. This is the king of the river for 2025. Ivan Long out with all the kids. They're going to jump on board, get up on the podium. Just get that out of there. But this is the kind of access that you're getting here at the Don River Dash. But how good is this? The custom Lithium Don River Dash for 2025 has just delivered action in spades everywhere we've looked up and down. The car section was incredible this morning. Now the bikes also doing amazing racing. Like we said, we've seen Campbell charge all the way out of 8th position this morning up to 3rd position. Levi Stevens had that battle with Campbell, the bit between his teeth, charged hard all weekend as Levi quickly races in to jump up onto the podium as well.
Isn't that cool? That is a unique way to celebrate on the podium, and so great. Like, you know, all the kids up there on the podium having a great time. One of the things that, you know, all desert racing does very well is the fact that we know that the future generations of races are built here. We have a big future coming through. This race has a long future. And have a look. We've still got riders out there competing against themselves, testing their mettle, testing their endurance, still riding, still charging, drained, muscles hurting, probably their heads screaming at them, telling them to quit, and they're not going to quit out here, as we've got 3 bikes out here working their way towards the finish line. .927, I think that is. So again, another solid finish. The 927 through. So a great ride from them. And again, what a great podium celebration. Now, don't forget, we are actually going to have full class presentation. But obviously, that was our 3 outright winners on the bikes. And again, a big shout out to Ivan Long, Cody Stevens, and Campbell Hall. All who deserve heaped praise at the effort that they've put in and the race that they've performed. So good to see. And again, can't shout this out enough. The Don River Dash website. Jump on there. Keep up to date with all the information. The 621 now through. So again, if you've been waiting for the ladies in 621 to come through, huge shout out. So again, our fantastic female competitors. We do have a ladies class. We do have a, you know, masters class, veterans class, 250 class, 2-stroke class. So there's a lot of classes up and down the field. Do not forget that we will have our full presentation. And again, if you want to be part of that, 4:30 over at the showgrounds is what I believe happening. You basically walk in at the front there, and there is a undercover area. Mick Marson will be doing a full celebration with all the classes. Josh, how good?
Oh, I'm amped up, mate.
Bro, that was out of control.
How good is that? That is one of the unique celebrations that happens here at the Don River Dash. I believe it was a bit of an impromptu thing a couple of years ago, and now to the point. How good is that the event organisers have even made a special platform
they've got to
for the guys, and now they've got to rebuild.
I think what you're saying, though, Josh, is that they understand, right?
Yes.
Unfortunately, I think old mate just had a little moment on the ground.
Yes.
He's close to home, though. I'm willing these boys home.
Yes.
And ladies. But, Josh, I do think that that's something fantastic up here, is that they truly understand what's going on up here and how that plays out. Now, listen, we are joined in the commentary box by a true legend of this sport. Mick, we were just talking you up, mate, because we were talking about how I feel like you guys understand what makes this event tick. Like, that was a brilliant podium presentation. What a hoot. There's the availability, like, to have the kids on the podium with the 3 winners. Yep. They've got the signatures. It's just so absolutely awesome. You want to come in the middle, Mick?
Oh, it's all right. I'll stay there.
Yeah. Wow, that wasn't awkward at all, Josh Curran. Oh, there's only one, I tell you. But you know what I mean? I think that makes such a difference when you can get the next generation involved and the kids involved and all the action that's going on. Like, what a presentation. Every year they do a skid. We were talking about, you know, a little impromptu. I think it wasn't Liam Walsh, or was it Ferris that did it first?
Liam Walsh, I think.
Yeah, and when that happened, and, you know, it was just one of those moments in time that we capture every year, and everyone's pumped to be here. You know, we've got the crowd waiting around to make sure, because they know that it's going to be a celebration on the podium. Podium.
Absolutely. Pete Elphiston, that's been across the track here. So he built that, and 3 years ago when Ivan did it, he was going off his brain about because he's bored this hole in the thing, and I said, mate, I think we've just started something.
Yeah. Unfortunately, I don't think you're going to get away from it now.
So this year he said, well, I've had to make a new podium out of metal, so he's made the board, but now we're going to have to make it twice as thick.
Absolutely.
He just put a hole through it.
Unbelievable, isn't it? And the ground's smoking after it was finished, and the champagne celebration.
Yes.
Like and this is one of those things, all those boys are back, Mick. They've all said that they want it. Ivan Long will be back to defend.
How good is it that Ivan won that?
Yes.
He's been up in the commentary box. He's helped out the event in other ways when he couldn't race. So.
Absolutely.
So good.
And, mate, now listen, as an event promoter and, with the whole Burden Club, we've been shouting you guys out. From us, thank you so much for putting this event on. It just grows from strength to strength. You're only 7 years in, Mick. Does it feel like 7 years? Probably does for you.
I think I've aged 15 years. So.
Well, it's been brilliant.
It has definitely been big workloads. But hey, this is the part of the weekend where it makes it feel really worth it, So... Mate, it's not just me though. We've got 13 other people in the committee, plus people that lend a hand without wanting acknowledgement. We've got a King of the River.
Yes.
King of the Spirit of the Dash.
Yes.
2 awards to do tonight.
Yes.
And one guy that I've got to try and get him over to the what's the names. But if I ask him to come over, he might know. Why
He'll know something's up. Yes.
And he's one of those guys that flies under the radar. And he's the boss of this tent just here, and he's been having a few beers all day. But I've got to try.
Well, that might help. That might help him relax.
I'm hoping so. But no, look, thank you to you guys for doing as you do.
The whole crew.
We love having you guys here. The whole crew, Shane, all the boys. It's been a fantastic live stream.
It just keeps growing.
Yep.
I mean, I'm getting messages from guys all over the countryside.
I like that.
Last night, today, and it just shows the quality of the production and the commentary.
Yes.
And
wow. I don't know about that.
Best in the business.
No, well, listen, and the other thing is that it's in Bowen, mate. Like the position. I know we keep harping about this, but like, where else can you bring mum and the kids and celebrate Father's Day? Because it's a celebration of Father's Day, you've also down the harbour. You can go on the sand. You can have dinner at the View tonight, the Grand View Hotel, and there's just so much to do. Where even though we're desert racing, if that I really do feel it's a desert race. I know that's a funny statement when we're at Bowen, but we're at this desert race, but we're also in town. We've got all the amenities. We've got phone coverage. As desert racers, we know how remote some of our racing is normally.
Well, the thing too is that when the idea was born from what we did in Mexico, Talbot and I, and believe it or not, the stretch of river we did was exactly this situation.
Yep.
There was a big major town.
Yes.
And we went right through the river through a major town. So it's exactly the same as where the idea come from, right? So it's pretty awesome to have it. I mean, it's look, it's a big effort by all the club and everyone that comes and helps, and all the SES and all there's 200 volunteers.
Yes.
It's crazy. This year, I feel bad. Like we got them a shirt and those orange caps to show off and stand out. Because we felt that they need more recognition, and I hope now whenever they get seen with that cap, I know that most of them are going to, everyone will know that they helped at the race this year. So
that's awesome.
Next year we'll have a different idea, to help with volunteers. But I mean, thanks again. I hope everyone gets in safe. That's my next thing. Is the race isn't over, so
still plenty going on.
As a president of the club, I'll be happy when everyone's accounted for.
Yes.
And everyone's over the finish line.
Yep.
So
Perfect.
I know there's probably been a little bit of carnage today. There's some big holes out there. I can vouch for that.
Yep.
So take my hat off to. I was talking to Ivan about it, and he said, "Look, it's not too bad."
Yep.
But he's pretty accomplished.
He's Ivan Long.
Yeah.
He's Ivan Long too. Yeah.
I'm pretty sure an old mate and his mate who decided to do this race over a couple of beers is probably
wondering what choices they were making.
That's right. But it's good encouraging stuff from Ivan. Hopefully in the future we might be talking about how dry the river is rather than a little bit wet in the middle. But look, let's we take it as it comes, don't we?
Absolutely.
It's off-road racing, bikes
That's
and
what
cars.
we do.
Yeah,
that's
right.
what we do.
We've raced in mud. We've raced in everything.
Rain, everything. That's right. Well, Mick, again, from us, huge congratulations to you and the entire team. It's been an absolutely flawless event, in our opinion, like what we see and the action that we've seen. We hope that everyone at home has enjoyed it as much as we have, because I tell you what, we love calling this race.
Mate, it is awesome. Thank you. Thanks, guys. Thank you.
No, thank you. And look, a huge shout out as well to all the car competitors and bike competitors. They've been really good in giving us access as well. You know, we had a lot of the competitors up here as soon as they crossed the finish line. I mean, I was wandering around the pitch yesterday, jamming the microphone in people's faces as they were working on their car, and they were happy to talk to us. So a huge credit to the car competitors and bike competitors as well for really jumping on board with the live stream and giving that access as well, so that the people at home understand what's going on.
And probably one thing to remember is a lot of the car guys aren't used to this either.
Yes.
I mean, live stream for us in Australia hasn't been around forever, and a lot of the car guys just usually get back to the pits and crack a beer. And
yes.
But now we're getting, they're getting on TV and they're on the live stream, and they're really enjoying it. They really are. Everyone's commented on, their families are all at home watching, which is good. So the ones that couldn't make the trip, so. No, it's been a really good thing, and again, thanks to everyone part of it, and the club's very proud, very, very proud to have this event.
Should be, definitely.
So,
absolutely awesome. Excellent. So I think at the end of that, Mick, 2026, we're obviously going to wrap it up now. And at the end of there'll still be footage and all the other stuff going on with the live stream, but that's the end of the commentary portion. So lucky for your ears, Josh and I are no longer involved, so that's going to be excellent. But again, it's at 4:30. We're going to have presentation over at the showgrounds, so if you're in the area. But if not, we look forward to seeing you again, live and loud, at Don River Dash 2026, the 8th year, Mick.
We'll be here.
Awesome. Thanks very much, guys. We'll see you on the next one.